Eyes of the Buddha, a play for radio by Victor Pemberton with David Spencer and John Westbrook. Eyes of the Buddha.
Mrs. Jersinger? My name's Paul de Vries. The Ceylon High Commissioner's office gave me the address. They told me to come to number 21.
Oh, then you'd better come in, hadn't you? And close that door, please. You're wasting the central heating. It's the only joy of living in London in the middle of winter. It's the only luxury I can afford.
And so useful not to need a clock.
I beg your pardon?
Living so close to Big Ben.
Oh, you cheeky young rascal. You're exactly the same as your father.
My father? Then you know me?
Of course I know you. You're George de Vries' son, Paul. Oh, yeah. The last time I saw you, you were a gangling child of 7. And so ugly. Oh, such a pity good looks don't run in your family.
Might know that smell anywhere.
Ah, you like curry and rice, do you?
Of course.
Hot curry and rice.
I was born in Ceylon too, remember?
Good. Then you can peel some more onions for me.
Yes, Mrs. Jersinger.
Oh, and do stop calling me by that ridiculous name. When you were a child, you always called me Jaya. Come, in here. If you want some drink, you'll find a bottle of beer in that cupboard. It may be a bit stale.
What about the onions?
Oh, I do them myself. The kitchen's only big enough for a dwarf.
It's so strange meeting you, Jaya. I had no idea you existed.
I've lived here for the past 25 years.
Do you live alone?
Through choice, not necessity. Now, 2 husbands are quite enough for any one lifetime.
I've never seen so many photographs. It's like a museum. Are they your family?
Yes, most of them are my family.
Is my father amongst them?
On the mantelpiece, second from the left.
Oh. Yes. Do you think I look like him? The eyes, perhaps.
Why have you come to see me, Paul?
I want to go out to Ceylon.
You mean Sri Lanka?
Yes, I was forgetting. I can't get used to the new name.
Well, why do you want to go?
To find out about my family. I haven't seen them since I left over 20 years ago. I thought maybe you could help me.
Oh.
I don't even know if they're alive or dead.
You've made no contact with them?
Nor they with me. I feel like a tree without roots.
Oh, then you think yourself lucky. Oh, at least you have no responsibilities to worry about.
But I can't live my life like that, knowing there are shadows in the corner. Will you help me?
I must go and look at my curry.
Jaya, I have to go back to Ceylon. My father needs me.
What are you saying? Your father is dead.
Is he, Jaya?
He died 2 years ago. Did no one ever tell you?
Oh, a solicitor wrote to say that my father had died of a heart attack. When I tried to find out more information, there was never any reply.
Yes, but surely...
Do dead men write letters, Jaya?
Letters?
I think you'd better look at these.
What are they?
Letters addressed to me, written and posted in Ceylon during the past few weeks. From my father.
But it is not possible. George de Vries has been dead for over 2 years.
That is my father's handwriting, Jaya. I've compared it to the postcards you used to send me when I was a child. It's identical.
Well, then it's someone playing a stupid joke on you.
But why? And why do every one of these letters beg me to go back home to Ceylon as soon as possible?
Don't do that, Paul. Now, you promise me you are never going back to Ceylon.
Why not? I was born there, wasn't I?
It wouldn't be good for you. Things are different now. It might be dangerous.
Dangerous?
Okay. You young rascal. England is your home now. Your whole life is here.
No, Jaya. I can't continue my life until I know how it began. I must know what this is all about. Please, Sit down.
Oh, well,
Tell me about the family, Jaya. Let's see now. There's Grandfather DeFries, Aunt Lilla, Uncle Harry, my cousins. Are they all still alive?
and as far as I know.
Have you their address?
Paul, I will not be responsible.
I have to make contact with them.
You would not be welcome.
Why not?
If you are insisting on going out to Ceylon, then it will not be with my help. Destroy the letters, Paul. They are a cruel joke. Nothing more.
It's not just the letters, Jaya. It's something that's been happening to me over the past few weeks. It may sound ridiculous to you, but I'm being plagued by bad dreams.
Oh, dreams. Dreams. Now what are you talking about, Paul?
I hear my father calling out to me, and yet I haven't seen him since I was 7. Until I saw that photograph just now, I didn't even remember what he looked like. And yet, I can hear his voice quite distinctly. Jaya, I'm being haunted by memories from the past. I see a large house in Colombo. I smell lampreys cooking an idiapa and sweet jasmine. I hear the squeal of flying foxes at sunset. And I see the family, sitting around the huge dining table, staring at me, a small child. But no one speaks. Silence. Staring eyes. Blank faces. And then I'm in the jungle, alone. It's dark, but again there are eyes everywhere, watching me. I can hear threatening movements all around, drawing closer. Wild animals. Elephants, bullfrogs, jackals, a leopard stalking towards me, and snakes. But it's not only that, Jaya. It's the sounds I can hear. The drums. Closer, closer, closer. And then, even when I wake up, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that my life is in danger.
Paul! You're a silly boy. All you are remembering are the drums at the Candy Elephant Festival, the Perahara. Your father often took you there when you were a child.
No, Jaya, it's more than that.
We all have nightmares, Paul.
But not the same nightmare every night. I know my father is dead. But somebody wrote those letters to me. And I must know who and why.
Paul DeFries!
Yes?
Oh, of course. Why, the resemblance is uncanny. You couldn't be anyone but George's son.
I'm sorry, but...
The last time I saw you was up at the estate at Palpitia. You were a precocious child of 7 shouting out orders to an elephant. Malcolm Warwick. Your father was my best friend.
Of course, Mr. Warwick. You were my father's business partner.
For over 30 years.
How good to see you.
I can't tell you what it means to me to meet George's son after all these years.
Mr. Warwick?
And none of that nonsense. My name is Malcolm.
Oh, Malcolm. Are any of my father's family here at the airport?
No, Paul. They asked me to meet you, but they're waiting for you back at the house.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, my boy, but that's the way things are. It's something you'll have to get used to. Never mind. I'll go and fetch the car. Just hang on here for a few moments, Paul. I'll be right back.
Right.
Mr. DeFries?
Yes?
Mr. Paul DeFries?
Yes?
Welcome to Sri Lanka.
Oh, thank you very much. Look, I'm awfully sorry, but I'm afraid I don't know who you... Are you a friend of the family? Is there something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at... Hey! Hey, don't go! Come back!
Right. Off we go. Paul, is anything wrong?
A Sinhalese man came up to me. He wanted something.
Oh, you'll get used to people begging for money. Well, they don't usually allow that sort of thing at the airport.
He knew my name.
Come on, let's get out of this place. We'll have to make a dash for the car if you will insist on arriving in the middle of a monsoon.
But how did he know my name?
He may have been one of your father's old servants. George is well known here, you know. And half Ceylon knows you're arriving. It was curiosity, if you ask me. Forget about it.
Malcolm, why were none of my father's family at the airport to meet me?
They haven't seen you for 20 years, Paul. They're just as nervous as you are.
Nervous?
Your family are not what they used to be. They've withdrawn into their tight little circle where no one can reach them. Your grandfather rules over the household like some deposed monarch.
Why? What's happened to them?
Oh, they've become frustrated by the changes in the country over the past few years.
But surely it must be the same for all colonial families with European origins like ours.
It's not as easy as that, Paul. You see, the estates haven't made a profit for some time now. There's no more money. The family's been forced to live more modestly than it's ever been used to. Even the old house, yes, even Burley isn't what it used to be.
But wasn't my father one of the best planters in Ceylon?
Oh, yes.
And yet he died in debt.
Yes.
Which you paid up, Malcolm. It's all right. The solicitor told me everything in his letter. It was very good of you.
So, it was the least I could do. After all, your father and I were partners, and there were enemies.
Enemies?
Paul, what made you decide to come back to Ceylon?
Oh, I suppose you could call it curiosity.
Then let me warn you. George de Vries's son will be watched with suspicion wherever he goes. So be careful, Paul. The way things are, it could be dangerous.
You're the second person to tell me that. I wonder why.
Think no more about it. There are the gates into Burley now. The family will be waiting to greet you. Oh, yes, and judge you. First impressions can be very important. Paul, this is your Aunt Lilla.
Hello, Paul.
Aunt Lilla. I hardly know what to say. It's so good to be home again. May I kiss you?
What? Oh, yes, of course. I trust the journey was a good one.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Paul, I don't suppose you remember your Uncle Harry, do you?
So the conquering hero returns. Paul, you young rascal, how have you been?
Very well, thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Hey, what manners. You see, Lilla? Didn't I tell you they have class in these English schools?
Paul, I'm sorry we weren't able to be at the airport to meet you. But it's not possible for us to leave the house as much as we'd like to, you understand? Especially after dark. I get so nervous, you see. Grandfather is not as well as he used to be. He's an elderly gentleman now, needs a great deal of attention.
Yes, I understand. I must say Burley's a beautiful house. They certainly knew how to build them in the old days. So much feeling and character.
Huh? What you really mean is that the place stinks of decay.
Harry, please. The house just needs decoration, that's all.
Materials are hard to get these days, Paul. Especially paint.
Mother, there's no cricket at the club until next week. The pitch is underwater.
They say the river's up by over 2 feet. If it doesn't stop raining soon, there'll be floods.
Tony, Joanna, come over here and meet your cousin. This is Paul from England.
Hello, Tony.
Did you bring any decent books with you?
Books?
You do read, don't you? Even if it is the usual decadent Western stuff.
Well, I'm sorry. If I'd known, I'd have brought you.
Tell me something, Cousin Paul. Have you read any Karl Marx? Do you know anything about the socialist ideal and wealth distribution?
Oh, do shut up, Tony. Take no notice of him, Paul. My young brother thinks he knows how to solve all the problems of Ceylon. But in fact, he knows absolutely nothing. It is nice to see you again after all these years, Paul.
I've often thought about you, Joanna. We used to go to Sunday school together, didn't we? Mm-hmm. You wore pigtails.
And your face used to be covered in pimples.
Mrs. Jayasinger tells me my father taught you how to play tennis. Is that right, Joanna? I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?
Joanna, you're dripping wet. You'd better go and change.
Yes, Mother. see you at dinner, Paul.
Yes, right.
I must be going, too, before the roads become impassable.
Thank you for your help, Malcolm.
When will I see you again, Malcolm?
Well, if you like, sometime tomorrow we could go up to the estate at Palpitia. It's deserted now, but I know the supervisor quite well.
Yes, I'd like that very much.
Good, I'll call for you. Well, good night, everyone.
Well, then, I expect you will want to go up now, Paul.
Aunt Lilla, when am I going to see Grandfather?
Why, I think perhaps you'd prefer a shower first. This humidity is very uncomfortable.
Is Grandfather very ill?
No, not ill. He's confined to his room in a wheelchair.
Oh, then I'll go and see him. Is his room upstairs?
No, Paul, you mustn't go up there. Not yet. He wouldn't like it.
Wouldn't like it?
What Mother is trying to tell you, Cousin Paul, is that you don't just call on Grandfather. He'll send for you when he's good and ready.
Come over here by the window, where I can see you, and close that door.
I can hardly see you in the dark.
I have all the light that is necessary. So, you're my grandson, are you?
I'm very happy to be home again, sir.
Home? Here?
In Ceylon.
Sit down in that chair, the one facing me.
Oh.
Now, switch on the small lamp on the table beside you. Your hair's too long. Don't they have any decent barber shops in England anymore?
Well, it's the fashion in England for young men to wear their hair long, Grandfather.
I don't like it.
Aunt Lilla tells me you haven't been feeling too well just lately.
You will soon learn not to believe everything Lilla tells you. Nor anyone else in this house, for that matter. Much to their disappointment, I shall not be dying just yet.
I'm glad to hear it, sir.
And I'm too old for flattery, young man. Now tell me, what made you come back to Ceylon?
Well, isn't it natural for a man to want to come back to the place of his birth?
A sudden impulse, was it? A burning desire to be reunited with a family who don't even know?
Perhaps. I've wanted to do this trip for years, ever since I started to think for myself. Many a time I've looked at the travel posters of Ceylon and imagined I could recognize all the familiar places from my childhood.
Just how much of your childhood do you remember?
Unfortunately, very little. A few images flash through my mind, images that sometimes disturb me. But I do remember how you and I used to play cards together on the lawn at Palpitia. You were a terrible cheat, you know. Oh, we were good friends in those days. We seemed to spend a lot of time in each other's company.
Memory would appear to be better than mine.
Oh, there are so many things I want to know about, to bring back. You will help me, won't you?
Do you go to church?
Not very often.
How often?
Oh, special occasions. Weddings, funerals.
Catholic?
Lapsed.
But you still read the Bible, do you? You still believe that there is only one God? The God of righteousness?
Look, Grandfather, I'm not an atheist, if that's what you're saying.
What sort of work do you do in London?
In an architect's office.
Architect? Do they pay you well, do they?
I enjoy the work.
No money here, you know. There hasn't been for years. Your father left only debt.
I know that, Grandfather. A solicitor informed me. And if it was money I was after, I'd have come back a long time ago. I've earned my own living without help from anyone, and I shall continue to do so. But it'll never cease to be a mystery to me why no one in the family took the trouble to inform me of my own father's death. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to trace Mrs. Jayasinger in London, I would never...
Did Mrs. Jayasinger warn you that you might not be welcome in this house?
Yes, she did. But I had no reason to believe her.
My instructions are that your father's name should never again be mentioned in this house.
May I know why that is, please, Grandfather?
You can go now. I'm tired.
Why should his name not be mentioned? Did he do something wrong?
Your father is dead.
Yes, I know that, but why
Paul, by the time your father died 2 years ago, we had lost nearly every friend he ever had. His own servants despised him, even the workers on his estate. They became his enemies. Remember this. Whilst you are in Ceylon, your father's enemies are your enemies. Never forget that.
Come on, Paul. We've got a lot more to see yet.
Don't you realize that Better is one of the most famous markets in the whole of Ceylon, cousin?
Give me a chance to take a few photographs, will you? Hey, what are they selling on that stall over there?
Oh, you mean the aubergine?
Aubergines? I've never seen them that size before. The whole market seems to be full of chilies. You can smell the pepper. Hey, Tony, over there, is that a Buddhist priest in the saffron robes?
Where? No, he's a monk.
Because his head shaved?
Something like that.
He seems terribly young to be a monk, just a teenager.
Drag them in early seems to be the Buddhist motto.
And the communist one. He's gone. Funny, for one moment I thought he was watching us. Hey, Joanna! Come over here. I want to get a picture of you and Tony in front of the bullock cart.
Oh, not on your life. I hate having my picture taken. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm going to get some jaggery.
Jaggery? What's that?
Oh, tell him, Tony. See you.
It's very sweet, like brown sugar, filthy stuff. But Joanna never stops eating it.
Your sister's quite a character. It's a very close family, isn't it, Tony?
Too close.
What do you mean?
Don't tell me you haven't noticed the claustrophobia inside that house. Nobody's allowed to do or say anything without grandfather's permission. Whatever happens, nothing is allowed to tarnish the good name of the De Vries Empire.
Was it the same with my father, Tony?
Your father?
You knew him, didn't you?
Of course. He lived at Burley until he had the good sense to move up to his own estate. He spent the last few months of his life there.
What happened, Tony? What did my father do wrong?
They really haven't told you anything, have they? He swindled the books.
Swindled?
By the time your father died, there was discrepancy of several thousand rupees. Oh, don't blame him, Paul. Blame the system.
Was the money ever recovered?
Not as far as I know.
But I thought Malcolm Warwick cleared up most of the outstanding debts.
He did what he could. But there were creditors all over the country.
So that's why my father had enemies. That's why somebody forged those letters to me. They wanted me back in Ceylon. Didn't they, Tony?
If you really want my advice, treat this visit as a holiday and nothing more.
Why, Tony?
Look, Paul. Will you be all right on your own for a few moments?
Oh, yes. Is anything wrong?
No, it's just that I've seen a friend of mine. I want to go and talk to him for a few minutes. You don't mind, do you?
No, of course not. There's plenty to occupy my mind here.
I'll see you later, then.
Right.
Master.
What do you want?
Cross my palm with 1 rupee and the future shall be yours.
Cross your... You mean you're a fortune teller?
I see all, Master. The past, present, and future.
Oh.
Give me 1 rupee.
All right. Here.
Thank you, Master. Now, the hands, please.
Both of them?
Both hands, Master. You are of the fish.
Pisces. Yes, that's my birth sign.
I see water, clear and cool. Your life, it is clear. I see many things, strange things. You are of Sri Lanka, Master.
That's right, I was born in Ceylon.
But your heart, it is elsewhere, in another country. England, perhaps.
Well, that remains to be seen.
I see shadows, cobwebs.
Huh?
The spider is waiting in the corner. You are struggling to be free.
Spiders, cobwebs, what are you talking about?
Spider is restless. He is waiting to reach you. You must break away, Master. The spider begins to move. You must break away.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think this has gone far enough. That sound.
The planets, they are in position, Master. The doors are opening.
I feel tired. Why do I feel so tired?
The spider draws closer, Master. Closer.
I can't breathe.
Closer.
Can't breathe.
Paul! Paul, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. My head just feels as though it's going to split.
What happened?
I don't know. He was telling my fortune.
Who was telling your fortune?
The old man, He's gone. Malcolm, I've never seen so many birds in the sky at one time. And the noise. What are they, giant bats or something?
No, they're flying foxes, Paul. You see them all over the island. They sleep in the trees during the day.
Until people like you come along and disturb them.
They're about the only things that haven't deserted the estate.
Yes, it's sad. Everything overgrown and neglected like this. Oh, Palpitia must have been so beautiful at one time.
Oh, you've no idea how beautiful, Paul. It was your father's pride and joy. He loved the place dearly. I'm just grateful he's not here to see it now.
It's all much smaller than I remember.
Oh, these are only the bungalow gardens. The rubber estate's over there, in that direction. The factory and workers' huts have all been pulled down.
That's one of the most staggering views I've ever seen in my life. Malcolm, what's that mountain range over there?
Well, that's up country. Candy, the high-grown tea estate.
The air is so fresh and clean. You know, Malcolm, I feel such a part of all this. How I wish I could bring Palpitia back to life all over again.
Be careful where you tread, Paul. This estate hasn't been cleared for years. There are still plenty of snakes.
Yes, I know. This tree. When I was young, my father shot a cobra just above me. Here.
Paul, how on earth?
Oh, it is true, Malcolm, I promise you.
I know it's true. How could you possibly remember something that happened to you when you were only a baby lying asleep in a pram?
Oh, I suppose there are some things you'll never forget. Malcolm, could you bear to take a photograph of me under that tree?
Of course. Give me the camera. Right. No. You'll have to come forward just a little. You're in the shade. Oh, Paul, is anything wrong? What are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how quiet it's become. There are no flying foxes. That sound.
What sound?
Can't you hear it? I've heard it before. In the Peta market in Colombo this morning.
I can't hear anything. Look, am I going to take this picture or aren't I?
I'm sorry, Malcolm.
Keep still now.
Malcolm! Malcolm!
Paul, look out!
Ah!
Paul! Paul, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Just my leg, it's a bit grazed, that's all.
I just don't understand it. This tree was as firm as a rock. No idea it was so dangerous.
No, neither did I. But obviously, somebody did.
Nobody's lived in the bungalow since your father died. I'm afraid it's just been allowed to go to ruin.
The nursery was through that door. Over there, the far end of the bungalow. The servants' quarters were just beyond that. I remember there used to be little wind chimes hanging on the wall just outside my window.
You really do have a precise memory, don't you, Paul?
Not precise enough, I'm afraid. What was my mother like, Malcolm?
Charming woman. She captivated your father the first time he ever saw her. Oh, she was a great practical joker, rather like your cousin, Joanna.
Did my father blame me for my mother's death, Malcolm? Is that why he sent me to England?
She just didn't know how to cope, that's all. He loved your mother very much, and when her life had to be sacrificed for yours, everything suffered. His work, his attitude to everyone around him.
Who were his enemies, Malcolm?
Enemies?
I know about the money he stole.
Who told you?
It doesn't matter, but I do know how much it cost you all this, and I'm grateful. If ever I had the chance to repay
Your
you...
father was my friend, Paul. He stole money from the estate because he knew no other way to survive. He was desperate and lonely. Nobody wanted to help him. Perhaps that's why he died.
Malcolm, whatever happened to Nihal, my father's old servant? Is he dead?
I'm not sure. I believe he is dead.
Was he here the night my father died?
Why do you ask?
I just seem to remember Nihal never left my father's side. He was devoted to him.
Yes. Yes, he was.
I remember playing alone in this room, sitting by the window, staring out at the lawns of Bougainvillea Park, waiting to catch a glimpse of my father as he came back from work. And even when he did, we never seemed to talk with each other. Nihal was my friend. And grandfather. Malcolm, where can I find my father?
Find him?
I'd like to see his grave.
That's all in the past now.
Is he in a Colombo cemetery with my mother?
I'm not sure, Paul. You'll have to ask your family about that. Look, I'm dying of thirst. I'll go and see if I can find the supervisor and rustle up some coconut milk.
No, Malcolm, wait a minute, please.
Shan't be long. Keep in the shade, Paul. It's as hot as hell out here.
Malcolm! No bougainvillea now.
Master Paul? Master Paul? Are you in there? Master Paul, why are you staring out of the window? Your father is waiting in the car for you. Come now, little one. It is time for you to go.
Why do I have to go to the airport, Niha?
But you are going in a great aeroplane. That is something you have always wanted to do. We have often talked of it.
I don't want to go to England. I want to stay here with you.
You are going to a fine new school, Master Paul.
Will my father come to see me in England, Niha?
Of course he will.
How do you know?
Because your father is my friend.
Am I your friend too, Niha?
Of course you are, Master Paul. You always have been my friend and always will be. No one can ever separate us. No one. Always remember.
Malcolm, is that... Who are you? What do you want?
Master Paul?
You were at the airport. The man who was staring at me.
I am a friend, Master Paul. We are all your friends.
All?
We have waited a long time for your return. I have come to offer you the hand of welcome. What is wrong, Master Paul? Is the son of Mr. George de Vries scared to take the hand of one who admired his father?
Your hand, it's bleeding.
The great tree is thick at the roots.
The tree? It was you.
I have a small gift for you, Master Paul. Here.
What is it?
A reminder of times past, present, and future. It is our humble way of celebrating your return. Take the box. When you open it, think of us. The planets are good for you today, Master Paul.
Paul!
Malcolm, in here! Come back here! Come back!
Here we are, my boy. Fresh family milk, straight from the coconut. Why, Paul, what is it? You're as white as a sheet.
He was here. That man.
Man?
The same man who came up to me at the airport. He was here, in this room.
Where? I don't see anyone.
He went out through there, the nursery.
I'll go and look.
He knew my father. They all do. His eyes, just like that fortune teller at the market this morning, staring at me.
There's no one out there, Paul.
His eyes were staring at me. I couldn't think of anything. My mind was totally blank.
What have you got in that box, Paul?
Oh, it's a gift.
Give it to me. Where did you get this from?
I told you there was someone here.
Paul, you have no use for a thing like...
Let me see. A spider. A dead spider. What does it mean, Malcolm?
Not a thing. Not a damn thing.
What does it mean, please?
There are some people who believe that a dead tarantula is an omen. It's often used in village witchcraft as the symbol of revenge.
A black tarantula. So they're at it again, are they?
They found a dead tarantula in the bungalow at Palpitia after George's death, spiked with a shred of bamboo shoot.
This one was identical.
Oh, Father, we've got to do something. We can't allow the same thing to happen to Paul.
We can do nothing. The boy came back here of his own accord. He must face up to the consequences.
But, Father, you know what a dead spider means in demon worship.
As long as Paul remains in Ceylon, he'll be hounded by witchcraft wherever he goes. If they want that boy, they'll do everything in their power to get him.
Well, let's call in the police, Father, before it's too late.
There will be no police.
But, Father,
I said there will be no police. No one will drag the name of de Vries any deeper into the mud. What I want are facts. Malcolm, did you see who this man was at the bungalow?
No.
But what about the dead spider in the box?
Perhaps it was there already?
You think Paul is lying?
No. But he may be suffering from hallucinations.
What?
This is not the first time he's complained of being approached by this man. He insists the same thing happened at the airport soon after he arrived from London, but I saw nothing of it.
Could be one of George's workers from the estate. There was plenty of corruption amongst that lot.
The Lord punishes those who corrupt.
But why take it out on this boy?
What did you expect? His father stole money, didn't he?
Don't forget, Lilla, when George died, a lot of his workers on the estate were never paid off. Some of them haven't even been able to find a job since.
But Paul has nothing to do with all that. He doesn't even know what's been going on.
And who do we have to blame for that? We've kept that boy without information for years. If only we'd had the guts to warn him about the dangers of coming back here to this country, all of this could have been avoided.
Let me remind you, Harry Wilson. All of us had a reason for not wanting that boy to come back.
All of us. Except the person who sent those letters.
What you have to decide now is what you intend to do to protect the boy.
Protect? Why should we protect him?
It's your own grandson's life that's in danger, Mr. de Vries.
What do you suggest, Malcolm?
Get Paul out of Colombo as soon as possible. Send him off on a sightseeing tour.
Is there any place on the island you can hide from witchcraft?
I suppose we could always spend a few days with Uncle Reggie up at New Aurelia.
No. The mountain air is too cold at this time of the year. What Paul needs is the sun. Of course, there is always Yala.
Yala, the game reserve. Yes, that's not a bad idea.
The only things you worry about there are the animals and the tourists.
Why don't you all go with Paul? Take Joanna and Tony as well. The young company would do him good. There's safety in numbers.
It's not a bad idea. Father, would you mind if we left you for a few days?
Mind? Who am I to put my own grandson's life in jeopardy?
I'll speak to Paul when he gets back from the cricket match with Tony.
Good shot, man! Take 4!
Good afternoon, Mr. Garawatna.
Tony, man, what a surprise. Haven't seen you at the club for a good long time.
Oh, Mr. Garawatna, I'd like you to meet my cousin Paul. He's just over for a visit from England. Paul, this is Mr. Garawatna, chairman of the sports club.
How do you do, sir?
What do you do? Come back to see how the natives live, is that it, man, eh? Oh, quite a few changes since you were last here, young man.
Oh, yes, quite a few.
Well played, man! Take 2 there! 2! So, you're George de Vries's son, are you? A fine fellow. One of the best opening bats we ever had in this club. What about you, man?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you do play cricket, don't you?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I don't. I much prefer to go to the theatre or settle down to a good book.
Really, man?
Tony tells me you're a solicitor, Mr. Garawatna.
Oh, yes, man, yes. That is very correct, man, yes.
And you wrote to me in England 2 years ago telling me my father had died.
Yes, Paul, yes. A sad business.
Forgive my asking, sir, but why did you never answer any of my letters?
Well, Paul, you must understand the Sinhalese legal mind. Here we believe in never writing a letter until it becomes totally unnecessary to write it anymore. In that way, we never complicate matters. Better that way, is it not, man, eh?
Did you know my father well, sir?
Oh, very well. We used to play golf together. I couldn't even beat him at that. I was very handicapped.
How did he die, sir?
You had all the information in the letter, didn't you?
No, not all.
Too much of the hard stuff, if you ask me.
My father drank a lot.
Your family must have told you. Tony?
Uncle George's name is never mentioned at Burley. Grandfather's orders.
I never knew that. I'm sorry. Well played, Tossy! Well played, man!
Mr. Garawatna, there are things I need to know about my father, things that perhaps only you can tell me. I'd appreciate a talk with you sometime.
I am a very busy man, Paul. I spend many tiring hours at the Colombo Magistrates' Court. You do understand, I'm sure.
Yes, of course.
And how long are you going to stay in Ceylon, Paul?
Oh, I have a few more weeks.
I must say I envy you going back to England. Not that I'm dissatisfied with my own country, you understand, Paul.
You may not be, but I am. One day we'll all be made to discover the truth about ourselves, whether we like it or not.
That's enough now. You're in quite enough trouble as it is.
I'll wait downstairs in the car for you, Paul.
Most awfully sorry about that. That Tony's such a mixed-up chap.
What has he done?
If only he'd concentrate on playing a good game of cricket, he'd have a much better time of it. I always say a man who plays cricket never gets drowned in deep waters, eh? Oh, good stroke, man. Well done. Well done.
Oh, stop looking so glum, Paul. You'd think we were taking you to a funeral instead of a weekend at the game reserve.
You love Yala. It's so full of interesting wildlife.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Lilla. I really am looking forward to the weekend, except there's so much for me to do in Colombo.
Sit back and enjoy the ride, Paul. This is one of the best coast roads in the whole of Ceylon.
We'd enjoy it more if we didn't have to travel in this terrible old jeep. The dust is not good for my chest.
Oh, I must say, I've never seen so many white sandy beaches in all my life. They must stretch for miles.
They do, and further.
I can certainly see why they call Ceylon Paradise Island.
Paradise or not, if we don't soon reach Amblangoda for lunch, I shall faint. The heat, it is killing me.
Paul, what are you out in the sun for? Don't you know this is the hottest part of the day?
I was just looking at these little fellows in the rock pool.
Oh, the rock crabs. You'll see them all the way along the beach here at Amblangoda. Just don't put your finger in the water, they'll give you a sharp nip.
I won't.
Oh, it is a beautiful spot, isn't it? Miles and miles of sandy beaches and wide blue sea.
I remember Grandfather taking me out on one of those catamarans. With a whole crowd of fishermen.
Hey, that's right. I remember, too. It was when the whole family came down here on holiday.
Not the whole family, Joanna. My father wasn't with us. He never came. It was always me and Grandfather. Odd, isn't it? A father and son who never went anywhere together, not even on holiday.
You've been writing a postcard.
Oh, to Mrs. Jysinger, I promised.
It just shows how English you've become.
Why?
Sitting on the beach, sun blazing down on you, writing a postcard. Well, how extraordinary.
You know what?
Your handwriting?
It's very good handwriting.
It's exactly the same as your father's.
Really? You recognize my father's handwriting, do you, Joanna?
Well, of course I do, silly. Look at the way you dot your I's, and here, the letter J. It's almost identical to the...
Yes, Joanna.
It's identical to the way... the same style as the rest of the family.
Is it? Is that all you mean, Joanna?
Come on. There's Mummy and Daddy waiting for us. If we're going to reach Yala before sunset, we'll have to get a move on.
What's the matter, Harry? Why are we stopping?
There's a Buddhist funeral procession coming towards us.
Oh, where?
Oh, keep your head inside the car, Paul. It's considered disrespectful to stare at the mourners as they pass.
Oh, everyone seems to be dressed in white.
In the Buddhist religion, white is the color of death, not black.
Where are they carrying the body to?
Cremation. The whole village follow the corpse to a huge bonfire.
Then the mourners each throw a lighted torch, a kind of symbolic farewell.
I find the whole thing quite distasteful.
Oh, I think it's rather dignified.
Keep your voices down. The procession is coming alongside.
You! Come back! Come back!
What are you doing, man? Get back in the car. Hold him, Joanne.
It's him, the man from the bungalow. Didn't you see him? He stared in at me.
Keep that door closed, Paul. Do you want to get us lynched?
But we can't let him get away. He's disappearing into the crowd. Come back here.
Oh, the crowd. Look at the crowd. They're turning back on us. Paul!
Get back into the car, I say.
Don't let him get away.
Daddy! Get us out of here, Harry. For God's sake, get us out of here. You could have got us killed, Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Lilla. But that man came to the side of the jeep and stared in at me.
But, Paul, how can you be certain it was the same man you saw at Palpiti?
I'd know that face anywhere.
Forget it now, Paul. We're on holiday, man.
Oh, why hasn't Tony arrived yet? He was supposed to have been here before us.
If I know anything about Tony, he's gone off bird hunting. The two-legged variety. Oh, somebody give me a hand with this suitcase. It's got all the food in it.
Let me help you, Harry.
I don't like the idea of Tony getting here after dark. I'm sure he'll get into trouble again. Oh, do stop worrying, Mother. Tony's old enough to take care of himself. He'll be here soon.
I don't understand the layout of this bungalow.
Oh?
Where are the bedrooms?
Oh, bedroom.
We have to sleep somewhere, don't we?
But of course we do out here on the terrace. It's much cooler.
You mean We all sleep together.
That's right.
They call England permissive.
Oh, in separate beds, you silly. And I hope you don't snore.
And what about mosquitoes?
Don't worry. You won't bother them.
Now stop fooling around, Johanna, and come and give me a hand in the kitchen.
Yes, Mother.
We can't allow Cookie to do everything.
Nothing to be nervous of, Paul. You'll soon get used to the jungle. It's got an atmosphere all its own. It's about the only place I really feel secure in these days. Now, what in blithering hell have they done with all the oil lamps? Getting dark out here. Tony won't be able to find us.
Harry, I know it's none of my business, but what trouble has Tony been in?
What do you mean?
Well, when we were at the sports club the other day, I sensed some kind of an atmosphere between Tony and Mr. Garawadna.
Ah, here they are, the blighters. Give me a hand with these lamps, Paul, or Lilla will have the screaming habdabs.
Right.
Freddie Garawadna, yes, that's a real character, isn't it?
Yes, but what about him and Tony? Has there been trouble?
Well, Garawadna has defended Tony in court a couple of times.
Huh? On what charges?
Oh, the usual old political rubbish. Tony's a good boy at heart. But he thinks that because God made the world in 7 days, he can remake it in 24 hours. Now, matches.
And Garawadna was my father's solicitor.
How do you know that?
Cookie's preparing us a special curry and rice. I just hope there are no crocodiles about tonight.
Crocodile?
Paul, if you believe everything your cousin tells you, you'll be a nervous wreck by the morning.
Paul, wake up.
Who is it?
It's me, Tony.
Tony. Where have you been? What time is it?
Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want to wake up the others. Huh? Just get up quietly, go into the bathroom, and fetch me some antiseptic and a bandage from the first aid cabinet.
Are you hurt?
Just do as I say. And meet me at the back of the bungalow on the other side of the fence by the river.
Tony, it's dangerous to wander outside the fence after dark.
Do as I say, will you?
Hold the torch still, Tony. I can't see. Your arm, it's bleeding. What have you been up to?
It's none of your business. Just get the bandage on.
Do you think I can't recognize a knife wound when I see one? What happened?
I got in the way of a man who was hunting.
There's a deep gash here. You should go to a hospital.
Stop fussing, will you? It's only a graze. Now, are you going to help me, or do I have to do...
And what are you going to say to your mother and father when they see you like this in the morning,
I had an accident. I fell.
You were supposed to have arrived here ahead of us, Tony. Are you in trouble again?
You're the one that's in trouble, not me. If we don't get out of this country soon, it'll be too late.
What are you talking about?
Soon after you left for Yala this morning, a letter arrived. It was addressed to you, and I opened it.
You opened a letter addressed to me?
Do you want to wake up the whole jungle?
Tony, you had no right.
I'm not the only one who recognizes your father's handwriting.
My father?
In the letter, he said he wanted to meet you tonight at the Dagobah near here. But I don't believe in ghosts, and that's why I decided to keep your appointment for you.
You went in my place, Tony. You're a fool.
The Dagobah's a place of dark shadows, even in daylight. At night, it's pitch black. Nobody would have recognized me.
What happened?
Well, after I'd waited there about an hour, I was sure the whole thing was a hoax. But as soon as I started to leave, someone came at me with a knife. And before I had the chance to fight back, he'd gone.
It wasn't you they were after, it was me. Do you realize that, Tony? Someone wanted to kill me.
No, that would have been too easy. It wasn't your life they were after. It was your blood.
My blood?
Part of the demon worship ceremony involves mixing the blood of an intended victim with that of a tarantula spider. Don't you understand, Paul? You are the victim. Their revenge. Witchcraft is still a fact of life in many villages all over the island. You saw for yourself that man at the Buddhist funeral today.
You were there in that village?
I know these people, Paul. They'll eat away at your mind until you won't be able to think straight anymore.
Only the family knew I was coming to Yala. Any one of you could have written those letters.
What are you talking
Any
about?
one of you could easily have copied my father's handwriting, even Joanna.
Joanna? Shh, get down. What is it? I don't know. It could be a leopard. They come down to the river to hunt deer. There it is again.
That sound again.
What's that?
Can't you hear it? It's going through my head. It's getting louder.
Paul, keep down.
Tony, I can't bear it.
Paul, keep still. Whatever you do, don't move. Hey, do you see? In the bushes over there. Tusker elephant. And he's seen us. He's going to charge.
I can't bear the sound.
Oh, look out!
Paul! Paul, aren't you going in for a swim? The water's lovely.
I don't feel like it.
Oh, what's the matter?
I'm a bit tired, that's all.
I'm not surprised after what happened last night. What a thing to do. That Tusker elephant could have killed you and Tony. What on earth were the two of you doing out there in the jungle in the middle of the
I
night?
told you. It was stifling hot in the bungalow. I went out to get some fresh air just as Tony was coming home.
Yes, Paul,
And
but
in any
even
case,
so-
I don't see that it's any of your business.
No, Paul, of course. I'll see you back at the bungalow.
Joanna. I'm sorry. It's just these headaches I seem to be getting. I keep hearing this strange sound.
Well, why don't you let Daddy give you a tonic or something? After all, he is a doctor.
It's not a doctor I need, Joanna.
Then what do you need?
I just don't know. I'm so confused. Everything seems to be crowding in on me. That Buddhist funeral yesterday, and then last night.
Oh, come on, Paul. Here you have a beautiful beach and nobody here but us, and you have a face as long as a talagoya.
What?
An iguana, of course. A giant lizard. We're going to hunt for them this afternoon.
Huh?
They're delicious to eat.
Ugh.
Come on now. I'll race you into the water.
Hey, wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, it's so warm.
Well, what did you expect? This is not the muddy old English Channel, you know.
So, you want a ducking, do you?
Oh, no! Paul, keep away from me.
Oh, they're gigantic.
They're marvelous for surfing. You know, the last time Tony and I came here, we... Paul, what is it? What are you looking at?
Over there. Can't you see him? He's over there by the fishing boats.
Who? I can't see anyone. Paul! Come back! What are you doing, Paul? What's wrong?
He's gone.
Who's gone?
The man who's been following me. He was standing here by the fishing boat.
Are you sure?
Do you think I'm going mad or something? I saw him with my own eyes. He was watching me. He must be here somewhere.
But it's impossible, Paul. A man just can't disappear into thin air like that, especially on a wide stretch of beach like...
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Here, in the sand.
Somebody's drawn something.
Hmm.
A fish. It looks like a fish.
Cut in half in two separate pieces.
Yes, it could be.
Let's get away from here.
What does the drawing mean, Joanna? I want to know.
Well, it's a sign of witchcraft.
Yes.
The demon worshippers use it in some of their ceremonies.
So I'm not mad. He was here.
Please, Paul, let's go back to the
Joanna,
bungalow.
what's the significance of a fish torn into two sections?
It relates to horoscopes. A broken birth sign is the sign of death.
Pisces the fish. I was born under that sign.
Oh, no. Oh, Paul, where are you going?
Find this man. Somebody's got to start telling me the truth sooner or later.
No, stay out of this, I beg you. These people are fanatics. They'll do you nothing but harm.
All right, then, Joanna, you tell me. Tell me what it is my family are trying to hide from me. Tell me what they're so afraid of, why they've never wanted me to come back to Ceylon. Tell me the truth about my father, Joanna. Tell me.
Your father was murdered, Paul.
Murdered?
You wanted the truth. Now you've got it.
He was found hacked to death in the grounds of his own estate at Palpitia.
He'd spent the night alone there. The place was deserted.
Who was responsible?
Your father himself was responsible.
Would you explain what you mean by that?
It was something that happened to your father during the last few years of his life, Paul. You see, he left this house to go and live alone at Palpitia. The servants say he spent hours on his own in the bungalow, just staring out of the window and into the garden. Oh, he was lost. He didn't know how to cope with things anymore. Everything he tried to do turned to failure. And then, of course, he got himself into difficulties.
He stole money from the estate funds. Yes, I know about that. But who killed him? If you would prefer it, Grandfather, I could always ask the police.
No. Your father was murdered by his old servant, Nihal.
Nihal?
Am I your friend too, Nihal?
Of course you are, Master Paul. You always have been my friend, and always will be. No one can ever separate us. No one. Always remember that.
Nihal.
The police searched the whole island, but he was never found.
But Nihal was devoted to my father. He was kind and thoughtful.
When your father had enough money to pay him...
You're suggesting Nihal killed my father for money?
But there are other reasons.
The police believe they have proof that Nihal was a member of an illegal village society.
Witchcraft.
Pagan infidels dedicated to the glorification of the devil himself.
The devil.
Ancient superstitions are deeply ingrained in many parts of the island, and you cannot easily dismiss them.
And you're saying my father was the victim of village witchcraft?
It is possible.
And now they want me.
Oh, you mustn't think like that, Paul. Put such things out of your head.
My head? Aunt Lilla, my head is bursting with all the pressures that have been put upon it. In London, I receive letters from a father who died 2 years ago. I come to Ceylon, and from the first moment I get off the aircraft, I'm pursued by a strange man who seems determined to be with me wherever I go. I'm given a dead tarantula whose blood is supposed to be mixed with my own. My birth sign's torn apart. A tree falls down onto me without warning. I'm a hunted man, and still my own family treat me as though I'm a stranger. Is the nightmare ever going to end? I'd like to see where my father is buried. I want to visit his grave.
That isn't possible.
Why not?
Your father's remains were not interred.
Not
the day after they found his body, George was taken to a village nearby and cremated.
Cremated? My father?
He was thrown on the bonfire, exactly as he wished.
But my father was a Catholic. Like me, like all of us.
Your father was cremated according to the rites of his religion.
What?
During the last year of his life, your father became a convert to Buddhism.
Buddhism?
There's a small temple here in Colombo. Your father used to go there. Go and see the priest. His name is Animali. He knew your father.
What are the children doing?
They are offering frangipani flowers to the altar of our Lord Buddha. They are a symbol of peace.
Oh. Forgive me, sir. I was told to come to this temple to ask for the priest Animali.
Yes? Who is looking for him?
My name is De Vries. I'm a visitor from England.
De Vries. There is a family of that name living in Colombo, of Dutch origin, I think.
Yes, they're my father's family. I'm staying with them.
Your father? So you are Paul.
You know me?
Oh, yes, I know you. I have known you a long time, my son. I am Animali, the priest of this temple. Come with me. Come in, please. I must close the door.
What is this place, Animali? It's so dark, I can't see anything.
It is the shrine of our Lord Buddha. One moment, I shall light a candle.
It's so quiet in here. And a wonderful smell of flowers and incense.
There.
It's magnificent. I've never seen such a gigantic statue in all my life. It's remarkable.
You are standing before the figure of our Lord Buddha. Many have come to see him in this shrine, but they look only with the eyes, not the heart.
But why is the Buddha lying on his side, Animali, and his head resting on one hand?
One day Lord Buddha was tired, and in the manner of a lion, he lay down to rest and died. Here, take the candle. There's nothing to fear. Now, hold it high above your head so that the light will fall upon the eternal face.
The eyes. The Buddha's eyes.
The sapphire eyes of the great unholy one.
So blue and clear.
Look closely at the Lord Buddha's eyes, Paul. Look, and you will see the truth.
I can see. I can see.
been a long time since you and I were together.
Is Grandfather with you?
No, son.
Why not?
He doesn't like traveling very much these days. It's a long way from Ceylon to England, you know.
Oh.
Anyway, I thought it would be rather nice if we were alone together. I brought you a present. Here.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it?
A book.
It's all about the game reserve at Yala. You remember Yala, don't you? You used to go there for your holidays.
Yes, I remember. Grandfather took me.
There are lots of colored photographs in the book. I hope you like it, Paul.
Yes, thank you.
Your teachers tell me you're doing very well at your studies. They say if I were to take you back home to Ceylon now, it would spoil your education.
Oh.
But don't worry. One of these days I'll come over and take you back for a holiday. Would you like that?
Yes, thank you.
Paul, why don't you call me Daddy?
I don't think of you as my father. Father? I never gave him a chance, Animale. When my father came to see me at the school that day, I wouldn't even listen to him. How could I have been so cruel?
You were only a child, my son. How could you have known that forgiveness was needed?
When I came into the shrine, I felt as though my very soul were under attack. But looking up there into the Buddha's eyes tells me that they're made of something more than sapphire stones. They tell me that nightmares are an illusion, that even the spider's web can be dissolved. Witchcraft is merely a disease of the mind.
Demon worship has power only over the mind that is ignorant, nothing more.
Demon worship? Then you know what happened to my father?
When your father received enlightenment from the Lord Buddha, he found the peace he was looking for. He learned how to live again, how to be something more than just material man. But there were other forces waiting to disrupt that peace, forces of corruption and evil. He returned to the estate at Palpicha and picked up the threads of his life again. He began to work with a new confidence and determination. For the first time in his life, he had faith. He never lost it.
Animale, who killed my father? Could it have been Nihal?
Have you visited the holy city of Polonnaruwa?
No.
Then you should go. It is worth a visit. Go to see Nihal's family, who live in a small village near there. They are a poor country people, but you should talk with them. Remember, Paul, if you really want the truth, then you will find it. But never submit to those who wish to destroy you. Seek out the demon and you will understand that his power does not exist. Never forget, my son. The eyes of the Buddha are upon you.
How can we climb over a steep rock like this without even something to hold on to? I'm terrified of heights. Oh, monkeys! Oh, go away! Horrible things.
Give me your hand, Joanna. I'll give you a pull up.
Thank you.
That's better.
Oh, I'm sorry to drag you out on this trip, Malcolm. But with Grandfather not being very well, the rest of the family just wouldn't leave him.
It's no problem to me, Paul. Anyway, I know this part of the country like the back of my hand. Do you see? Over there in the distance, that's the holy city of Polonnaruwa. Dates back beyond the 8th century A.D.
Oh, yes. I can't wait to get down there.
Then why do we have to come all the way up here first? What good is it going to do to talk to Nihal's family?
I don't know, Joanna.
Well, we'll soon find out. This is the hut where they live.
Yes? We are looking for the wife of Nihal.
Who is looking for her?
This gentleman is from England. He is Paul, the son of Mr. de Vries.
Oh, Master Paul.
You know me. Then I am happy to meet Nihal's wife.
No, he is not here. Why do you come?
Master wishes to ask you questions. Will you speak with him?
Why?
Malcolm, let me talk to the old lady on my own, please.
Very well. But be careful, Paul. Come on, Joanna.
Yes, of course.
Old woman, when I was a child, Nihal was good to me. He was my friend. He was the friend of my father also. The police say Nihal killed my father.
My Nihal did not kill. Good man. He tried only to save your father, not kill.
Save?
Once foolish young people break into bungalow, guns and knives. Oh, no, much danger.
You mean the insurgents, the rebels?
Nihal protect your father, always protect. Hide him until safe.
I understand.
And then, with snake, take Pulunga near coconut tree, try to kill your father. Nihal stop snake, kill snake. Oh, the priest very angry.
Angry?
Buddhist religion say all living things are sacred.
So Nihal defied his religion to save my father's life. Listen to me. I want to help Nihal. He is my friend. Tell me where I can find him.
Oh, please, you're
What is
not
it?
asking
Oh,
me.
tell me, what's wrong?
No. You must go to the Galpota, the old king's stone at Polonnaruwa. There you will find out the truth. Only the truth.
Paul, is everything all right?
Just a minute, please, Malcolm.
The Galpota, the book of stone at Polonnaruwa. Go there at dusk and go alone. That is all.
What's that? Is anyone there? Bullfrog, you're about the only comfort I'm going to get here tonight. A full moon. How many full moons has Polonnaruwa seen? Your kings and their palaces, their temples. Start of a new civilization. New hopes for the future. It's all here. I can see it all around me. There's someone there. I'm not afraid. How much longer to wait? What am I waiting for? Galpata, the Book of Stone. I wish I knew what you really meant. It's light enough to read you, and yet... There it is again. I am not afraid. The moon. It's disappearing behind the clouds. Don't go. It's dark. I can't see. Why is it so quiet? No flying foxes. And where are the jackals? Is everything dead out there? Who's there? I can't see you. It's too dark. Where are you? I can't see you. I can't see you. Ah! There's something on top of the stone. It's crawling towards me. I can't move my hand. The tarantula. I can't move my hand.
Paul!
That voice. Who's there?
Paul! Paul, my dear boy, are you all right?
What is it, Paul? What happened?
They were here. They were all around me.
Who was here, Paul? Who?
The tarantula. It was crawling towards me on the stone book.
No.
Joanna, give me the torch.
You shouldn't have come here, Paul. I begged you not to.
There's nothing here. Nothing at all.
It was here, I tell you. Do you think I'm mad?
Paul, you've got to stop this. We've got to go back to Colombo at once.
No.
Paul, listen to me. We've got to go back home as soon as possible. Grandfather's asking for you. You've got to see him. He's had a heart attack. He's dying, Paul. Grandfather is dying.
Paul, I want to see my grandson.
Go to him, Paul.
And only a few minutes now.
Grandfather?
Paul, you came home to search for the truth. I refused to help you.
I also came to see you, Grandfather, and all the family.
Your father loved you, Paul, as I loved him. But the two of us could never understand each other. Always there was a shadow between us.
Grandfather, please.
Your father was frightened that the same shadow would fall between you and him. We used to play cards together, didn't we, Paul? And I did cheat, but I won. I couldn't bear to lose.
Don't tire yourself.
Paul, you feel guilty about your father, don't you? Well, I feel guilty too. That makes us equal, doesn't it? Equal. I am more guilty than you. I didn't want your father to succeed where I had failed.
What are you saying, Grandfather?
I was the shadow between you and your father, Paul. That's why we played cards together. Why we went on holiday. It was I who wanted you to be educated in England.
You?
Listen to me, Paul. I never believed your father took that money. There was someone else. Ask Garawadne. He'll tell you.
Garawadne?
I never wanted you to come back to Ceylon. I knew they wanted you.
Who wanted me, Grandfather? Who? Harry. Aunt Lilla.
Father?
Help me to sit up. I will not die lying down.
Take hold of his arm, Paul. Yes.
It's getting dark outside. They're lighting the candles in Colombo.
No, Grandfather. The sun's shining.
City is turning gold. Give me your hand, Paul.
I'm here, Grandfather.
Foxes are gathering. I must join them in their flight. Find the truth, Paul. Give the De Vries family back their name.
Father?
It's too late. He is dead.
Yes, Paul, man. I was working for your grandfather. You see, he never believed your father was involved stealing those funds.
And yet he wouldn't allow mention of my father's name in his house.
Oh, what a man. He took his Christianity too seriously, that's all. Christ, Buddha, it's the same thing in the end, isn't it?
Mr. Garawadne, is it possible that the reason for my father's death was that he found out who did steal that money?
It's more than possible.
In which case that same person could have written those letters to me.
He's now trying to use witchcraft on you.
What use can I be to them? Or my death?
It is puzzling, man. Unless, of course, the person believes you have some information that could be incriminating.
I only wish I had. What exactly does the demon ritual involve?
The beating of the devil drums induces a state of trance in the worshippers. Whilst in this trance, they can be commanded to do anything.
Even hack a man to death?
Yes. They also have the power to assault the victim's mind, wherever he may be. Look, forget about all this now, Paul, man. In a couple of weeks from now, you'll be home in England, away from demon worship, away from the past.
No, I could never go back to England until I know the demon won't be able to reach me anymore.
What are you going to do, man?
Do? I'm going to meet the demon on his own ground. At Palpitia.
All right, Paul. This is it. Palpitia. But let me say, I think you're making a big mistake.
This is my fight, Tony. It's me they want, and I'm ready for them.
But you do not know what you're up against, Paul. People have been known to go stark, staring mad after a night of demon ritual.
You're forgetting one thing. To gain power over me, they need my blood. When these people attacked you at Yarla, they thought they had it. No, it's not my death they want.
Then what do they want?
That's what I'm here to find out. You're sure you did what I asked?
Yes, practically the whole of Colombo knows you're spending the night alone here. You're a sitting target, Paul. You know that, don't you?
Good. So you'd better get out of here while you can. Oh, and Tony, if you really want to help me, don't hang around anywhere near this place. At this moment, we're being watched. Don't ruin things for me.
Good luck, Paul. You're going to need it.
Yes. It's all here, isn't it? Right here in this bungalow. The past, the present, and maybe the future.
Your teachers say if I were to take you back to Ceylon now, it would spoil your education.
I don't think of you as a father.
Find the truth, Paul. Give the De Vries family back their name.
I don't want to go to England. I don't want to leave Palpitia.
Master Paul.
Am I your friend too, Nihal?
Of course you are, Master Paul. You always have been my friend and always will be. No one can ever separate us. No one. Always remember that.
Seek out the demon, and you will understand that his power does not exist. Never forget, my son, the eyes of the Buddha are upon you.
Who's there? I know you're out there. I'm alone. I'm waiting for you. The drum. The room is getting lighter. Where's it coming from? Outside on the lawn. Candles. There are shadows everywhere. If only I could see. They're coming out of the jungle. Faces. Masks. Devil masks. That drum. You mustn't lose control. Keep control. 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 It stopped.
Paul! Paul!
Who's there?
Come outside, Paul! There's nothing to be frightened of.
I'm not afraid.
We are waiting for you. Well, come on then.
Control. 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 Your power does not exist. It does not exist.
Paul!
Who's there? I can't see you in the shadows.
Over here, Paul! Come into the moonlight, where we can all see you.
Why are you hiding behind that mask? What have you been scared of? Who are you? Malcolm. You?
Yes.
But you were my father's friend. He trusted you.
Yes.
You stole that money from the estate, didn't you? And he found out.
I offered to share it with him, but he became so righteous he couldn't allow himself to take it. He even asked me to pay it back.
Did that justify killing him?
Oh, yes. It was more difficult to pay back than he realized.
But why all this? Devil worship, witchcraft.
Your father was so naive. He never realized that witchcraft had been practiced by his workers here for years. When he found out, he dismissed all those involved. You see, Paul, he gave them a motive for hating him. I only had to use that motive.
Has life treated you so badly that you could kill your best friend for money?
There speaks a true De Vries. Your family only had to inherit money. I had to work for mine.
Did you write those letters? Those forgeries? Were you the one who brought me out from England and tried to make me believe my father was still alive?
Naturally.
Now, that's what interests me, Malcolm. You could have had me killed the moment I arrived in Ceylon, and yet you chose not to. Why? There must be a reason.
Yes.
What are we waiting for? Who are we waiting for?
I'm not waiting for anything. You chose to find out about me. Now I cannot allow you to live.
But if you kill me, all this will have been a waste.
Yes, but you've left me no choice.
No!
Yield, Paul. Yield.
No! Your power does not exist. It does not exist.
Yield!
No! Never!
After him!
No!
After him!
Keep control. 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 Those drums! Where am I? Which way can I go? Which way? I can't move. Those drums. Power does not exist. Control. Control. Control.
Paul, there is nowhere for you to go.
Your power does not exist. The eyes, the Buddha's eyes. I can see them.
Give me the knife. Stop the drums. Verenavatana!
Who are you?
Don't leave me! Please! Please! Don't leave me!
The eyes of the Lord Buddha were watching over you, my son. Always remember, Paul, there is no force greater than that of one's own faith.
Yes. I saw the Buddha's eyes quite distinctly. The sapphire penetrated the darkness. But there was something else, Anamani. Just before I lost consciousness, the jungle was filled with a strange sound. In the moonlight, I could see the saffron robe of a priest. I'm so grateful that you were there.
Oh, I was not there, my son.
But I couldn't have imagined it. Animali? Where are you?
Paul,
Who's that?
there's nothing to be afraid of, Paul.
I can't see you in the dark.
Hold the candle higher.
Father? It is you.
Yes.
How strange, I knew. All the time I knew. They said we were alike, you and me. I suppose we are, a bit.
You're taller than me, you rascal.
Isn't it silly? I can't think of what to say.
It is difficult, isn't it?
What should we do about it?
I think we'd better go for a walk.
I remember once we did walk together along this beach at Mount Lavinia. I think it must have been the first time I ever saw the sea. I was terrified. And you laughed. Father, it was you at Polonnaruwa, wasn't it? That night when I was waiting by the Book of Stone?
Yes, Paul, I was there. From the moment you arrived in Ceylon, I knew everything you did.
And there was a monk in the Peta market in Colombo.
Malcolm never believed I was dead. As long as I was alive, I was a threat to him. You, Paul, were the bait to bring me out into the open.
But they found your body at Palpitia.
No. It was Nihal's body they found. Nihal gave me the chance to escape. He used himself as a decoy. In the dark, they hacked him to death. The following morning, his family took him to the village, and he was cremated as if he were me. Because of my dear friend Nihal, I was given the chance to live again.
His wife, that old woman, she knew you were alive. That's why she sent me to the stone book at Polonnaruwa.
Yes, but there were others there before me. The ironic thing is that I told Malcolm I would never tell anyone what he had done. All I asked was that he paid the money back into the estate in his own time.
What will happen to him now?
Malcolm is dead.
Dead?
His body was found in the jungle this morning. He had taken his own life.
Perhaps it's best that way.
For him, perhaps.
Last night, it was you I saw in the jungle. That strange chant.
Om Mani Padme Hum. They call it a mantra, Paul. The most sacred and powerful words that we in the Buddhist faith believe can contact directly the benevolent force that we all call God. It's the only thing that can break the trance of the so-called demon worshippers.
I don't mean to sound disrespectful, Father, but it is a bit strange to see you like this.
Saffron robes and shaved head. It's something one gets used to.
Will you spend the rest of your life locked up in a monastery?
Oh, you make it sound like a prison. We are free. Free to go where we like.
Now that Grandfather's dead, will you visit Burley?
Of course, Paul. Now that I'm free from the past, I shall go back and see Lilla and the rest of the family from time to time.
You know that Grandfather loved you.
Yes. But as we both know, it's not always easy to communicate our feelings. If only he had understood that both our gods are the same God. We just meet them in different ways, that's all.
Father, I'm going to come back here to live.
No, you don't belong here.
But of course I do, Father. I was born here. My roots are here. I want to find myself.
You have found yourself. We both have. We know each other now.
But I love this beautiful country.
Well, I am glad you've realized Sri Lanka is something more than a land of demon worship.
Do you know something? When I was a child on board that aircraft going to England, I remember looking down at this island spread out like a large emerald. It was my home I was leaving. And I vowed that one day I would come back.
And you have come back, and will come back again, and I shall be here to see you.
Yes. Father.
In Eyes of the Buddha, by Victor Pemberton, the part of Paul was played by David Spencer, and that of Malcolm Warwick by John Westbrook. Mrs. Giles Singer and the old lady were played by Barbara Mitchell, Joanna Elizabeth Proud, Aunt Lilla Hilda Kreisman, Annie Marley John Ruddock, George de Vries Nigel Graham, Tony Andrew Rivers, Grandfather de Vries Rolf Lefevre, Mr. Garawadna William Edel, Nee Howe Ronald Herdman, and Uncle Harry William Fox. The play was produced by John Tiedemann.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Sybil Thorndike with Jill Balkan and Carlton Hobbs in The Sacred Flame by Somerset Maugham, adapted for radio by Peter Watts. It's a spring evening. In the drawing room of the Tabrits house outside London are Mrs. Tabrit and her invalid son Morris, who is playing chess with his doctor, and Nurse Wayland. The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of chess, old boy. Don't let the brute bully me, Mrs. Tabrit.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor. Besides, how can anyone bully effectively from an invalid bed?
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Now, how on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself tatting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tabrit. Don't bother about me.
After listening to my sprightly conversation for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Well, who can blame her?
Even when pain and anguish wring my brow and I swear like 50,000 troopers, I never managed to bring the blush of shame to her maiden cheek.
I know. It's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate. It would relieve me to see you blench with horror. Oh, watch the doctor. He's about to move. Very careful, old boy. The position is fraught with danger.
I'm going to move my knight.
What would you say if I gave that little pawn a push and murmured, check?
Well, I should say it was your right, but I should think it a trifle vulgar.
Do you know what I'd do now in your place?
No, I don't.
I'd catch my foot in the leg of the table and kick it over accidentally. That's the only way you can save yourself from getting the worst hiding I've ever given you.
Go to the devil. There.
Oh, you do that, do you?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If you please, Ma'am, Major Laconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in and have a drink.
Of course not. Where is he?
He's at the door, sir.
Well, ask him to come in.
Very good, Ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, I knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers. I understand that she treated him rather badly.
I can well believe it. Does he still cherish a hopeless passion for you, Mrs. Tabbert?
I don't know at all, Dr. Harvester. You'd better ask him.
Was he Indian Army?
No, he was a policeman. He's just retired. He's a very good chap, and I believe he's rather a good golfer. My brother Colin has played with him 2 or 3 times.
Well, I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Laconda.
How do you do? How very nice of you to look in.
I was on my way home and saw that your lights were on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Help yourself. The whisky's on the table.
Oh, thank you. How are you, nurse?
How do you do?
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do?
Mrs. Tabbert tells me you're a very good doctor.
Well, I take great pains to impress the fact on my patients.
His only serious fault is that he thinks he can play chess.
Oh, don't let me disturb your game.
Oh, it's finished.
Not at all. I have 3 possible moves. What do you say to that?
Mate, you poor fish.
Damn.
Have you beaten him?
Hello.
Shall I put the chess things away?
If you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I won't keep you up. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off. I really only came to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner.
Oh, there's no hurry, you know. I'm not going to bed for hours.
Well, we're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera.
I'm a night owl. I never go to bed till I can help it.
You're the man for my money.
I've got a day's work before me. I'll just have a drop of scotch to assuage the pangs of defeat, and then I must run.
Major, let's send the rest of them off to bed and have a good old gossip by ourselves,
I'm willing.
Well, if you really want to stay up, Morris, let Nurse Whalen get you ready. And then you only just got to slip into bed. And Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say to that, Nurse?
Well, it's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in. I'll put you to bed after you've said good night to her.
No, come on. You're looking tired.
You know, you're looking a little peaked, Nurse. I think it's nearly time you had another holiday.
Oh, I don't want another holiday for months.
Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
Oh, shall I come and help?
No, not on your life. It's bad enough to be messed about by one person. I don't want a crowd, damn it.
Sorry.
We shall be back in 10 minutes.
She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and I must say she's very gentle and kind.
You've had her ever since poor Morris crashed, haven't you?
Oh, no. We had 3 or 4 before she came. All more or less odious.
She's a rattling good nurse. I think you're lucky to have got her.
Yes, I'm sure we are. The only fault I have to find with her is that she's so very reserved. She's been with us all day and every day for nearly 5 years, and I only just know that her name is Beatrice. She calls the boys Mr. Morris and Mr. Colin, and Stella she calls Mrs. Morris. She certainly doesn't encourage familiarity.
I can't imagine skylarking with her at a Sunday school treat, I must admit.
Of course, she's a little tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. Poor lamb, he has so little. He likes to say good night to Stella the last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. And Nurse Whalen seems to find something to do just at that last moment. That's why he's staying up now.
But good Lord, why don't you tell her?
She's terribly sensitive. Haven't you notice how often rather tactless people are? They'll stamp on your toes, and then when you tuck them up out of harm's way, they're so offended.
I suppose Morris is absolutely dependent upon them.
Oh, absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear, and he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Yes, I've discovered that. He doesn't want Stella to have anything to do with his illness.
Doctor, is there really no chance of his getting better?
I'm afraid not.
It's a miracle that he's alive at all.
He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and the plane caught fire, and he was badly burnt.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
No, never. His spirits are wonderful. It's one of the most anguishing things I know, to see him when he's in pain, and there are beads of sweat on his brow, force a joke from his lips.
I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabret. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
When they were boys, they were great friends. And, you know, brothers aren't always.
They're not indeed.
And Colin has been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know. He put all his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation, and it's doing very well. He loves the life out there, and it seems cruel to ask him to give it up to help us look after his crippled brother.
Oh, I think it would be very unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life.
At all events, with the young one may ask, but the likelihood of their consenting is very slight.
Not at all, Mrs. Tabret. The country's full of desiccated females who've given up their lives to taking care of an invalid mother.
When I was at Bath, I saw a good many couples like that, and to tell you the truth, I sometimes wondered why the daughters didn't murder their mothers.
Well, they often do. Every doctor's had a case where he has a strong suspicion that some old woman who lived too long has been poisoned by her relatives, and he takes jolly good care not to say anything about it.
Why?
Oh, it's rotten for a man's practice. Nothing can do you so much damage as to be mixed up in a murder case.
I often pondered over the problem of the woman who, like myself, was no longer young and suffers from indifferent health. I'm not sure if the best way of dealing with us wouldn't be to do as some African tribes do. At a certain age, take us to the river's brim and push us gently but firmly in.
What happens if they can swim?
Well, the families stand on the banks with brickbats and take pot shots at their struggling but aged grandmother. That discourages her efforts to get out.
Here we are again. I'm all fixed up and ready for any excitement.
I must go.
Yes, and Nurse Wayland should go to bed.
Are you sure Mrs. Morris and your brother won't go and have supper after the opera?
I'm sure they will.
Then they won't be home till 4.
Does that mean you disapprove of my staying up, you hard and brutal woman?
Doesn't Dr. Harvester?
Oh, very much. But I'm aware that Morris has no intention of going to sleep till he knows his wife is safely home again, and my theory is that it only does people good now and then to do what they shouldn't.
Ah, that's the kind of doctor for me.
What's that?
What, Morris?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, by Jove, it's Stella.
Do you mean to say you can hear from this distance?
You bet your life I can. Yes, that's the family bus.
Well, I must go.
No, just stay a minute and see Stella. She's got her best bib and tucker on, and she's a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, by the way, what were they giving at the opera tonight?
Tristan.
That's why I insisted on Stella's going. It was after Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Of course I do.
We'd all been to hear it, and then we went on to supper. I drove Stella around Regent's Park in a little two-seater I had then, and I swore I'd go on driving round and round till she promised to marry me. Tristan had given her such an appetite that by the time we were halfway round the second time, she said, "Oh, well, if I must either marry you or die of starvation, I'd sooner marry you."
Is there a word of truth in this story, Mrs. Tabret?
Well, all I know is that the rest of us had only just ordered our supper when they came in looking like a pair of cats who'd swallowed a canary and said they were engaged.
Stella?
Darling, have you missed me?
Why are you back already, you wretched girl? Colin, why didn't you drag her off to have supper?
Sorry, old boy, I couldn't do anything about it.
I was so thrilled by the opera. I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Oh, hang it all. You might have gone to Lucien's and had a dance or two and a bottle of bubbly. What's the good of my buying you a new dress when you won't let anyone see it? Major, she said it was too dressed up to go to the Opera Inn. But I exercised my marital authority and made her.
Quite right, too.
Darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but I hadn't the nerve and I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen. Oh, no. The only way I managed to get them to stay was by promising a look at your new dress when you came home.
What nonsense. As if Major Leconda or Dr. Harvester knew one frock from another.
Oh, don't be so damned contemptuous of the male sex, Stella. Take off your cloak and let's have a good look at you.
You brute, Morris. You've made me feel shy now.
Stand up.
Oh, it's lovely.
Hello, what's the matter?
Stella, what is it?
It's nothing. I feel so frightfully faint.
Oh, my dear.
Stella.
It's all right, Morris, don't fuss. Now, put your head down between your knees.
Let me, Doctor.
No, don't. Don't touch me. I shall be all right again in a minute. It's silly of me.
I'm sorry, darling. It was my fault.
It's nothing. I feel better already.
Well, my own belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. What time did you dine?
We didn't dine. We just had some caviar and half a bottle of champagne before the opera.
You're a ridiculous pair.
I enjoy Wagner so much more on an empty stomach. I'm really quite all right now.
Nurse, would you mind going to the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young things to eat?
Of course not. There ought to be some ham. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin, get a bottle of champagne out of the cellar.
All right, Mother.
I'll see if there's any ice.
I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
I shall be all right when I've had something to eat. I think Mother's quite right. What I want is a large ham sandwich with a lot of mustard on it.
You're looking better, you know. Just for a moment you were as white as a sheet.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. It was so nice of you to look in.
I'll just stay a moment or two longer, if you don't mind. I don't trust these young women who don't feed themselves properly.
Well, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we, Doctor? It's so warm and lovely.
Yes, come on. And I hope Nurse Wayland has the sense to cut a sandwich for me, too.
Darling.
I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me, you little beast. Why didn't you go on to some place and have a bite before you came home?
I wanted to get back.
You didn't go on to dance because you thought I should be waiting up for you?
Don't be an old silly. You don't imagine I care a hang about dancing?
Oh, you little liar. How can anyone dance as well as you without being crazy about it? You're the best dancer I ever danced with.
Oh, but I'm not so young as I was.
You're 28, only a girl. You ought to be having the time of your life.
Nonsense.
Oh, my dear. It is rotten for you.
Darling, don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. What a foul brute I should be if I stopped loving you now that you want my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Has there been anything to lead you to think that I wasn't the same as I've always been?
No, darling. You've been angelic always. But, well, what's the matter? You suddenly went quite white. You're not feeling faint again?
No, I'm all right.
You know, if I've seemed often to take things for granted, you mustn't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
That's very silly of you, my pet. I don't know that I've done anything for you at all, except be moderately civil. You've never let me.
I've never let you nurse me. No, not in your life. My precious, I don't want you to smell of antiseptics. I want you to smell of the dawn. I'm so grateful to you, Stella.
Morris.
You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that. But I'm absolutely convinced that you'll get, at all events, very much better.
They tell me that one of these days they'll try operating again to see if they can't possibly put me right. But I know they're lying. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. And I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. I know I'm here for life, Stella.
Then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another. In the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed?
No.
I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. I'm not often silly and sentimental, am I, Stella?
Is it so silly to be sentimental? No, you're not often.
You're everything in the world to me, Stella. People have been most awfully kind to me, and it's not till you're crocked up as I am that you find out how kind people are. But there's not one of them that I wouldn't see in hell if it would save you from unhappiness or trouble.
Well, I wouldn't tell them if I were you. I don't believe they'd awfully like it.
I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you. But I'm not, because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, how good you are.
How darling, you really are exaggerating. If you go on like this, I shall send you to your room.
My precious. You can laugh at me, but I see the tears in your lovely eyes.
Morris, I'm a very weak, a very imperfect and a very sinful woman.
You silly little ass.
Why are you saying all this to me just tonight?
I should never have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I'm not unhappy. I don't know how many years I shall hang on, but if you'll help me, darling, I think I can make a pretty good job of it. I owe everything to you. Nothing matters to me very much when I know I shall see you tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, and always.
Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm so selfish. I'm so thoughtless.
Never.
Why did you make me go out tonight? Did you think it was any pleasure to me?
I didn't care. I was thinking of my pleasure. I wanted you to hear again the music we'd heard together that night we got engaged. Do you remember how you cried in the second act when Tristan and Isolde sing that duet of theirs and I held your hand in the dark?
I cried because I loved you, and I was happy.
Did you cry tonight?
I don't know.
You know, that music is stunning, isn't it?
People seem to think it's above the average.
You seemed to carry it still in your eyes when you came in. Oh, they were bright and shining. They were like grey, deep pools of light. You've never looked so beautiful as you look tonight. You made the Venus de Milo look like a lump of cheese.
Go on, darling. I can bear much more in the same strain.
I could go on for weeks.
No. Then I'd be afraid you were prejudiced. Go on till the sandwiches come in.
Give me your hands.
No, I won't. Let's be sensible and talk about what's going to win the Grand National.
Of course, the honest truth is that you're ever so much lovelier than when I married you. What is there that gives you this sudden new radiance?
I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained, almost a hunted look. But now, lately, you've had an air that's strangely peaceful. You've gained a sort of beautiful serenity.
My poor lamb. I'm afraid that can only be due to advancing years. Soon you'll discover the first wrinkle on my forehead, and then the first white hair.
No, you must never grow old. I couldn't bear it. How cruel to think that all that beauty...
No, don't, Morris. Please.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed. I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
Morris, how can you say that? Don't you know how desperately afraid I was when they told me you were hurt, and how relieved, how infinitely thankful when they told me at last that you would live?
They should never have let me. Why didn't they put me out of my misery? It only wanted an injection, a little stronger than usual. Yes, that was the cruelty, to bring me back to life. Cruel to me and 10 times more cruel to you.
I won't let you say it. It's not true. It's not true.
I think I could have borne it if we'd had a child. Oh, Stella, if we'd only had one, I could think to myself that it was you and me. And you would have something to console you. After all, it's a woman's destiny to have children. You wouldn't have felt that you'd entirely wasted your life.
But, Morris, my dear, I don't feel I've wasted my life. You're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired. What's come over you?
I love you, Stella. I wanted to take you in my arms as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body grow tense. Oh, Stella. Stella, I can't bear it.
Morris, darling. Don't cry.
I can't. What a damned fool I am. Give me a handkerchief.
Here. My dear, you did frighten me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's lucky it was only you here. It would have been a pretty kettle of fish if Nurse Wayland had seen me like that.
It would have been a much prettier kettle of fish if I'd seen you clinging to her.
Say, you haven't got a mirror, have you?
My angel, how do you imagine I apply lipstick? Here.
For an intrepid aviator, I look rather tear-stained, if I may say so.
Let me powder your nose, then. You can't think what a comfort it is after you've been upset.
Go on with you. Now, you can give me a whiskey and soda if you like.
All right, but I'll powder mine.
I feel like a house on fire now.
I wish someone would explain to me how it is that a dab of powder can in the twinkling of an eye reduce a woman's nose from an unwieldy lump to a dear little thing that no one can deny is her best feature.
These are the miracles of science that we read about.
Now I'll get your whiskey and soda.
Here's Colin. I'll have a glass of champagne instead.
I'm afraid I've been an awful time.
I knew you couldn't be trusted in the cellar by yourself. We were just going to send a search party after you.
Well, first I couldn't find anything to break the ice with, and then I couldn't find the nippers to cut the wire. Then I thought I might as well put the car away. I didn't want to leave it outside all night.
Meanwhile, Stella is famishing.
Nurse Wayland's just coming. She's making some sandwiches with grilled bacon. They smell a fair treat.
Here she is. That is kind of you, Nurse. If there's anything I adore, it's bacon sandwiches.
I haven't brought any knives and forks. I thought you could eat with your fingers.
Heavenly.
I just bolt up and change my coat.
Well, I'm not going to wait for you.
All right, go right ahead. But leave me my fair share, or else all is over between us.
Where are the others? Dr. Harvester, come and eat a sandwich before it gets cold.
I don't think I'll wait to see you people make pigs of yourselves. I think I'll turn in.
Aren't you going to have a drink with us?
I don't think I will, if you don't mind. I'm rather tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris. But there's nothing to stay up for if you're tired.
I'll wheel you to your room.
You might look in on your way up to bed, Stella.
Yes, rather. But I shan't disturb you if you're asleep.
I shan't be asleep. I've got a bit of a head. I'll just lie still in the dark. It'll go away.
Did I hear you calling there?
You did. Morris is going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad it's fearfully late. Good night, old boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Well, let me give you a hand, Nurse.
Oh, I can manage perfectly, thank you. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him in. I'd like to.
Oh, let the man do something for his money, Nurse. You bring me drops and me powder puff, dearie.
Don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold.
Right.
Morris is rather nervy tonight.
Yes, I noticed it.
I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so little.
I haven't the inclination, really.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid you're awfully tired.
Oh, dead.
Well, why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait till the others come.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you have done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's any worse?
No, I think he's just about the same as usual.
You startled me. I don't know why you should suddenly say a thing like that.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
It sounded strangely ominous.
Well, I feel I'd like you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him for so many years. You mustn't think that I've taken it as a matter of course.
Oh, don't. If there was anything I could do to make things a little easier for Morris, I was anxious to do it.
After all, you didn't marry him to be the helpmate of a hopeless cripple.
One takes the rough with the smooth.
Well, you're a very young and very beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as everyone else has. For 6 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who is your husband only because a legal ceremony has joined you together.
No, because love has joined us together.
Oh, my poor child, I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you?
Hello. Where are the others?
Morris has gone to bed. Dr. Harvest is just coming.
Now, come on, children, and sit down and have something to eat.
I'll pour out some wine, shall I?
Lovely sandwiches.
Nurse Whalen makes them very well, doesn't she?
Marvellously. Oh, Doctor, if you don't hurry up, you'll be too late.
I'll just have a sandwich and swallow one glass and bolt. It's any old time, and I've got to be up bright and early in the morning.
Was Morris all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
Oh, I expect he's just tired. He would sit up.
He says he's got a headache. I've left him a sleeping draught that he can take if he can't get off or wakes in the night and feels restless.
I'll go in and see him before I go to bed. If he can only get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self tomorrow.
Sit with him a little, Stella.
Of course I will.
Well, I must be off. Good night, Mrs. Tabbert. I've had a jolly evening.
Well, I'll come and see you to the door. Then I shall go up to bed.
Thank you.
Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Colin, dear. And don't stay up too late, either of you.
And put out the lights and see that the windows are properly closed and the safety catches in place. I will, Mother.
You see how these boys treat me?
Yeah.
They've no respect for their aged mother.
Certain amount of restrained affection, however.
Oh, bless you, my dears, now and always.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor. We shall see you in a day or two, I suppose.
Oh, I expect so.
Good night, Doctor.
I'll see you out.
Stella. Stella.
Oh, Colin.
Oh, my poor darling.
What shall I do? Colin, what have we done?
Darling.
Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. I was almost afraid he suspected.
Impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it.
I'm so terribly sorry.
We're in a hopeless pass. Hopeless. Why did you ever love me? Why did I ever love you?
Stella.
Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Major Laconda.
Oh, how do you do?
My dear boy, what an awful thing. I'm absolutely horrified. I've only just this minute heard.
It's nice of you to have come.
I'd been playing golf. Someone told me at the clubhouse when I got in. I could hardly believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
But Morris seemed comparatively well last night.
Anyhow, no worse than usual.
I thought him in such good spirits. He was full of fun. He was cracking jokes.
Yes, I know.
Well, Blake came up when I was standing at the bar and said to me, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabbert died last night? By George, it gave me a shock. You know, when one isn't as young as one was, it always gives one a turn.
I suppose it does.
Blake hadn't heard any of the details. Was he taken suddenly worse in the night?
No, he said he was rather tired. It was getting a bit late, you know. He seemed all right, though.
Did he just die in his sleep?
I suppose so.
Ah, that's the best way, isn't it? We'd all give something to know for certain that when our time came, we'd pass out like that.
He can't have felt ill, or he'd have rung. There's a bell push under his pillow, and it rings in Nurse Whalen's room. She'd have been down like a flash if there'd been a sound.
She heard nothing?
Nothing.
When did she find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he'd had a poorish night, he slept rather late in the morning. And he was always allowed to sleep on.
Yes.
You know what nurses are. However rotten a night you've had, they come bustling in at the crack of dawn. You must be washed and have your hair brushed.
Oh, don't I know it. I never know which I dread most, an attack of malaria or a really efficient nurse.
Yes, but Nurse Wayland's really a very good sort.
Huh? Oh, I know. It struck me that she was a thoroughly nice girl.
Yes, but when she first came, she wanted to get Morris ready for the day, as she called it, at 8 o'clock every morning. Well, Stella put her foot down. She said she didn't want to interfere with anything else, but on that point she insisted, and Nurse Wayland could either knuckle under or go.
Quite right, but go on.
Well, we were just finishing breakfast this morning when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she'd just been in to Morris. Stella got right up on her hind legs. "I won't have it," she said. "I've forbidden you to go into the rings." Never seen Stella in such a passion. I saw Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. But not of Stella. "Is anything the matter, nurse?" I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands. "I'm afraid he's dead," she said.
Good Lord, how awful.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and then went into a dead faint.
Your poor mother.
Mother was wonderful. You know how when half a dozen things happen at a time, you seem to see them all separately and yet together.
Yes.
I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother sitting at the table with a piece of toast in her hand. She never made a sound. She seemed all of a sudden to become an old, old woman.
But why didn't the fool break it to you more gently?
Then Mother stood up. She got hold of herself quicker than any of us. I never knew she had such nerve.
Oh, she's a woman in 1,000. I know that.
"You'd better go for Dr. Harvester," she said to me. I'll never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Hold on, old man. It's no good you going to pieces. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. So I got the car and brought him back with me. He said he thought poor Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours.
Did he say what had happened?
Thinks it may have been an embolism or perhaps heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right, thank heaven. But did she give me a fright?
I don't wonder.
Harvester wanted her to go to bed, but she wouldn't. She's in Morris's room now.
But what about your mother?
Harvester's with her. He had to go and see some patients, but he came back again just before you arrived. Here he is.
Hello, Major.
This is a very sad business, Doctor.
Well, it's naturally been a dreadful shock to Mrs. Tabret and Stella.
How is Mrs. Tabret?
Well, she's bearing up wonderfully. She's very much upset, but she's trying not to show it.
I wonder if she'd like to see me.
I'm sure she would.
Shall I run up and see?
It would be very kind of you, Colin. Oh, say that if she doesn't want to be bothered with me, she has only to say so. I shall quite understand.
All right.
You know, I've known Mrs. Tabret for over 30 years. Her husband was in the Indian Civil.
Yes, she told me.
They were almost the first people I got to know at all well when I went out to India. She's one of the best, you know. She always was. Everybody liked her.
Well, of course, I've seen a good deal of her during the last 5 years. She's really been wonderful. So has Stella, for that matter.
I could wish the end hadn't come quite so suddenly.
Oh, why? It's much better that he should have passed out like that rather than get inflammation of the lungs or something of that sort that he just hadn't the strength to fight against.
Oh, so far as he was concerned, yes, I was thinking of his mother and Stella.
Oh, hello, nurse. I thought you were having a rest.
Good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Major. I'm glad you came round. Mrs. Tabret will be glad to see you.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I was too restless.
I'm afraid it's been as great a shock to Nurse Wayland as to the rest of us. After all, you've been looking after Morris for a long time.
Yes, it's been a great shock to me. He was a dear. One couldn't help admiring him. He bore his terrible misfortune with so much courage.
He was splendid. There's no doubt about that.
I naturally grew attached to him. He was always so gay and so grateful for what one did for him.
I suppose you'll try to get a good long holiday before you take another job.
I haven't made any plans yet.
To tell you the truth, you're looking all in.
Oh, am I?
You must try not to take it too hard.
A nurse naturally doesn't like to lose a patient, especially so unexpectedly.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than is quite wise.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
Does that mean you think I've been inefficient?
Of course not. Heaven knows you never spared yourself. Well, perhaps you've been trying to do a little too much for your strength. Now, you take my advice, my dear, and go for a holiday. What you want is a real rest.
What is it, in your opinion, that Morris Tabret actually died of?
Heart failure.
Everybody dies of heart failure.
Of course. But that's as good a thing as any to put on the death certificate.
Are you going to have a post-mortem?
No. Why should I? It's quite unnecessary.
I don't agree with you.
I'm sorry, but it's my affair. If I'm prepared to sign the death certificate, I don't know that anyone else has any right to say anything about it.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris Tabret might have lived for years.
So he might. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everybody concerned with him that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabret was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabret was murdered.
Rubbish.
I dare say you're not quite yourself this morning, nurse. It's very natural, but you must try to be reasonable. You oughtn't to say things that you can't possibly mean.
I'm in complete possession of my senses, Major Leconda, and I know perfectly well what I'm saying.
Do you mean to say that you intended that statement to be taken literally?
Quite.
It's a very serious one, you know.
I'm aware of that.
It's grotesque.
You've known me for 5 years, Dr. Harvester. Have I ever given you to imagine that I'm a neurotic or hysterical woman, given to talking in a wild and exaggerated way?
No, but...
Now, let's listen to what Nurse Wayland has to say. Do you mean by any chance that you're dissatisfied with the way your patient was treated by Dr. Harvester?
By George, that never occurred to me. Is that it, nurse? Now, don't hesitate to say anything you want to. I shan't be in the least offended.
So far as I could judge, you did everything for Morris Tabret that medical skill could do.
Well, Nurse Wayland.
I'm a trained nurse, Major Leconda. You can't imagine that if Morris Tabret had died as the result of an error in treatment on Dr. Harvester's part, I should be so heartless as to distress the relatives by mentioning it.
Well, I don't want to seem flippant on such an occasion, but I am forced to say that your magnanimity overwhelms me, Nurse Wayland.
You can be flippant or condescending or sarcastic, Dr. Harvester. It means nothing to me.
I'm sure it'll do no harm if we're all civil to one another, at least for a little while longer.
I've made a definite charge, and I stick to it.
The charge being that some person or persons unknown murdered Morris Tabret?
Yes.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know just as well as I do that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded with love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I am at liberty to keep to myself. I am not in the witness box.
The witness box? Do you already see yourself giving sensational evidence at the Old Bailey?
I can honestly say that I can imagine nothing more hateful than the notoriety if I were obliged to appear in court.
Well, there'd be notoriety, all right. Come now, Nurse Wayland. You know just as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it, and then I shall have nothing more to say.
I'm not going to have a post-mortem. You know how the relatives hate it.
Are you afraid of what it will show?
Of course not.
I warn you that if you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and make a protest.
I should have thought the Tabrets had had enough to put up with.
Major Leconda, you were in the Indian police, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You ought to know about such things. Will you tell me what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe that her patient has come to his death by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be very sure that her reasons are valid before she exposes to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
What are your reasons, anyway? You've made a charge, but to the best of my recollection, you haven't given us an inkling of what it's based on.
If you'd been willing to have a post-mortem, nothing need have been said till we knew the results of it. But you've put me with my back to the wall. Major Leconda is right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do owe it to them to make no charges that may concern them behind their backs.
Well, does that mean you want them sent for?
Please.
I think it's best. You've been so definite, Nurse Wayland, that neither Dr. Harvester nor I can keep the matter to ourselves. However distressing it may be, I think Morris's family should know what you have to say.
I'm quite prepared to tell them. In point of fact, I think Mrs. Tabritt is just coming.
Where is Stella?
Would you want her too?
I think it's better.
Oh, I'll see if I can find her.
I believe she's in Morris's room.
Don't judge me till you've heard all I have to say, Major Leconda.
Miss Wayland, I happen to be a very old friend of the Tabrits and deeply attached to Mrs. Tabritt. I regret that you should think it your duty at this moment of all others to add to their great sorrow. I can only hope that you'll be shown not to have been justified.
In that case, you will have good reason to throw me out of the house, bag and baggage.
It's not my house, Miss Wayland, and I doubt whether Colin Tabritt would be willing to depute to me that pleasant task.
I'm just as glad to know who are my friends and who are my enemies.
Here's Mother.
My dear old friend.
I felt that I must come and see you for a moment, my dear. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. But I wanted to tell you that if in any way I can be of service to you...
It was very kind of you to come, and just like you.
I'm relieved to see that you're bearing so bravely what must have been a bitter blow.
Well, I'm trying to put my own feelings away, out of sight and mind. I want only to think that my son has ended his long martyrdom. He was not meant to live on a bed of sickness. I will not weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Here she is, Major.
Dr. Harvester told me you were here and wanted to see me.
Stella, I wanted first of all to tell you how much I feel for you in your sad loss.
Thank you, Major. Morris was never afraid of death. He didn't attach very much importance to it. He told me that he didn't wish me to wear mourning for him. He wanted me to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
I know.
Those lines of Stevenson's keep ringing in my ears. Home is the sailor, home from sea.
And the hunter home from the hill. They're very moving to us who've spent our lives in distant places.
You'll be leaving us very soon now, I suppose, Nurse?
I suppose so.
I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris, and I want you to know how deeply grateful I am to you.
I did no more than my duty.
Oh, no. You did much more than that. If it had been only your duty, you could never have anticipated Morris's wants.
Your husband was a very easy patient. He was always anxious not to give trouble.
I've got a little plan that I wanted to tell you about. I've talked it over with Mrs. Tabritt, and she very much approves of it. You've had a long and hard time here, and your month's holiday a year has been very little rest. You've often talked to me about your sister in South Africa, and I know how much you've wanted to travel. If you'll allow me, I should like to make it possible for you to go out there and have a good time.
I don't think I understand what you mean.
Well, my dear, a nurse's salary is never very large. I know that Morris has left me everything he had, and it would be dear of you if you would let me make you a present of a few £100, so that you could go for a nice long journey and need not think of earning your living for a while.
Do you think that I would take money from you? Is that what you take me for?
But what on earth is the harm of it? Come, Nurse, don't be unreasonable. You know I don't want to offend you.
What I've done, I've been paid for. If I wasn't satisfied with the payment I received, I only had to go.
Nurse, what is the matter? What have I said?
You mustn't take what Nurse Wayland says too literally. She really isn't herself today.
No, Harvester, it's no good taking up that attitude. The position is much too serious. Stella.
Yes?
I've got something very unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have added to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
What is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris died from heart failure.
But if Dr. Harvester says so, surely he knows best.
I'm prepared to sign the death certificate. I have no doubt in my mind of the cause of death.
Nurse Wayland thinks there ought to be a post-mortem.
Never. Never. Poor Morris's body has suffered enough. I won't have him cut about to satisfy an idle curiosity. I absolutely refuse.
I understand that an autopsy cannot be held except with the consent of the next of kin.
Or on the order of the coroner.
What does she mean by that?
I'm afraid she means that if you persist in your refusal, she'll go to the proper authority and make the statement she has already made to Dr. Harvester and me.
What is this statement?
Do you wish to repeat it, Nurse Wayland?
Not particularly. I have no objection to your doing so.
Do you really insist on going through with this, nurse? What you said to the Major and me was more or less confidential, wasn't it? If anything further is said, the matter must necessarily go out of our control. I think you should consider the consequences of your attitude and the harm that may arise.
I can't keep silent. I should never forgive myself.
Nurse Wayland states that Morris's death was not due to his illness, but to some other cause.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but I don't understand. What other cause could have brought about his death?
She says he was murdered.
Murdered?
Oh, Morris, Morris.
You must be mad, nurse.
Harvester and I have pointed out to her that he was regarded by everyone connected with him with the greatest affection.
But it's preposterous.
After the first shock, I'm almost inclined to laugh. Really, nurse, you must be very nervous and overwrought to have got such an idea in your head. Is that why you were so funny when I asked you to take a year's holiday?
I had no wish that the matter should go so far now. If Dr. Harvester had agreed to my suggestion of having a post-mortem, nothing need have been said till it was discovered if my suspicions were justified or not.
Willing to wound and yet afraid to strike, Nurse Wayland?
You forced me into this position, Dr. Harvester. I only did my duty in telling you my very grave suspicions, and the moment I did, you took up a definitely hostile attitude towards me.
Well, if you want to know, I thought you silly, nervous, and hysterical. Good heavens, I've been in practice long enough to know how wildly people talk. I should be kept pretty busy if I paid any attention, for instance, to what one woman says about another.
Or is it that you're frightened to death of a scandal? You know that notoriety does a doctor no good, and you think it would hurt your practice if anything got into the papers. You don't want to have a post-mortem, because if there is anything, you don't want to know about it. Deny it if you can.
Well, I admit I shouldn't welcome publicity, but I can honestly say that if it were my duty, I shouldn't let my own interests stop me from doing it.
All that is neither here nor there. Nurse Wayland presumably has some grounds for her statement.
Yes, she has. I thought it better she should speak before all concerned.
It was my wish to do so. I don't want to do anything underhand.
Go on, Nurse Wayland.
Mr. Morris often had bouts of sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed various sedatives, but he found that chlorelin was the one he supported best. That's true, isn't it?
Quite true. I explained to Morris the danger of his growing dependent on drugs and begged him not to take a dose without my permission, or Nurse Wayland's.
I'm quite sure that he never did.
So am I. He was very sensible, and he understood my point. He certainly wasn't lacking in self-control.
Will you tell Major Leconda what instructions you gave me last night?
He was excited and wrought up. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it. I thought he'd probably drop off for half an hour or so and then wake up and not be able to get to sleep again.
I dissolved a tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. I noticed that there were only 5 tablets left in the bottle, and I made up my mind to order some more. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
How did you happen to notice?
I was tidying up. I thought it better to put away all the medicines and dressings and so on.
Would 5 tablets have a fatal effect?
6. I left 1 dissolved in water by the side of his bed.
Yes, there's little doubt that the effect would be fatal.
It's all incredible. It's surely much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
Are you absolutely sure that last night the bottle contained 5 tablets?
Absolutely. If anyone took them for his own use, it must have been after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good-night to him.
How do you know that no one else went into his room?
Who could have? There was only Colin and Mother.
You went upstairs, Millie, as I was letting myself out.
Yes, I was very tired. I didn't see any reason to wait while Colin and Stella and the doctor ate a bacon sandwich.
And you didn't go into Morris's room last night, Colin?
No, why should I? I don't need a sleeping draught to make me sleep.
You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken 25 grains of chlorelin at midnight, you wouldn't be standing there now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
There's always the possibility that they were taken maliciously by someone who wanted to make trouble.
Do you mean me, Dr. Harvester? What do you think I can get out of making trouble? Really, I don't know how such a stupid idea can have crossed your mind. Why should I have asked you to have a post-mortem if I knew for certain, as I must if I'd taken the tablets out of sheer malice, that it would discover nothing?
Isn't it possible that they could have been taken by somebody this morning?
Who?
Well, the housemaid, for instance.
Chlorelin is not a very common drug. I shouldn't have thought a housemaid would ever have heard of it. It's not as though it were aspirin.
I don't know about that. There have been cases in the papers. It's not safe to take it for granted that a housemaid wouldn't have got into the habit of taking something when she couldn't sleep.
Well, it's very easy to make sure. It's Alice who did Morris's room. Let's send for her.
No, that is unnecessary. She was frightened of the idea of going in. I told her she need not and said I would clean up the room and put everything to rights myself. I'm quite sure that she has not been in this morning.
What are we to do, Mother?
Well, you must do exactly what you think fit.
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chlorelin poisoning?
I've told you that I'm satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course it's possible, but I don't for an instant believe it.
I know that this must add awfully to your grief, Mrs. Tabritt. I can't tell you how sorry I am. It seems dreadful that I should have to repay all your kindness to me by increasing your troubles.
My dear, I'm quite ready to believe that you'll do nothing and say nothing but what you think is right.
I'm all confused. It's come as such a dreadful shock. Nurse, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping draught?
I do.
It's awful.
I think I should tell you that when I found the tablets were missing, I looked in the glass in which I dissolved the one I'd prepared for him. There was still about a dessert spoonful of liquid in the bottom of it. I have put it aside, and I suggest that it should be analysed.
You are wasted in your profession, Nurse Wayland. You have all the makings of a detective.
But wouldn't a draught in which 6 tablets had been dissolved be very unpalatable?
Oh, it would be rather bitter. I suppose if one swallowed it down at a gulp, one would hardly notice until one had already drunk it.
It all sounds very circumstantial. I'm afraid there's a dreadful probability in Nurse Wayland's story.
But, my dear, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris?
Oh, that, yes. I wasn't thinking of that. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone deliberately gave Morris an overdose of his sleeping draught. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
He wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so nervy.
Was there any reason for that?
I'm afraid so. You see, I'd been to Tristan, and we'd seen it together the night we got engaged. It upset him to think of the past.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
Has he ever done so?
Never. I don't believe it had entered his head.
What made you think he was upset last night?
He did a thing he'd never done before. He cried. He cried in my arms.
Why, exactly?
Really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself was between ourselves. It concerned nobody but us.
I beg your pardon. I should have thought it better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding something back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
Stella, my dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful for you to answer. But there is just this. If there's anything in what Miss Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
He said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself. He was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Oh, Nurse, don't be hard on us. Don't be vindictive because I've been rather sharp with you. My nerves are all on edge today. After all, it's rather natural, isn't it? If poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square it with your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you spare us the distress and horror of a post-mortem and an inquest?
The question is if Dr. Harvester is still willing to sign the death certificate.
I think Nurse Wayland may very well have been mistaken about the tablets. I can see no reason why I shouldn't.
But you see, I'm quite convinced that Morris Tabret did not commit suicide.
For what reason?
Well, here's one of them.
Yes?
There was a little liquid still in the glass from which he drank, about a dessert spoonful. You remember I mentioned that?
Yes.
Surely, if a man were going to commit suicide, he would drink the entire contents of the glass, either in one gulp or two. He wouldn't risk making a bad job of what he was about by leaving something at the bottom, least of all a man like Morris Tabret.
That seems very far-fetched to me.
I must say it seems rather a small point.
Besides, the stuff hasn't been analysed yet.
Is your conviction based on nothing more than that?
No, it is not. Although Morris Tabret was very good, and I didn't believe he would ever take a tablet without leave, one knows that it's very easy to get into the habit of drug-taking, and then you can't be certain about anyone. Isn't that so, Dr. Harvester?
Yes, I suppose it is.
Sometimes he was terribly depressed. I didn't think it wise to let him have within reach the power of putting an end to himself.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you talk to me like that? Your face is all twisted with hate of me. I don't understand. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of a woman are you that we've had in this house for 5 years?
Now, there's nothing to be frightened of, darling.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there. Did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed with black misery?
Poor lamb, why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you shouldn't have the distress of being sorry for him.
You make me feel that I was so cruel to him.
Everything had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done everything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I shouldn't concern myself with the horrid part of his illness.
That's true, nurse. I'm sure that Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing. I was only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend to me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose, and he knew I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and then say he was sorry if he'd hurt me and know that he couldn't hurt me. You only saw the white mask of the clown. I saw his naked, tortured, triumphant soul.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
I wonder if you know what strange truth it is.
But, nurse, what you've been saying suggests that he did at least have moments of despair when he must have thought of suicide. We know that he was overwrought last night. If his death was not due to natural causes, surely it's extremely likely that he brought it about himself.
It was just one of those moments that I was on my guard against. The chlorine was kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf that he couldn't possibly have got at. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach it.
If a man is determined to do a thing, he can often surmount difficulties that others would have thought insuperable.
Ask Dr. Harvester if it would have been possible for Morris Tabret to cross the room and go into the bathroom and stand up on a chair.
He had absolutely no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken by the accident, and the spinal cord terribly injured.
Couldn't he have crawled into the bathroom?
No. I'm bound to admit that is absolutely out of the question.
If he'd got into the bathroom, couldn't he have fished down the bottle with a stick or something?
Perhaps.
Oh, why do you say that, Dr. Harvester? You know that he couldn't sit upright without help.
I'm not so anxious to put the worst construction on everything as you seem to be, Nurse Wayland.
And if he'd got the bottle down, how could he have put it up in its place again?
Oh, after all, we don't know yet that Morris died of an overdose of chloroform.
The matter can't be left like this, Harvester. I'm afraid there'll have to be an inquest.
Yes, obviously I can't sign the death certificate now. I shall have to communicate with the coroner.
I'm sorry, Dr. Harvester.
I bet you are. I suppose you think it's very self-seeking of me not to want to be mixed up in a scandal. I suppose I ought to laugh at the prospect of smashing up a practice that I paid good money for and have spent 7 years in building up.
Oh, come now, it's not going to be as bad as that. For a hopeless invalid to take an overdose of his sleeping draught is not so uncommon as to excite much comment.
Dr. Harvester knows as well as I do that if Maurice Tabritt died of an overdose of chlorine, he couldn't have taken it himself. There's only one word for it, and you all know it. It's murder!
I'm absolutely convinced that he died of natural causes. I can't offer an explanation of the disappearance of those blasted tablets, but there must be an explanation.
The most likely one is that Nurse Wayland was mistaken. And surely it's only reasonable to suppose that if anyone had taken out half a dozen tablets, he would have put others in their place. Aspirin or chloride of potash or something, so that they wouldn't be missed.
People don't think of everything. It's only because a murderer makes some mistake that he's caught.
But hang it all, no one commits a murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Good Lord, how do I know that 2 and 2 are 4? I know that everybody was devoted to him. And with reason. He was the best fellow in the world.
Did you know that his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella.
I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning, I knew for certain.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of having murdered my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
It's quite true.
I'm in a very false position. I'm conscious that I'm interfering in matters that are no affair of mine.
My dear Major, I know that you're kindness itself. You've known Mrs. Tabritt for ages, and Morris and Colin when they were small boys.
All the same, you must see how difficult it is for me to ask the question that inevitably rises in one's mind.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm going to have.
I am the father.
Mr. Colin, you?
Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with one another?
Did you know?
I think nowadays the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you very much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. I must be sincere. I don't want to make a pretense of remorse that I don't feel. I can no more help loving Colin than I can help the rain falling. I'm proud of the child he's given me.
You're shameless.
But you, Mother, you have every right to think that I treated Morris abominably. He's beyond the reach of pain. But I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all that you've done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby and that Colin was his father.
Mother, I blame myself so awfully.
You mustn't do that, darling. If a woman doesn't want a man to make love to her, she can very easily prevent it. I didn't prevent Colin from making love to me because I wanted him to. I made him love me.
Oh, Stella, how could I help loving you? I don't blame myself for that. I blame myself because when I knew I loved you, I didn't go away again.
Whatever you may think of me, Mother, and however badly you think I've behaved, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I loved him with all my heart.
My dear, I know. You say you made him love you. Well, why do you say that, except that you love him so much?
You mustn't think I didn't struggle against it. I told myself that Morris was a cripple, bedridden, sick, the victim of an unforeseen misfortune. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I pretended to myself that it was on your account and on Morris's. You hadn't seen him for so long. Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, it's quite true that I hadn't seen Colin for a long time, and Morris was tremendously pleased to have him here.
Oh, I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabritt. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
Well, I'm afraid that I shall shock you, Miss Wayland. I want to put it as delicately as I can, but it is a matter that we English have made indelicate by prudishness and hypocrisy. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. Why should I imagine she has not got the instinct that I had at her age? The sexual instinct is as normal as hunger and as pressing as the desire to sleep. Why should she be deprived of its satisfaction?
It seems to me that the modern world is obsessed by sex. After all, the answer is that you can't go without food and you can't go without sleep, but you can go without the satisfaction of your sexual appetites.
But at what price of nervous disorders and unhealthy emotions?
When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella ever to live again as man and wife, I asked myself if she would be able to support so false a relationship. They had loved one another as two healthy young things do love. Their love was deep and passionate, but it was rooted in sex. It might have come about with time that it would have acquired a more spiritual character, but they didn't have the time.
May I ask how long you'd been married?
I was married to Morris about a year before he crashed.
A year. A whole year.
Out of his suffering, a new love did spring up in Morris's heart, a hungry, clinging, dependent love. I didn't know how long Stella would be content with that. I knew that her pity was infinite. I knew it was so great that she mistook it for love, and I prayed that she would never find out her mistake. She meant everything in the world to Morris. At first it was easier when we were struggling for his life, but when he settled down to being a chronic invalid, and we knew that he would never be anything else, I was seized with a great fear. I feared that the time would come when she felt she couldn't stand any longer the miserable life that was all he had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we hadn't the right to prevent her, and I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him. It never entered my head that it was possible.
I saw the strain that it began to be on her nerves. She was as kind as ever and as gentle, but it was an effort. And what is the good you do worth unless you do it as naturally as the flowers give their scent?
I've never been given to understand that good is only good if it's easy to do.
No, I don't suppose it is. But if it's difficult, then I think it benefits the person who does it rather than the person it's done to. That is why it is more blessed to give than to receive.
Oh, I don't understand you. I think that what you say is odious and cynical.
Oh, and I'm afraid that you'll think what I'm going to say is even more cynical and odious. I find myself half wishing that Stella should take a lover.
Mrs. Tabritt.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything so long as she stayed with Morris. I wanted her to be kind and thoughtful and affectionate to him, and I didn't care about the rest.
Oh, I had such a deep respect for you, Mrs. Tabritt. I admired you so much. I used to think that when I was your age, I'd like to be a woman like you.
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella were in love with one another, I did nothing to prevent the almost inevitable consequences. I didn't deliberately say it to myself in so many words. That would have shocked me. But in my heart there was a feeling that this would make it all right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But, Millie, didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I only thought of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved them equally, but since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
Oh, my dear, as though there were anything for me to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
I would have gone to the stake for my belief that no unclean thought had ever entered your head. Didn't it revolt you to think that your son's wife was having an affair with a man under your roof?
Well, I suppose I'm not very easily revolted. I've lived too long abroad to think that my own standard of right and wrong is the only one possible. Perhaps we should all look upon these matters very differently if our moral rules hadn't been made by persons who had forgotten the passion and the high spirits of youth. Do you think it's so very wicked if two young things surrender to the instincts that nature has planted in them?
Did the probable result never occur to you?
A baby? Well, it persuades me of Stella's essential innocence. Otherwise, she would have known how to avoid such an accident.
You must admit, at all events, that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
Nurse, what a cruel, what a heartless thing to say.
You must be very careful, Nurse. That sounds extremely like an accusation.
I wanted to accuse nobody. Oh, do me the justice to admit that I started by saying that I was not satisfied with the circumstances and thought there should be a post-mortem. That was my right and my duty. Isn't that so, Dr. Harvester?
I suppose it is.
You forced me to this. You asked me who could have a motive for murdering Maurice Tabret. In self-defence, I was obliged to tell you that his wife was going to have a child, of which he couldn't possibly be the father.
You talk of your duty, Miss Wayland. Are you sure that your motive for all this is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Maurice.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away. It had often seemed to me that you were fonder of Maurice than a nurse generally is of her patient, and I used to chaff him about it. It never struck me that it was serious till this morning. You were madly in love with Maurice.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing, except that it's my turn to be shocked. I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes. Yes. I loved him. Because he was so helpless and so dependent on me. I loved him because he was like a child in my arms. I never showed him my love. I would sooner have died. And I was ashamed because sometimes I thought in spite of everything he saw it. But if he saw it, he understood and was sorry for me. He knew how bitter it is to long for the love of someone who has no love to give you. My love meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for any love but the love of you, and you had no use for it. You think you were so kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I loved him, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all that you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, and you hadn't the love to think of one.
Miss Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me. I suppose there is something beautiful in love of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No. It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that. It's quite true that I didn't love Maurice, at least not with the love of a woman for a man. I often reproached myself because I couldn't. It seemed so ungrateful and so unkind. He was no more to me than a very dear friend for whom I was desperately sorry.
Do you think he wanted your pity?
I know he didn't, but pity was all I had to give him. Who was it said that pity was akin to love? There's all the world between them.
Yes, all the hideousness of sex.
And do you believe there was nothing of sex in your love for Maurice? It was because I felt that there was in it an abnormal, aborted sexuality that at the first moment it gave me a little shiver of repulsion.
No, my love for that poor boy was as pure and as spiritual as my love for God. There was never a shadow of self in it. My love was compassion and Christian charity. I never asked anything but to be allowed to serve and tend him. I never touched his lips till they were cold in death. And now I've lost everything that made life lovely to me. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my child, my friend, my lover, my God. And you killed him!
That's a lie!
Come, Nurse Wayland. You have no right to say that.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you're saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Maurice than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me?
Oh, how could you have lived? You haven't a penny of your own. I've heard you tell Maurice 100 times that you had to mind your P's and Q's because he was your only means of livelihood.
I certainly shouldn't have repeated a feeble little joke so often. I suppose I could have worked.
You? Do you know what it means to work for one's living? Do you think one doesn't often feel tired and ill but goes on because it's one's job? Do you think one doesn't want to go and have fun like other girls? All your life you've been petted and pampered and spoiled and you were going to have a child. How could you have worked?
You're really going too far, Miss Wayland. We can't stand here and let you insult Stella.
There was Colin, you know, Miss Wayland. I don't think he would have left me in the lurch.
He certainly wouldn't.
And what would you have had to go through before he could marry you? Not only exposure to your husband, but the divorce court. It wouldn't have been a pretty case.
It would have been horrible.
Do you think his love would have stood the test? Are you sure he wouldn't have hated you for the disgrace you thrust upon him? Men are sensitive, you know, more sensitive than women, and they're afraid of scandal.
I may not be typical of my sex. I don't think I should like it either.
You don't have to tell me that. Why are you letting me stand here and talk? Unless you think you can persuade me or bribe me into holding my tongue. Why haven't these men who are your friends and who hate me thrown me out? Because they're afraid of me. They're afraid of scandal. They're afraid of publicity. Isn't that true?
Very probably.
And you're not only afraid of scandal, you're afraid of your neck.
No, that's not true.
You were in a hopeless situation. There was only one way out of your difficulties. You know as well as I know that your treachery, your cruelty would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
You've known me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland. I don't know how you can think me capable of such wickedness.
Your husband trusted and loved you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. I know that if you'd had a spark of decent feeling, you couldn't have treated him as you did. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into rather a vulgar error, my dear? I know that when people talk of a good woman, they mean a chaste one. But isn't that a very narrow view of goodness? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration for others. I'm not sure if there isn't also humour and common sense.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her, Nurse Wayland. I know she gave Morris all she could. The rest was not in her power.
Oh, I know how you look upon these things. Nothing matters very much. There's no guilt in sin and no merit in virtue.
May I tell you a little story about myself? When I was still a young woman with a husband and 2 children, I fell madly in love with a young officer who had charge of the police in my husband's district, and he fell madly in love with me.
Millie!
I'm an old woman now, and he's an elderly retired major. But in those days, we were all the world to one another. I didn't yield to my love on account of my boys. It nearly broke my heart. Now, you know, I'm very glad I didn't. One recovers from the pain of love. When I look at that funny old-fashioned major now, I wonder why he ever excited in me such turbulent emotions. I could have told Colin and Stella that in 30 years it wouldn't matter much if they'd resisted their love. But people don't learn from the experience of others.
But you did resist.
Well, I think it was easier then, you know. For in that far distant time we attached more importance to chastity than we do now. Yes, I resisted. But because I know the anguish it was, I feel that I have the right to forgive those who are less virtuous or perhaps only more courageous than I.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and so wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, Miss Wayland's accusation is very definite and must be met.
Her accusation is absurd.
Can you suggest anyone who had the slightest motive for wishing Morris was dead?
No.
Now, I'm sure you want to help us to get at the truth. You must forgive me if I ask you some embarrassing questions.
Of course.
What did you propose to do when you discovered you were going to have a baby?
I was frightened. At first I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do.
Did you tell anyone?
No. I was trying to screw up courage to ask Dr. Harvester what I'd better do. I didn't mind for myself. It was Morris I was thinking of.
You must have had some plan.
100. I thought of nothing else, day and night.
I suppose you never thought of making a clean breast of it to Morris?
No, never. It would have broken his heart. He would have forgiven me. He loved me so much. But I couldn't bear that he should lose that immense belief he had in me. It meant everything to him.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him alive. Why was he upset last night?
Oh, need I tell you? It was so very private.
No, of course not. I have no right to ask you anything. Only there's something very strange about the whole thing. And for your own sake, I think it would be better if you told us everything.
He broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He would have so liked to have a child.
And when you said good night to him, did he make no further reference to that?
No, none. He'd quite recovered. He was in perfectly good spirits again.
What did he say?
He just asked me if I felt better. And then he said, you'd better get off to bed. And I kissed him and said, good night, darling.
How long were you in his room?
5 minutes.
Did he say that he felt sleepy?
No.
I suppose you knew where the chlorelin was kept?
Vaguely. I knew that all his bottles and things were in the bathroom. He hated his bedroom to be littered about.
Did he ask you for anything before you went?
No, there was nothing he wanted. Nurse Wayland had fixed him up quite comfortably.
You don't understand. Major Leconda is giving you an opportunity of saying that your husband asked you for the chlorolin, and you, thinking no harm, gave it to him. You saw him take out 5 or 6 tablets, and then you replaced the bottle on the shelf.
I never thought of that. That would have been quite a good way out if I'd poisoned my husband. No, Major. Morris never asked me for the chlorolin, and I never gave it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
When you said he was dead.
No, you didn't know he was dead then. You couldn't have known unless you had second sight.
Oh, I see what you mean now. I was angry with you for going into his room before he was called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone into his room too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've quite made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I'm not the only one.
What makes you think that?
Why do you suppose the Major gave you that loophole by suggesting that your husband asked you to give him the tablets?
You've done what you thought your duty, Miss Wayland. Well and good. If now you have other things to do, I don't think we need take up any more of your time.
I'll go. There's nothing more for me to do here. I know you all hate me, and you think I've done what I've done from unworthy motives. I started packing my things this morning. I shall be ready in 10 minutes.
Well, you must take your time, nurse.
Mrs. Tabret, I couldn't go without thanking you for all your kindness to me during the 5 years I've lived here.
My dear, you were never any trouble. It was never difficult to be kind to you.
I'm dreadfully sorry to have to repay all you've done for me by bringing this confusion and unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Well, before we part, my dear, I would like to say, God bless you for the kindness you showed my poor Morris and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Now, my dear, you mustn't lose your admirable self-control.
Miss Wayland, I suppose you'll leave an address. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and I've no doubt they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. Would you like to come with me, nurse?
No.
If Mrs. Tabret doesn't mind, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Of course I don't mind. But before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Nurse Wayland is mistaken in thinking that Stella was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
But was he wide awake? If he'd taken 30 grains of chlorolin, he'd have been certainly very drowsy, if not comatose.
Wait a moment, Dr. Harvester. Let me tell you my story in my own way.
I beg your pardon.
You know that Morris's room was just under mine. Well, his windows were always wide open, and when he couldn't sleep and put on his light, I could see the reflection from my window. Then I used to slip down and sit by him, and we'd put out the light and talk. He'd tell me of his great love for Stella and how anxious he was for her welfare and happiness. We'd talk of the mystery that surrounds the life of man, and often he would fall asleep and I stole softly away. We never mentioned these long conversations we had. I didn't want Stella to think that I was in any way taking her place.
My dear, I wouldn't have grudged you anything.
There was no need to. I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I felt strangely that he was lying awake too. So I went downstairs and into the garden and looked in at his window. He saw my shadow and he said, "Is that you, Mother? I thought you might come in."
What time was that?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you'd left. He told me that he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it didn't seem to be having any effect. He said he felt awfully wide awake. And then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt, just for once, and I do so want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't any good.
Very early after his accident, I had promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it. And sometimes he would say to me, "Does the promise still hold?" And I answered, "Yes, dear, It holds.
Did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew that Stella's love meant everything to Morris. And I knew that she had none to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. What do we, any of us, live for but our illusions? And what can we ask of others but that they should allow us to keep them? It was an illusion that sustained poor Morris in his sufferings, and if he lost it, he lost everything. Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worth living.
Why didn't you give me the chance?
Years ago, when for my son's sake I put aside the great love I bore to that funny old major standing there, I thought that no greater sacrifice could ever be asked of me. I know now it was nothing, for I loved Morris. I adored him. I am so lonely now that he is dead. It was a lovely dream that he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever awake from it. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tabret, it's impossible. How dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and I climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorelin. I took 5 tablets, as you know, Nurse Wayland, and I dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it into Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. But it was bitter. He mentioned it, and I suppose that's why he left a little at the bottom of the glass. I sat by his bed, holding his hand, till he fell asleep. And when I withdrew my hand, I knew it was a sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother, what have you done? And what will be the end of this?
Oh, my dear, don't bother about me. What I did deliberately, and I am quite ready to put up with the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself? What have I done?
You mustn't be silly and sentimental. You love Colin, and Colin loves you. You mustn't think about me, nor distress yourselves at what happens to me. You must go away, and in America you can marry and have your child, and you must forget the past and the dead, for you are young, and the young have a right to life, and the future belongs to them.
Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Millie. Oh, my dear, dear Millie.
Well, Nurse Wayland, you see you were quite right. Of course, I ought to have replaced the tablets by others, aspirin or chlorate of potash. But as you said just now, murderers often make mistakes, and I am not an habitual criminal.
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there were ever any question, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Nurse Wayland.
Isn't it a dreadful risk that you're taking, Doctor?
I don't care.
Nurse, we're so grateful to you. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tabret, I've been petty and revengeful. I never knew how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let any of us get emotional. We are both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he is not entirely dead.
In The Sacred Flame by Somerset Maugham, adapted for radio by Peter Watts, you heard Sybil Thorndyke as Mrs. Tabret, Jill Balkan as Nurse Wayland, and Carlton Hobbs as Major Leconda. Dr. Harvester was played by Stephen Jack, Morris by John Graham, Stella by Pat Pleasance, Colin by Dennis Gocher, and Alice by Joe Manning Wilson. The recorded production was by Graham Gould. This play will be repeated on Monday afternoon at 3:15 in the home service.
Radio 4. It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
Daniel Massey as Lewis Harper in Everything is Thunder by Michael Robson. With Anthony Newlands, Patricia Gallimore, Gabriel Wolfe, Sheila Grant and Hugh Manning. Everything is Thunder.
Less than a month ago, I was a complacent and relatively useful member of the community. My life was orderly and pleasurable. Squash twice a week for the look of the thing. An occasional round of golf. Drinks at the club now and again with colleagues. A regular income and a satisfying occupation. At 40, I was a man who might not go very far, but I'd gone far enough to meet my never too outlandish requirements. Then, one Monday afternoon in April, I was summoned to the managing director's office.
Louis, come you in.
And sit me down.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. Had coffee, eh?
I have.
Cigarette?
Not just now, thanks.
I see. Well then, you intimated in the pub on Friday that we should have, a basis for discussion today.
Absolutely.
I
do wish you'd sit down, Alec. Making me jumpy, all this pacing about.
Sorry. Yeah, I've been totally preoccupied the entire weekend, didn't sleep a wink.
The Triton merger?
That and concomitant problems.
Problems? But this is what you wanted, isn't it? A clear field of operations with your one contender safely amalgamated?
Yes, well, that in itself, of course, is fine.
Then why the hangdog manner?
Well, it isn't quite as simple as I'd hoped.
Oh, come on. You never expected it would be simple.
In taking over Triton, we're obliged to take on 3 of their admin staff as directors of a new parent company.
Oh, that is a bore. I can see that.
It's also expensive, exceedingly costly, I must tell you.
What else are you trying to tell me?
Merrick of Triton has pretty well the same range and length of experience as you have, and to buy out Triton, we had to take on Merrick. And no alternative, I assure you, though we haggled for days.
And I'm expected to work with Merrick. Alec?
Merrick brooks no rivals.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're giving me the push after 18 years?
He has contacts we need for our continuing health.
This is the golden hand.
Louis, you're only 40. You have incomparable experience of merchant banking. You're fit, you're single, you're well-liked. You'll fall on your feet. We've voted you a 15,000 quid farewell, tax-free. If you'll clear your desk by Friday... I'm sorry, old Scott. I really am truly, desperately sorry. But there was no alternative.
Thus, my decline began. In a large office overlooking Lombard Street. A decline from merchant banking through emotional lunacy to flagrantly dangerous actions. And yet, looking back, I don't see how I could or would have acted differently. It was a letter that started the rot.
My dear old Louis, so you've got the boot. I've had no better news all year. You were becoming such a grey old devil, I began to wonder if you weren't slowly turning into a letter of credit, a piece of collateral shoring up Threadneedle Street. Anyway, you're finished, and you're free, and you're on the loose. So, of course, you must come and see us. Let there be no delay. Weather in the Auvergne this time of year is chancy, but a damn sight better than your London street. Mary's is already preparing scandalously expensive food, so you must stay at least a month. We shall expect you yesterday. All loved, Charlie and Mary's.
Charlie and Mary's own and run a small vineyard near Longogne, by the headwaters of the Allier. The wine's usually indifferent and often repulsive, so they make a steady loss most years, but they don't give a damn. They're living the life they enjoy, and Mary's private income ensures they'll never go short of a crust or a pillow. So, through the Auvergne I drove. And the further I left London behind, the more my spirits lightened. For the first time in my life, I was free of all obligations except to myself. And I was beginning to relish the experience.
When was he last so damn debonair, Mary?
You're certainly bearing up better than we expected, Louis. Maybe it was a necessary evil, this dismissal of yours.
Easy on the garlic, old girl. Huh? Louis hasn't got our peasant taste yet.
Oh, this preparation is all directed towards a little dinner party in honor of your arrival, Louis.
Oh, for goodness sake.
We've invited two very charming acquaintances of ours. They have a little place a few kilometres away. They use it as a holiday retreat.
Little place. A renovated chateau, no less.
Oh, you do exaggerate, Charlie. Max has done it up very tastefully. There's nothing in the least ostentatious about him.
This tasteful Max Van Lint, is one of your all-time megaton Swiss financiers. Where you and I think in hundreds, he deals in billions.
Oh, he's handsome and amusing and distinguished and excellent company. Oh, you like him and Natasha. I know you will.
Natasha, wife of the incomparable Max?
Not wife. Oh. Chum, shall we say?
Oh, don't be absurd. She's his lover.
Now, just look at her face. Will you just look at her face? The Gallic salaciousness of it. Maurice is delighted to know that a 55-year-old like Max can still run a mistress like Natasha, who can't be a day more than 30 years his junior.
Well, doesn't matter. He looks after her beautifully. He adores her.
Adores? It's not adoration, my pet. Obsession, perhaps?
Oh, why be so gloomy and mysterious? Natasha's just about the most beautiful girl any of us has ever seen. So, of course, Max is protective. Why, you, Charlie, you positively crouch at her feet whenever she comes here.
You're crackers, the pair of you. How am I supposed to measure up to such starry company?
Get a bottle of house wine down your chump and you'll glow in any company.
Oh, that was marvelous, Marie. If ever I turn my hand to hotel ownership, I'll know just where to look for my first head chef.
You put my efforts to shame, you really do. Oh, guests like you two can come anytime.
Provided you stay for the washing up. Well, now, brandy, everyone?
If you don't mind, I think I'll... Oh, poor Louis. Was it all a bit too rich for you?
It was... terrific, really it was. But I think I need a breath of fresh air before starting on the liqueurs. Would you excuse me?
Of course. You're sure that you're all right?
Oh, certain. I shall only be 5 minutes.
Louis.
Here.
You were expecting me.
I hoped you'd come. A long time ago, over 20 years ago, two friends and I went on a walking tour of Scotland. By the time we reached the northwest coastline, the weather had turned against us. For 3 days we saw nothing but rain. We felt nothing but rain and wind and occasional raw gusts from the sea. We were soaked and dispirited. We thought of abandoning the whole project and grabbing the first train back to England. Then... it must have been around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The clouds began to lift. The sun shattered us. It was an intense white dazzle. We stood on this moorland track, wincing, quite unable to look ahead. After the storm, the smell of the earth was fierce, but aromatic, like the first fragrance of the east. We'd been cold and hungry and drenched, but we forgot all that. I heard Richard draw in his breath and say, "I don't believe it." 50 yards away and looking out to sea was a great stag, motionless. Where he'd come from, heaven knows. How he hadn't seen us. We felt locked in a terrible enchantment. I thought my heart was going to burst.
Are you always as intense as this with people you hardly know?
What matters is saying it when it matters.
What do you know about me, really?
I know that I want you more than any other woman I've ever seen.
But why? Why me?
If you hadn't been aware of his intensity, you'd never have come out here to be with me.
It frightens me.
Frightens me?
I don't want to be responsible for...
What?
It's very clear you have an image of me which bears no resemblance to the reality. This is all summer lightning.
You won't discourage me.
But I have to. I have to.
Because of Max? I've got to see you again.
No.
Tomorrow morning. Can you be free around noon?
The auberge in the village. Chez Michel it's called, I think.
I'll find it.
Is this what you really want?
You can't deny what's already happened.
Tomorrow, then. At noon.
But you must have made some mistake, Louis. I'm sure Natasha would never have let you down deliberately.
There is no mistake, none. Midday, chez Michel, today. Natasha says so herself. I was there from 11:30 to 3 o'clock. No Natasha, no telephone call, no message, nothing.
Oh, it's bizarre. And I should have thought uncharacteristic of her.
Perfectly obvious that Max was behind it.
But she's not his wife. She's not his prisoner.
You're very much in love with her, aren't you?
Oh, it's preposterous. Last night, Charlie said that Max was obsessed with the girl. I took it with a pinch of salt, then I saw her, and immediately I was obsessed. And I've been stood up, and I'm humiliated and hurt and angry. Look, these are all the symptoms of adolescent... But I'm 40 years old, and I should know a damn sight better.
Why are you feeling so sorry for yourself? You have everything to offer an intelligent woman.
6'2" and 13 stone, with a commercial mind and the appearance of an aging athlete. The only athletic thing I've done in 20 years is lift a pint of beer to my mouth.
Oh. All right. You're a has-been, so forget her.
I say, steady on, old girl.
I will not steady on, Charlie. Now, if he loves that girl, let him fight for her. Now, if he can't be bothered to make the effort, then let him shut up and contemplate his garden. But I will not have this childish self-pity, not in my house.
Oh, good God, here's Max in the limousine.
Ah, well, Louis, now you can find what you want to know, d'accord?
She didn't turn up, Louis? How extraordinary. Before I left, she was full of excitement at the prospect of seeing you again.
When did you leave?
Oh, about 10:30.
And you got back when?
4-ish.
And she was there?
She was packing.
Packing?
She, quite suddenly, taking it into her mind that we must go immediately to Los Angeles.
But why? We're supposed to be having dinner with you on Saturday.
Natasha is a creature of violent impulse. When the mood's on her, there is no stopping her. It's easier to fall in with her whims.
So, when are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I'm so sorry, Maurice. You'll have to make up for this crise de neuf when we get back. Whenever that may be.
Louis! Oh, Louis, there's a letter for you.
For me?
Natasha? Isn't that her handwriting?
What does she say?
This is quite extraordinary.
My dear Louis, I'm desperately sorry I couldn't meet you yesterday. Please believe me, I did my best to come to the village, but in the end it was impossible. Now Max says we have to go to Hong Kong on Thursday, and he doesn't know when we'll be back. I only wish I knew what was going on. Everything's been so bewildering recently. Please give my love to Charlie and Maurice. You know how I feel about you, Natasha.
Hong Kong? But Max told us they were going to Los Angeles.
And why was it impossible for her
Why
to
should
meet
she
you?
say Hong Kong when Max said Los Angeles?
You just said that.
And I'll say it again. Max
Which
quite
of
clearly...
the two do you believe?
What? Why should either of them bother to lie?
That's not an answer.
If Natasha has this affection for you, and her letter is affectionate, then I should believe her.
Well, the whole thing's crazy. Max has never been evasive before. He's never lied before.
But that was before Louis met Natasha.
But since they're going away anyway, why should he lie about their destination? Pointless.
Perhaps he doesn't want you following them.
Are you serious?
I wasn't. Entirely. And I'm beginning to be. I mean, you aren't thinking of chasing after her, are you?
Look, Max kept her from coming to see me. It's obvious. I mean, what kind of pressure is he able to exert that he can have her dancing to his tune whether she likes it or not?
So, what are you going to do?
You're lucky. You slept for 2 hours. Slept like a baby since takeoff.
Good God, have I?
Fancy a drink. You'll be feeling pretty dry now.
What a good idea.
Steward, what's it to be? Champagne?
Beer will do admirably.
Couple of beers, please, Dick.
Coming up, Mr. Waring. You're a regular then on this flight?
To Hong Kong? No, not really. But I'm with British Airways, as it were.
Ah, but you know Hong Kong.
Oh, tolerably well.
Your beers, gentlemen.
Thank you. Ah, yes. Yes, I reckon almost anyone who spends a month or more in Hong Kong can get to know it tolerably well. Small place, the island. This your first visit?
Yes.
Where are you staying?
I hadn't given it a thought.
Well, no problem this time of year. Easy to get in most of the hotels. A business trip?
Not really. Just curious, I suppose.
Will you be staying long?
It depends how long it takes to satisfy my curiosity.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we shall shortly be landing at Kai Tak Airport, would you fasten your safety belts now? Please observe the no smoking regulations, which will be enforced until you enter the airport building. Thank you.
I suppose this is where I say welcome to Hong Kong. Welcome to Hong Kong.
Thanks. Look, I don't want to trespass on your time, but I wonder if you could advise me.
At once, steer clear of gambling, stick to the celibate life, learn to enjoy using chopsticks.
What I had in mind was more a matter of information. And since you're with British Airways, you might be able to help.
Try me.
A couple of friends of mine arrived in Hong Kong yesterday, I think. Is there any way of finding out from your people if they did arrive, and if so, where they might be staying?
As to part one, no problem. They keep records of arrival for 3 months. In part two, I can have a word with the immigration people. Place of stay is always to be entered on that little white card you hand in.
Will it involve you in a lot of work?
Nothing that a couple of whiskies won't put right. What are your friends' names?
The man is Max van Lint. INDT. Travelling on a Swiss passport, I imagine. The girl is called Natasha Arabin. I'm not sure what passport she carries.
Van Lint. Van Lint, her name seems familiar. Isn't he a big wheel in the Cornelius Consortium?
I've no idea. All I do know is that he's a heavy figure on the international banking scene, though he keeps it very quiet, and I believe his headquarters are in Geneva.
Must be the same fellow. It makes it easier, too. He's certain to have had VIP treatment from start to finish. They'll know all about him at Kai Tak. In any event, what you'd better do is this. Once you've cleared customs, go to the airport bar, and I'll join you as soon as I've run your influential buddies to earth.
Chinese cause we put Hong Kong is an island 10 miles long, but the whole world knows Hong Kong through a girl named Susie Wong. Refugees came in.
Waring, I'm here.
I'm feeling the the humidity already?
How'd you get on?
Passengers Lynx and Arabian arrived yesterday and gave their destination in Hong Kong as the Mandarin Hotel.
The Mandarin Hotel. Is it easy to get to?
Sure. At the moment we're in Kowloon. Take a taxi. It'll go through the tunnel, Hong Kong side. The Mandarin's well known. You'll have no problems.
This is marvellous. Let me buy you a drink.
I'd love to join you, but something's cropped up. I'll have to deal with it once.
Then let me give you dinner one evening next week.
I'd enjoy that. Here's a card. You can always find me or leave a message for me there.
Foreign Correspondence Club.
That's the place. You look me up when you're ready and we'll put the nose bags on. Sorry to dash like this, Harper, but you know how it is. Bye.
Good evening, sir, and welcome to Hong Kong.
What a very welcoming place it is.
Sir?
I'd like a room for a week. I haven't made a reservation.
Thank you, sir. For a week.
That's right. Oh, and incidentally, could you let me have the room numbers of two friends of mine? They booked in last night.
Certainly, sir. Their names would be...
Mr. Van Lint and Miss Arabin. I've written them down here.
Thank you, sir. I shan't keep you a moment.
Thank you.
Sir, you sure your friends were booking in here and not at the Furama or perhaps the Hilton?
No, the Mandarin. Quite definitely.
I'm sorry, sir, but neither of these people has booked in. Nor did they make a reservation and cancel
But that's impossible. They gave this hotel as their place of residence on their immigration cards.
Then they must have changed their minds very suddenly, sir.
By 9 the following morning, I'd made a list of all the principal hotels in Hong Kong and Kowloon. And from then until 11:30, I rang every one of them. No one had heard of Max or Natasha. Now, this was absurd, frustrating, and increasingly mysterious. They were here, quite clearly, on this tiny rock in the South China Sea. But how to find them amongst 5 million people? I had one hope, one contact only, and I had to use him. I had no idea why Waring was being so extraordinarily helpful to me when he was clearly a very busy man indeed. But I was prepared to grasp at any straw, however ambiguous it might eventually prove to be. So I left a message for Waring, and later that day he telephoned me and set up a meeting at the Foreign Correspondence Club.
Now, let's get one thing straight this evening. You're my guest here, and under rule, guests can buy nothing except cigarettes.
Oh.
Down your beer and tell me what's in your mind.
Max and Natasha didn't book in at the Mandarin. Nor are they in any other hotel in the colony. I've checked them all. By God, I've checked them.
Curious?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Why are you so keen to meet them?
Well, that's a long story. On the face of it, a stupid one.
How about letting me be the judge of that?
All right. Well, I met them both in France at the home of friends of mine. I arranged to see Natasha the following day, but Van Lint turned up and said Natasha had suddenly made up her mind to go to Los Angeles. Odd to begin with. Then I received a very jumpy letter from Natasha saying that Van Lint had to go to Hong Kong. And she was right. Here they are. So why the lies?
Perhaps Van Lint scented a financial killing in Hong Kong. Didn't want the world to know his plans. Business camouflage isn't a crime, you know.
But what about that entry on the immigration card? Wouldn't you call that deliberate misrepresentation?
It isn't something to give the authorities sleepless nights. Well, so long as your friends behave themselves while they're here, why should anyone object to an incognito presence on the island?
I don't know, but I can't give up now. I've come halfway across the world to find her.
You know, this club's as good a place as any to make a stop. Well, financial reporters, Southeast Asian stringers for most of the major European and American newspapers are members. Now, put the word around, quietly. See what I can come up with.
I feel absolutely helpless and very dependent on you. All I can give you is gratitude.
For the time being, that'll do very nicely. When an occasion arises for something more substantial, I'll let you know.
There was nothing I could do now but wait, hope, and rubberneck. So I did some rubbernecking. I saw nightfall from Repulse Bay. I used the Star Ferry 4 times a day for the sheer pleasure of sea travel. I took a train from Kowloon into the New Territories and spent 2 hours at Tai Po Market looking at fish's lips and shark's fins and every imaginable entrail from the animal world hung up for sale. I ate dim sum with Chinese workmen in Shek Kong and buttered toast with reminiscent colonials in Middle Bay. I talked to easy girls in Wan Chai and expensive girls at Pearl City. But all the time I was on the qui-vive for a tall girl with heavy golden hair and an immaculate Swiss banker. But each night there was the loneliness. The high chair for one in the captain's bar at the Mandarin. 3 days went by without a word from Waring, but I felt I couldn't pester the man any further. He had problems of his own and a life to lead quite unconnected with mine. Yet Waring proved much more persistent than I'd given him credit for.
There you are. Thought I might find you here. Mine's a large John Collins tonight, I think.
Right. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
A large John Collins and a beer, please.
1 large John Collins and 1 beer. Coming up.
Thank you. Good to see you again. How have things been?
Strenuous.
Any news of Van Lint?
Not a murmur. He's gone to earth very thoroughly somewhere.
Press friends no help?
Oh, they were interested. Keenly interested. They'd all like to know what he's up to here. And they'd made every sort of inquiry, but still drawn a blank.
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thank you. Great. Well, cheers anyway.
Cheers.
Could the pair of them have gone on somewhere else? Manila, perhaps, or Taiwan?
Not without clearance through immigration. No. They're somewhere on the column.
Well, then they must be staying with friends.
If that really is the case, there's only one course of action open to you.
And what's that?
If you can't find them, you must let them find you.
What?
No, it isn't as crazy as it sounds. Look, Europeans here dote on news from home, on television and radio. Anyone fresh to the island is worth a few minutes of airtime if they've anything remotely interesting to talk about. Now, just suppose I were to give you a spot on a TV chat show. Couldn't you take it from there?
But would they want to talk to me? I have nothing remotely interesting to say.
Come on, there must be something you could dine out on.
Well...
Yeah?
About 8 years ago, I once shared a taxi with a snake charmer.
What more do you want? Stand by for a call from Sally Richardson of RTV.
And as she got out of the taxi, the snake charmer said, when the chips are down, you can always rely on mice.
Oh, well, thank you, Louis Harper, for that delightful little story about a very unusual human being. But tell me, are you still a believer in the continuance of the British monarchy?
Well, what would happen to Hong Kong if it stopped? Would you call it a cabinet colony?
Right. Touche, Louis. But tell me, are you enjoying your stay in Hong Kong?
It's quite an experience, I can assure you. But I'd enjoy it even more if I could catch up with 2 very good friends of mine.
You mean you can't find them in a tiny place like this?
So far, I haven't caught up with them, and the truth is I have some important papers for them to sign.
Gee, that's a real shame. Do you think they'll be watching the program this evening?
I'm relying on it. Max and Natasha, it's good news. And you can get in touch with me through Sally here.
Max and Natasha. I sincerely hope you'll reach them, Louis. And meantime, I'd like to thank you, Louis, for coming on the show this evening.
Thank you, Sally, very much indeed. Room 412.
Good evening, Mr. Harper. I saw you this evening on television. I think I can help you.
To find Max Van Lint?
You know the Peak tram?
I know of it, yes.
Take it to the summit. Be at the bar of the Peak restaurant at 10:30 this evening.
How shall I recognize you?
I shall recognize you, Mr. Harper.
The tramway, which has been operating perfectly successfully for 80 years, climbs precipitously from the centre of Victoria up 1,800 feet to the top of the highest mountain on the island. In theory, you can, from the summit, have access to one of the most remarkable panoramas in the civilized world. In theory. But that night, as on so many nights, the peak was entirely covered with cloud. All I saw was swirling water vapour. But at that stage, I was uninterested in views. The restaurant was almost empty. A few dispirited visitors picked at their food and stared glumly out of the windows at the oppressive banks of clouds. I went to the bar and ordered a whiskey. I was getting tired of waiting at bars for someone to contact me.
Mr. Harper?
Yes?
My name is Choi Seng-chin. We spoke half an hour ago. Would you care to join me over there?
Thank you.
Okay, 别不讲哦，即刻来。
Well then, Mr. Cheng, you're an associate of Max van Lint's?
I can tell you how to find him.
When can I talk to him?
Tonight.
You've moved very fast. The show didn't end till 7:30.
As you've probably realized by now, Mr. Van Lint isn't anxious to have his whereabouts generally known. With you, it's different. I gather you're a friend of his.
An acquaintance?
More than that, surely.
What does it matter? I want to talk to him. He evidently wants to talk to me. How do we meet?
When you finish your drink, take the tram down again as far as the Bowen Road stop. Get off there and wait. Someone will take you to meet your friend.
Bowen Road?
That's right. Take your time. I'm leaving now, but I paid for your whiskey. Au revoir, Mr. Harper. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng. This is Bowen Road stop, is it? Oh, thank you so much. The tram clanked away down the hillside and I was left alone at this tiny halt. I could see almost nothing. The clouds smothered vision. Moist trees dripped. And from Victoria Harbour, I heard the dim boom of foghorns. No one was waiting for me. I lit a cigarette and paced about restlessly. I felt chilled and apprehensive and longed for the warmth and welcome of the hotel.
Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper?
I saw 4 of them emerge quite slowly from the cloud and darkness below me. They advanced cautiously, strung out across the steps. I was far bigger than any of them individually, but there were 4 of them. And how many more behind me?
Mr. Harper?
My name's Baxter. What's yours?
Mr. Harper.
Never, ever talk to strangers!
Hey, 莫塞克！顺着王夫人。It's Murray again, Harper. Murray.
Well, now, it could be worse, I suppose. The doctor tells me you can leave the hospital today. Well, at least they didn't rob you, and the hospital certainly will.
No, you're a great comfort, Inspector. Nothing like a broad grin at someone else's misfortune.
Well, you're alive, aren't you? All your teeth intact, no bones broken. What's a black eye and strapped ribs to a fellow your size?
Very painful.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we're doing what we can. Now, according to you, the man behind it is this Max van Lint. And we've had no more success than you in finding him. And we have to proceed cautiously, you understand, because we haven't proved he set those thugs on you.
But you do accept a likely connection.
Naturally. And when we find Lint, as we will, we shall be asking him a whole lot of questions. Now, in the meantime, tell me about this contact man. What do you call himself again?
Choi Sang-cheng.
Ah, well, it's like looking for a Bruce Smith in Auckland.
This man was about 35. Heavily built, well-dressed, horn-rimmed spectacles, thick dark hair, gold ring, gold fillings, gold watch, hideous shoes.
Hideous shoes?
Like something you'd see the adulterer wearing in a French farce. Party-coloured, patent leather shoes clash with everything else he was wearing.
So, that's Mr. Fix-It. Now, what about the bully boys?
It was dark and cloudy, and I was too busy trying to kick them into the harbour to see their faces clearly, and they were too busy knocking me down.
Did you hurt any of them badly?
I may have done. I was angry enough and frightened enough. But it was all over very quickly. I really couldn't tell you what damage I may have done.
Now, what's clear is this. They worked you over very carefully. Anything really serious, and someone might have shot them. Anything less, and you mightn't have got the message.
The message?
Well, if we accept there's a tie between Lint and the Shindig at Bowen Road, then he's telling you in the most direct way possible to keep out of his hair.
Who is it?
Waring.
Ah, come in.
Rumour has it you've been brushing with the triads. Oh, rumour was right. You look a ruin.
Thanks. I need all the encouragement I can get.
I knew you'd see it that way.
What's all this about triads?
The triads, the tongs, if you like, are illegal Chinese secret societies. They're into everything from drug running through prostitution to protection rackets. Judging by what Murray told me last evening, one of the triads was approached to work you over, and they seem to have fulfilled their contract very prettily.
Thanks very much.
I gather you believe Van Lint was behind it?
Who else could it be? Who else would beat me up but not rob me? And I was carrying quite a lot of cash at the time.
It's an attractive premise, certainly. It's going to be almost impossible to make it stick. Lint, if it was Lint, would be working through 2, 3, possibly 4 intermediaries when he put out the contract. And you don't get too many informers within the triads. They know the penalty for knocking to the police.
You seem extraordinarily well informed about the Hong Kong underworld.
It's common knowledge. But I'd say you were lucky. They could have aimed you for life if they'd wanted to.
Meaning next time they will, unless I keep out of Van Lint's life.
I should have thought so. Wouldn't you?
The whole thing's a scandal. Have I offered any threat to Van Lint or Natasha?
Yes, well, presumably he has his reasons for wanting you clear of his area of operations.
What reason? What possible reason?
Well, you are, or were, a successful merchant banker. A Lint's into the same bag, albeit on a much larger scale. How's he to know you're what you say you are, and not some troubleshooter from the International Monetary Fund?
Are you serious?
Well, ask yourself this. Would it be a feasible proposition from his point of view? And first of all, you turn up in a remote vineyard in your van, and whom should you meet but Max Van Lint? And next, within a brace of shakes, you're arranging a private rendezvous with his mistress. Could it be to discuss Lint's financial schemes? And thirdly, you travel hotfoot to Hong Kong after him when he's told you he's going to Los Angeles. And you publicly blow the fact that he's on the island in a popular television show. I mean, from his way of thinking, you're either a God's fool or a very assiduous investigator indeed.
And what do you think?
What does it matter what I think? You offer no threat to me.
The whole thing's got utterly out of hand. All I want is to see Natasha.
Yeah. Well, meantime, what are you intending to do today?
Well, I was thinking of going Kowloon side, visit a tailor, get measured for a suit and some shirts.
And then don't go by taxi. Take the Star Ferry. There's safety in numbers.
I always take the Star Ferry. So, once again, I was heading for Kowloon. Not so much to kill time as to annihilate it. My face was still swollen and sore. My ribs still hurt me. But that particular day I was just glad to be out in the harbour, under a mercifully cloudless sky. Then I saw, out of the corner of my eye, a tall, slim European girl with heavy, golden hair. Natasha. Natasha!
Louis?
My God, I've been combing the island for you.
Louis, what's happened to your face? What have you been doing?
I'll tell you. Over a drink at the peninsula. Yes, but why all the secrecy? Why did Max lie to us? And why wouldn't he let you meet me that day?
It's so difficult to explain.
Well, the least you can do is try.
Oh, it was quite obvious to Max that night that you and I had... that we suddenly had this tremendous thing going for us. He was jealous. You can understand that, can't you?
That still doesn't explain...
You don't know anything about Max and me, do you? How could you expect to understand?
I could try. if you'd let me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap like that.
Why are you so jittery?
What?
Nervous. Tense.
For the past 8 years, my way of life hasn't been conducive to restfulness. Always travel, always variety, always business. Always the sense of things happening behind locked doors in remote and ambiguous places.
What hold has Max got over you?
Hold?
Don't echo me, answer me. Why do you stay with Max if life with him is so unsatisfactory?
I don't want to talk about it.
What else is there to talk about? That's at the heart of the matter.
I first met Max 8 years ago through my father. I believe Max put money into my father's business when no one else wanted to invest. Max was just at the rough end of a divorce at the time, and I suppose he found me agreeably different from his recent wife. And I was flattered. Who wouldn't be at that age? He's handsome, distinguished, charming.
And rich?
You must try not to be bitter. I didn't know you then. Yes, of course he was rich. He gets richer all the time. To satisfy society, I was taken into his entourage as social secretary. A useless term for a banal occupation. I could neither type nor take shorthand. All I had was my presence.
And you were lovers by then?
Not for a long time after his divorce. Max is curiously fastidious about certain things. But eventually, yes.
Why hasn't he married you? Natasha?
It's all very complicated.
I'm prepared to listen all day, if necessary. You'll have lunch with me, of course.
Of course. But I'll have to make a telephone call first.
To Max? A call to Max?
No, to a friend. A girlfriend of ours in Kowloon. She was half expecting me for lunch, but I'd much rather stay with you. Shan't be a moment.
And she didn't come back. She didn't come back. Once again, I was stuck at a bar, ordering drinks I didn't want, looking at my watch and waiting for Natasha. I waited for half an hour, then left a note with the bartender with my telephone number at the hotel in case Natasha eventually did go back there. Where the hell is going on? She had every intention of having lunch with me before she made that telephone call.
Presumably to Van Lint, and not to the girlfriend in Kowloon.
Who else could have changed her mind so suddenly? It has to be Van Lint. And I still don't know where they're staying. Van Lint's manipulating her, of course. I get the feeling the whole time that she wants to break away from him, but can't.
What end?
Well, the one presupposes the other, doesn't it? I think I shall have to contact the police.
Would that be wise? In the first place, you've got nothing to go to them with but doubts. In the second place, if Natasha is under some kind of duress, surely a lot of coppers scampering round is going to make matters far worse for her.
I don't know. The whole thing's such a mess. Where are we going, by the way?
To my apartment in MacDonald Road.
You have an apartment here?
Oh, company-owned, of course. I asked a friend of mine to meet us there. Take your mind off things for a while. I think you'll like her. Good. That'll be the young charmer now. All right. I'm on my way, you impatient beast. Hello, darling.
Hello, David. How have you been?
Devastated till you arrived.
Oh.
Come and meet Harper, the unfortunate traveller. I've been telling you about Helen Lee. Louis Harper. Louis?
How do you do, Helen?
How do you do?
Now, you must be extremely agreeable to her, Harper, because not only is she quite the most gorgeous girl the Chinese ever produced, but her old man's quite the richest chap in the colony, said.
Oh, he always says that about me. Don't listen to a word of it.
I said because it's true, and in a moment she'll blush.
You're quite hopeless, David. And if you go on like this, I shall have to leave.
You can't possibly leave, because that's what I have to do. Now,
what?
But I've only just arrived.
Sorry, darlings, but there's a VIP due at Kai Tak in half an hour. If I'm not there to meet him, my head's on the platter. I'm sure you'll get along beautifully without me. Helen, you know what to do about the keys and things. Bye now.
Well, is he generally like this?
Sometimes. But I'm sure you know him much better than I do.
I've known him for rather less than a week.
But he spoke of you so warmly, I assumed you were a very old friend.
Oh, listen, do let's sit down, hmm? Helen, would you care to tell me precisely what David Waring does?
He's with British Airways.
So he told me, but in what capacity?
I've no idea. Something fairly grand, I should imagine. He lives rather well, really.
Indeed he does. And he seems to be on intimate terms with every influential person in Hong Kong.
Oh, he is. But it's a small place, you know.
People keep telling me that. Would you like a drink?
Not for me, thank you. But you go ahead, please.
You never drink?
I'd like to, but it makes me ill. Actually ill. So I don't.
Well, then, let me give you dinner somewhere.
Are you hungry?
Not really.
Neither am I. Why don't we just talk?
What a very refreshing girl you are.
Thank you.
Well, what should we talk about?
Why, you could tell me what you're doing here for a start?
I see. Well, it's not going to mean anything to you. But I'm looking for two people. A girl called Natasha Arabin and a Swiss financier by the name of Max van Lint.
Van Lint? Max van Lint? But I know that name, I'm sure of it. My father's mentioned him. Louis, if it's all right with you, I'll ask around a little. My father's fairly communicative with me when it's a matter of business.
Louis Harper?
Louis? It's Helen. It's all worked out far easier than I'd expected.
In what way?
My father is in touch with Max van Lint.
He is?
Let me explain. My father is concerned with almost every possible aspect of Hong Kong commercial life. Cinemas, restaurants, nightclubs, textiles, building, property, and banking. Evidently, Van Lint was in touch with my father almost as soon as he and Natasha arrived. They've spoken 2 or 3 times by telephone since then, and my father is due to meet him tomorrow for a full financial discussion of some new deal they're planning.
But this is fantastic. Where are they meeting?
Where Van Lint is staying. The Marco Polo suite at the Peninsula.
The Peninsula? That's where Natasha vanished.
Yes. I thought of that when my father told me the rendezvous. When I telephoned Van Lint to make the appointment, I discovered the suite was booked for 3 weeks in the name of a Swiss mercantile company, Cornelius de T.
So that's how he got round personal registration.
It would seem so. Louis, my father asked me to set up the meeting for 1 o'clock. That's when he and his solicitors will arrive. But I told Van Lint it was for 12:30. That gives you exactly half an hour to do what you have to do and get out.
Sir? I'm representing Mr. Howard Lee. I have an appointment with Mr. Van Lint.
But a meeting is for 1 o'clock, sir.
Tell Mr. Van Lint I'm here. My name's Harper.
Harper. Very well, sir. Would you please wait?
Harper, my dear fellow, come in. Good to hear from you again. So, you finally made it.
Just what the hell has been going on?
Do take a chair, Harper.
Where's Natasha?
In the guest room. She'll be here presently.
How much did you pay Choi Sang-cheng?
You have me at a disadvantage.
Choi Sang-cheng. The man who set the bully boys on to work me over.
The fact remains that you're here. Discolored, perhaps, but persistent. What am I going to do with you?
Let Natasha go. Let her come to me.
You'd accept her?
Oh.
Would you accept her? I wonder if you knew her half as well as I do.
Both of you see virtue in nuance. You revel in obscurity.
For a reason.
What reason?
Louis, You can't fail to have realized that Natasha's a complicated and highly strung girl. She's given to sudden flights of fancy, passionate attachments, and equally fierce withdrawals. She's also inclined greatly to dramatize herself and her circumstances. She hasn't yet succeeded in establishing a stable personality.
Given your lifestyle, who could?
I have no such problem.
Well, you've had the time. You're 30 years older than she is.
I like you, Louis. You have an integrity I admire.
Oh, for God's sake.
No, I mean it. What did Carlyle call Robespierre? The sea-green incorruptible. You are also a sea-green incorruptible, as I certainly am not. As Natasha sadly is not.
Hello, Louis.
I'll leave you to it. Natasha, my dear.
Natasha?
It doesn't get any easier, does it?
To stand me up once was understandable. Just. Twice is unforgivable.
Oh, Louis, the same pressures were brought to bear.
If you don't want to see me again, why not say so and have done?
Because you know that isn't the case.
Just what is the case?
Please, try not to be angry with me. I can't bear it. When you're angry, I want to cry. And when I cry, I can't talk sense.
But I am angry, more than angry. Furious.
With me? Only with me?
With whatever's making you behave as you're behaving. Have you no mind of your own?
My mind is very much my own, but my loyalties are divided.
You've seen too many bee pictures.
Oh, Louis.
Is it a straight choice between Max and me?
If only it were.
Looking beautiful and tragic isn't going to help any. Without your decision, the whole pack of us are condemned to a life on hot bricks. And I know who's been doing most of the sweating so far.
You have every right to be angry and disgusted.
I think so.
But I think Max intends to come up with a solution.
Max? Why must Max be the arbiter of your life and mine?
Because he has the power and the means.
I see. Love counts for nothing?
It's dictating his life as well as ours.
You're a remarkable devil's advocate, aren't you?
Oh, Louis, why are we quarreling like this?
Because I want the issues made plain. I love you, and I want you to share my life. You maintain that Max feels the same way. That's his privilege. That and that only. It's up to you to make the decision. Max and I are already committed.
So, meeting concluded, eh? Well, now, Louis, I have a meeting of my own in 5 minutes, as you are aware, and what you and I have to discuss will take time. Will you have lunch with me tomorrow?
Why don't we just talk?
Have you been to Lemmer Island?
No.
Oh, you'll like it. About 6 kilometers west of Repulse Bay, and at this time of the year, very peaceful. There's an inlet there known as Picnic Bay, and overlooking the jetty there is a restaurant. Meet me there at 12:30 tomorrow. I'd rather that you weren't late.
Here's the jetty.
It looks far from secure.
What time is it?
12:15.
Good, you're early.
I wanted to get here before Max shows up. Anywhere he can be, I can be earlier.
I think I'd better go now, Louis.
What'll you do?
I shall take the motorboat round the promontory, well out of sight, and have lunch in Looktow village. When would you like me to come back for you?
3:15, 3:30?
I'll be waiting here at 3:30. And, Louis, be careful.
It's very good of you to do all this for me.
I want to help.
Oh, God, what a mess. What an absurd mess. Thank you, Helen. You're a very dear person.
So are you.
See you.
See you at 3:30.
The sun was intensely hot that day, and there wasn't a breath of wind. The jetty swayed as I gingerly walked down it towards the restaurant. It looked absurdly out of place, somehow. A stucco temple with a small forecourt in which a few bald and dispirited dogs lay about, panting. They took absolutely no notice of me as I entered the patio and stared around. Some plastic tables, unwashed, were ranged about the place, haphazard. Ants made determined forays on fragments of decaying fish, and I began to wonder if this was some practical joke of Max's. But I was, after all, early for the appointment. I lit a cigarette and contemplated East Lamma Channel.
Enjoying the view?
Where have you been?
Ordering lunch. I hope you'll like it.
But why here? Why here, of all places?
It appeals to my sense of the remote. And you must admit that you'd go far to find a better view. The Aegean, perhaps. Don't all these little islands put you in mind of the Cyclades?
I believe you have a proposition to discuss.
And discuss it we shall. But I'd like to make one observation. I mean it quite sincerely and in your best interests.
When you talk sincerely, I start counting my spoons.
Just hear me out. Helen Lee.
What about her?
She's been your confidant and your assistant. Without her, you would never have found me.
So?
Elder daughters of wealthy, traditional, and orthodox Chinese families aren't often to be found expending so much attention on foreigners. I think little Helen is falling in love with you.
Oh, don't be absurd.
Your father, who dotes on her, intimated as much to me yesterday. Louis, you'll be making 4 people very happy if you forgot about Natasha and let yourself become involved with Helen. But also save yourself a lot of anxiety and danger. No, wait. Let me ask you this. Do you love Natasha?
Oh, for God's sake.
But do you love her enough to undertake a difficult and dangerous project to win her?
You're mad.
I want something done. I need it done quickly. If you can pull it off, I shall disappear from Natasha's life, and you can take it from there.
What is it you want done?
I want a man taken off Lantau Island.
What's the problem? Plenty of ferries, aren't there?
The man I'm talking about can't use public transport simply because it is public.
Police on the lookout for him?
No, not the police. Other interested parties.
He's crossed one of the triads.
Something like that, yes.
What exactly has he done?
That needn't concern you. All you have to do is to get him off the island safely and unnoticed, and find him somewhere discreet to stay in Hong Kong till I send for him. You want Natasha, don't you?
You're suggesting an exchange.
I never waste time on hypothetical propositions. Bring me that man, and Natasha's free to go with you. If she wants to.
You have your arrogance, don't you?
And you have your price.
I want no part of any of this.
That's your privilege. Now, let's have lunch, shall we?
Do you want to tell me, Father?
Oh, Helen, the whole thing's impossible. It's crazy. Are you free tomorrow, by any chance?
I could be. Why?
I thought it might be amusing to visit Lantau. I haven't been there yet. Would it appeal to you?
It would be very nice. You sure you want me to come along?
Yes.
All right. The ferry leaves from the outlying district pier. We'll meet there at 9:15.
So my shabby misadventure began, with deceit and guilt padding at my heels. Lantau is the largest island in the colony, about twice the size of Hong Kong, but it's sparsely inhabited. The ferry put in at Silvermine Bay, and we hired a car and drove southwest along the only metalled road. We hit the coast again at Chung Sha, then drove up into the mountains to Po Lin Monastery. Helen was in high spirits. I tried to echo her mood, but the thought of what lay ahead was too bizarre and depressing.
There. What do you think of the monastery?
Is it always covered in cloud this time of year?
Often, but not always. Are you ready to eat? They do a marvelous vegetarian meal here. Louis?
I'm sorry, I was...
You were thinking about your meeting with Max von Lind. Oh, Louis, what kind of trouble are you getting yourself into?
I can't get you involved in this.
Well, can't you at least tell me what's upsetting you? I want to know.
It's weird and unlikely, but the situation is this. I have to get a man off this island. And it's possible I shall have to run the gauntlet of one of the triads to do so.
You can't be serious.
I'm afraid I am.
But why?
For the sake of Natasha Arabin.
Oh, I see. You must love her very much to run such horrible risks for her. I hope Natasha values you for what you're attempting on her account.
I wish it were all some other way.
But it isn't. Now, let me help you.
You can't.
I want to. Can't you understand? I want to.
Very well. Now, I shall put at your disposal 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. There's a number of things I need someone to buy for me.
A drink, Louis, before we talk business.
No.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Clearly, you're not enjoying the cloak and dagger life.
You make me sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. But no one is forcing you into this situation.
You are. You force everyone into intolerable situations all the time.
Was it my fault that you met Natasha? Was it my fault you let yourself become utterly infatuated with her? I think that I am behaving extremely generously.
Only because you evidently need this man, this fat chow, more than you need Natasha.
Weren't you the one a few days ago who wanted to forego the social conventions and talk facts? So, shall we talk facts? How do you propose to get our fat chow off the island?
I've spent 4 days on Lantau thinking of nothing else. I think he can be taken off safely, provided you find someone to give him the word well in advance.
I've no doubt that can be seen to.
It has to be. Otherwise, it's all off.
All right, then. Just as you wish.
I want other things as well. I want a small, powered craft to be anchored in shallow water, 1 mile west of Changsha for 3 days and nights. The day I intend to lift the man off, and it has to be a day when cloud is at least partially obscuring the road and the beach, I'll leave a marker on the sand at Changsha, a stick with a fragment of green linen tied to it. Our fat chow and I will reach the craft and sail directly to St. George's Bay on Lama Island. You'll have another boat waiting there, and you will be there in person. You get your man, and I get Natasha.
May I offer my congratulations?
You can tell me why you need our fat chow so urgently, and why he can't leave the island under his own steam.
Our fat chow has certain skills that I require. Business rivals will also like to acquire those skills. He is being watched by other men than mine. What no one will expect will be intervention from a respectable Englishman like yourself. You'll have the brief advantage of surprise. I urge you to make the most of it.
And your business rivals presumably won't hesitate to kill both our fat and myself if we look like getting clean away.
I never promised you an Easter parade, did I? Now I imagine that you want to talk to Natasha.
You'll be in danger all the way. I hope you think I'm worth it.
What kind of relationship is it when Max can barter you like a sack of pigs?
You don't like me very much, do you? You're in love with me, I think, but that's something very different.
Like you or not, I'm stuck with you. I need you. I can't foresee a life without you.
Max sees you as his greatest rival because you're a wholly honest man. He wants your head on a platter.
Stop making a performance of it, will you? This is a business deal. Why foul it up with histrionics?
What are you talking about?
Max has suggested that you're a schizophrenic. He wants me to believe you're off your rocker.
You've never come up against a man like Max before. Don't you see he'll say anything to confuse you?
Why are we always at odds?
Forget it. I shall be at Kai Tak Airport every day from the moment you set foot on Lantau. Once you have achieved what you have to, make straight for the airport. I shall be waiting for you.
I'll never forgive a third desertion. I returned to Lantau and pitched the tent in deep cover a mile up country of Changsha Beach. For 2 days, the sun shone endlessly, and I sweated and swore. The third day dawned more promisingly. Dark clouds already covered Lantau Peak, a mile from where I lay in hiding, and the clouds were descending fast. I broke cover and drove off in an old van Helen had obtained for me. When I reached Changsha, the visibility was fairly poor, and I was certain no one was observing me. I placed the marker in the sand and drove off fast. I left the van, well camouflaged, not half a mile away, then took to the hills once more. The clouds were very low now, and moisture coated my hair and eyebrows. Then the storm began quite suddenly, and everything was thunder. It was obviously building towards the mother and father of all cloudbursts, and if I didn't move now, I should have no visibility at all. As I swung round the bend leading towards the beach, I could see almost nothing but heavy rain. So heavy it seemed impossible that anyone could move in it. The clouds swirled low like dense fog. I slowed the van to a crawl and moved on. Then, a drenched figure lurched across the road in front of me.
Off that, Chow?
Yeah. Get in. Quickly, get in. Were you followed?
Was I followed?
Were you?
Yeah, I was followed. What do you expect, huh?
On foot?
I guess.
Stop being vague.
What's that, man?
Were you followed on foot? And if so, by how many?
5, 6, I don't know.
All right, on foot. But they also have vehicles.
They what?
Transport, cars, lorries, vans.
They got what they need.
Then I'm going to reverse and turn round, and we're getting out of this van.
You're mad.
Get out! Get out!
Where are you going, huh?
I'll be with you. I took the van into second gear, pointed it off the road and towards the beach, and got out fast. It was unbelievably painful, but the van behaved beautifully. Ran through the rain and thunder into a low outcrop of rocks. Then we headed north.
Where are you making for?
Up country, away from the road. Keep moving, will you?
You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Why you burned that van?
How will they know we weren't in it? How will they know? It'll be a couple of hours at least before they know for certain. Them and the police.
Police? Why you say police?
They're going to investigate a burning vehicle, aren't they? They'll throw a screen between that wreck and the outside world, won't they? So it'll take the people who are after you longer to get at the truth. And by then, we should be lying low.
I wish I knew what the hell was going on.
So do I, Squire. So do I.
What's that?
Huh? Dogs? Police dogs.
Police?
If the police suspect a triad was behind the wrecking of that van, they'll be out and about in force. It'll confuse whoever may be following you. But I wasn't reckoning on so fast to the action.
Man, you're crazy. Wild. Police dogs. We haven't a prayer.
In 10 minutes, we'll hit a broad stream. We wade down there for a couple of miles and then move off northwest.
A stream? Find a stream in this darkness, this weather.
I spent 4 days here planning every step of the way. Now, will you move it? They'll quit now. They won't start again till dawn. The police and your friends will be watching the harbors now.
And tomorrow the helicopters will be out. This is all crazy, man.
Everything's crazy to you, isn't it? Every little thing. You want to make this on your own? Do you? All right. So just keep waiting.
We must have paid you a hell of a lot to take this risk.
Who must?
Chang.
Who?
Toy Sang Chang.
Man about 35. Well-dressed, gold teeth, gold watch, gold cufflinks, improbable shoes.
Yeah. Toy Sang Chang.
Did you say he arranged all this?
Must have done. So why didn't we live by that junk? The junk that was waiting for us by Chung Sha Beach.
You knew about that?
Yeah, I knew. Why wouldn't I?
You're telling me that Choi Sang-cheng was your contact man for this breakaway?
He pays guys to tip me off when to run for it. So why didn't we use the junk?
Because if you could see a moored junk waiting for 3 days off the beach, then so could whoever's following you. They'd have cut us off long before we ever got there.
Okay, so how we get off this damn island, huh?
You'll find out. Now, listen to me. Have you ever heard of a man named Van Lint?
What?
A Swiss financier called Max Van Lint.
No, man, I haven't. Why should I?
All right. Let's just keep moving. For 52 hours, we played hide-and-seek with police patrols and triad pursuers among the mountains and valleys of Lantau. We moved at night from one food cache to the next, and by day, we lay hidden and took turns on watch while the other slept. But our fat was a terrified and disgruntled wreck. The last man on earth you want beside you in an emergency. That village ahead. That is where our boat is waiting. In 10 minutes or so, when it's fully dark, we'll move in and investigate.
Another boat. And what about the police vessels?
Do you imagine I haven't thought this all out, you fool? That village is only a mile from communist territorial waters. Once we're in that sector of the South China Sea, the colonial police can't follow us, and the triads won't.
Great. And what about the red Chinese?
You want cherries all the way, don't you?
I what?
Oh, forget it. Is he asleep now, Captain?
Yeah. The brandy helped.
Thank God. I'd have thrown him overboard if he'd done any more complaining.
A boring fellow.
Just about.
You'd better go below yourself and rest, Harper. You'll have a heavy day tomorrow.
Yes. You know the course?
We sail south of and parallel with the territorial limit until we reach Potoi Island. Then we re-enter colonial waters and make landfall at Taiwan Bay. You change ships and make your own way back to Hong Kong.
Fine. Are there likely to be any communist military vessels about at night?
I don't think so. I hope not. But I warn you, if one of them approaches, you and your friend will go overboard.
Your directness is most refreshing. All right, I think I'll go below now.
I'll wake you when we sight Potoi.
Harper, wake up!
What? Are we there?
Come up on deck quickly.
What's the matter?
Quickly, and bring the night lenses.
What's wrong?
There's a light, powerful vessel to starboard. Here, give me the glasses.
What is it?
Here, just see for yourself. No, follow the line of my finger.
Can't find...
No, over there.
Anything. Wait a moment. My God.
Well, what do you think?
Looks like an MTB.
What?
Not a torpedo boat.
Oh, that's all we need.
How far are we now from British waters?
About 10 minutes away.
Get down! Get down!
A searchlight sweep? What are they looking for?
They've seen us. They're signaling. Ah, they want us to heave too.
Keep going, for God's sake!
This is where you and our Pat take to a lifeboat.
You can't be serious. But we're almost home and dry.
Not worth the risk. You wake our Pat.
Look, man, here's $200. Here. There'll be another 2,000 for you at Taiwan Bay if you can get us there safely. Huh?
I can try, but it's going to be a rough ride.
The maniac's shelling us.
Oh, how observant you are, Harper. 3 or 4 more and he'll have our range.
3 or 4 more, he'll be shelling colonial waters.
How will he care, do you think? How much did you say at Taiwan Bay? Was it 4,000?
Come on, come on! We must have passed 22 north by now.
Tell the Reds that, will you, Harper?
How nice to see you again, Louis. Your initiative appears boundless. But why didn't you use the junk you requested me to provide instead of running the gauntlet of communist patrols? Wouldn't it have been less taxing on the nerves?
I don't trust you about anything. What guarantee did I have that a couple of your boys aboard that waiting junk weren't paid to remove me once our fat was clear?
Well, you seem to be picking up a few of the ground rules.
You're contemptible.
I'm sorry that you should feel that way. Because on the strength of these past few days, I'm beginning to realize that you have certain shining qualities. Were our situation other than what it is, I could offer you interesting and lucrative employment within my organization.
I want to talk to Natasha.
I thought that you might. But let me give you a final word of advice. Life with Natasha will destroy you. No, hear me out. You are basically a responsible man with charmingly archaic notions of honor and virtue. But from your world, Natasha voluntarily cut herself off several years ago. And for her, there is no going back.
You've been very quiet all afternoon. Are you sure it's what you want? To leave Max and come with me?
Of course I'm sure. It's just... It'll be strange at first, that's all. Like suddenly getting a divorce, however much you've longed for it.
Natasha, I haven't any of Max's financial resources. I'm 40 and I'm out of work. There'll be no glamour with me. No more excitement than getting a mortgage on a house or spending a fortnight a year with Charlie and Marie. You'll be moving from pink champagne to small beer.
Are you trying to put me off? Can't you believe I love you enough to settle for what we can offer one another?
I want to. Believe me, I want to. Look at me. Hold my hand and look at me.
Why are you so sad?
I'm not sad. It's just that my need for you is so intense, I can't believe it'll ever be gratified. I just hope that if you feel anything like the same intensity, you won't ever become disenchanted when our lives settle into what's got to be, heaven help me, a pretty orderly routine.
But don't you see, that's what I need as much as I need you. Life with Max has been a gorgeous sham. You represent reality, warm and loving, and yes, orderly. That's why I'll be waiting for you at the airport tomorrow. Waiting with far more hope and impatience than you think I'm capable of.
I'm glad you made it, Way.
As you rightly judged, I'm curious. Where are we going?
The airport.
Meeting who?
Natasha Arabin, briefly. Then she and I are off.
Oh. Where?
London first. Then a transfer to Paris.
And you aren't coming back to Hong Kong?
Why should I? I came here to find Natasha. I found her, and we're leaving together.
How the hell did you manage that?
Van Lint and I did some horse trading.
In what respect?
Oh, he needed an introduction to somebody. I arranged it 10 minutes ago. As a result, he's taken the pressure off Natasha, whatever the pressure was.
Who did he want to meet?
An inconsiderable gangster named Arthur Chow.
Arthur Chow?
You know him?
I know something about him. Louis, what exactly have you got yourself into?
I fulfilled a business deal, that's all.
Deal? Important enough for Van Lint to betrayed Natasha for this fat child?
Don't ask me how or why, because I don't know. All I know is that Natasha's waiting for me at the British Airways desk. I spoke to her by telephone from the Shirama not 10 minutes ago.
If I know one thing about this, I know it smells like trouble.
Why? Why trouble?
Certain of my colleagues, not associated with British Airways, will be very interested to know that our fat chow's on the loose.
Why?
There's a firm belief he's tied in with certain currency swindles. Look, where did he and Van Lin meet?
At the Furama.
Where did they go?
Possibly back to Max's suite at the Peninsula.
If I can trace an unbreakable connection between those two, I shall be a happier man. You've been very helpful.
How gratifying. So, in turn, you might tell me what you actually do.
I have certain responsibilities to the British Treasury, but I'll thank you to keep that information absolutely private.
It had to be something like that. Yes, of course, I'll keep it to myself. All I want now is out of this place with Natasha beside me. But where is she? In God's name, where is she?
She's not here. She can't be. Or if she is, she's decided not to show. She couldn't have missed the announcements. Impossible.
But she's crazy. I spoke to her not more than an hour ago. She was here at reception.
Louis, your plane leaves in 10 minutes, and by rights, they should have closed the gates already.
You expect me to leave without Natasha?
If you stay on in the colony now, you'll be in deep trouble, I warn you.
Trouble?
Get it into your head. The girl has ditched you. Isn't that sufficient? She's always stood you out. Louis, you have everything to lose by staying on.
Who are you?
You've got to trust me. Our fat chow was bad news. Leave it at that. I mean it. You've lost her, Louis. Cut your losses and run. Go on, run.
Louis?
Oh, you're here. Oh, thank God for that.
I told you I'd be here. I didn't want to speak to that man.
You didn't want... Do you realize what I've been through thinking you weren't coming?
I can't come with you. But I wanted to tell you face to face.
Are you crazy?
We can't get away from Max. Wherever we go, he'll always be with us.
I made a deal with him. He kept his side, so why are you lousing it up? Natasha, this is our only chance.
I can't live with those kind of shadows stalking us.
You never intended to come with me.
All right, I didn't. Ever. I used you because Max wanted me to.
I don't believe you.
We can't all be like you.
I want you as you are.
You never knew me.
So, once again, I went back to the Auvergne. Back to Charlie and Marie's to lick my wounds. But this time, the wounds were deeper.
It's an extraordinary story, Louis. Quite extraordinary.
That's the word I've used once or twice to describe recent affairs.
Oh, Louis, you're well out of it. That girl has fooled you far too often.
But why? Why say she'd go through with it and then vanish at the last minute?
I'm afraid it comes down to this. Max is an infinitely rich man, and Natasha's grown used to living with his kind of unbelievable luxury. She must have decided, however deeply she appeared to feel about you, that she couldn't give it up.
Oh, she's worthless. Worthless.
Oh, come on, Marie.
But it's true. Isn't it, Charlie?
What have I learned this past fortnight? To fall in love. To fall excessively in love at my time of life has brought me grotesque misadventure and unendurable heartache. I should have clung to my self-sufficiency. I shan't make the same mistake again.
I'm not sure that's true. It was salutary. To know you could feel as well as think. You were becoming very complacent, Louis, but you didn't recognize it. However much it may hurt now, it's not inappropriate that you should have had this bouleversement. I'm sure of it.
Oh, now, steady on, old
No,
girl.
I will not steady on. Louis, you know we love you, Charlie and I, or I wouldn't be saying this to you now. You've had a good life and a soft life for 40 years. And what's happened? You fell for a girl who led you a dance and then let you down. That it all happened in exotic places and in strange circumstances doesn't alter the central fact. And it happens to almost everyone at some time in their lives. So, you should be thankful it happened now and not when you're 50 or 60 and far less flexible.
Well, Louis? I'm about to count my blessings. Oh, I'm not quite over the top yet. I have money in the bank and a flat in London I can call my own. I have good friends. Next week, I shall pick up the threads and go job hunting. It shouldn't be too difficult. Just once in my life, I've lived dangerously. Just once, I wagered far too high, and I lost. And that makes me a better man, a more fulfilled man, a more complete man. Perhaps you're right. But it hurts. Oh, Charlie. Marie. Oh, God, how it hurts.
In Everything is Thunder by Michael Robson, the part of Lewis Harper was played by Daniel Massey. Max Van Lint by Anthony Newlands, Natasha Arabin by Patricia Gallimore, David Waring, Gabriel Wolfe, Helen Lee, Sheila Grant, Charlie Everest, Hugh Manning, and Marise Everest, Nicolette Mackenzie. Chief Inspector Murray was played by Peter Craze, Alec Garrard by William Edel, Sally Richardson by Shirley Dixon, Choi Sang Cheng by Eric Young, Ah Fat Chow, Christopher Cum, Chinese skipper Bruce Beebe. Other parts were played by John Woo and Rex Way. The play was produced and directed by David Spencer.
Next Saturday you can hear the second play by Michael Robson, in which Lewis Harper returns to Hong Kong and becomes involved again with Natasha Arabin. But the involvement turns out to be very unexpected.
A number of unpleasant and violent events occurred until at length Van Lint struck a bargain with you.
Waring's been in touch with you.
Van Lint struck a bargain with you. He would allow Miss Arabin to leave Hong Kong in your company, provided you did something for him. That's so, isn't it?
I was to bring a man off Lantau Island and take him to Max Van Lint.
The man being a 22-year-old Chinese named Ah Fat Chow.
Not the most endearing of men.
Well, then, it won't distress you too greatly if I tell you that he's dead.
He's what?
He was found floating in Telegraph Bay 4 days ago. He'd been strangled.
And you think Van Lint was responsible?
Oh, it's tempting to assume so, but there's no proof, of course, there never will be.
Daniel Massey plays Lewis Harper in The Dark Backward, the second of two plays by Michael Robson, and you can hear it next Saturday at 8:30. Well, now, an indication that summer is on its way is the reminder that the 83rd season of Henrywood Promenade concerts will be with us soon at the Royal Albert Hall in London. And tickets are now available for the first night, July the 22nd, and the last night, September the 17th. Two kinds of tickets are available, seats and promenade standing places, and they'll be allocated by ballot as follows. Ballot number 1, seats for the first night. Ballot number 2, promenade for the first night. Ballot number 3, seats for the last night. And ballot number 4, promenade for the last night. Written applications should be made separately for each ballot, and accompanied by an unstamped addressed envelope. The address to send them to is the Royal Albert Hall, London SW7 2AP, and they should reach there by Saturday the 28th of May. There's no need to send any money at this stage, but would you please make sure that the number of the ballot is clearly marked on the top left-hand corner of the envelope. The opening dates for booking tickets for concerts other than the first and last nights and for season tickets will be announced later, and the prospectus will be available from the 3rd of June and will cost 40 pence. And now, the weather forecast for tomorrow. Scotland and Northern Ireland will have bright or sunny intervals and scattered showers which will fall as snow on the mountains. England and Wales will start mostly dry with sunny periods, but showers will develop during the morning. These will be heavy again in places, some with hail and thunder, and eastern districts will become mostly cloudy. Temperatures will be similar to those of today. And the outlook for Monday and Tuesday, becoming rather cloudy with some rain spreading to most places from the southeast. It'll become warmer later. That's the weather forecast. And now, Big Ben and the news, read by Brian Martin.
BBC Radio News at 10 o'clock. The blowout at the Bravo rig in the North Sea has been sealed by the team of Texans led by Red Adair. The main danger has passed, and production from the rest of the Ekofisk field is to begin again tonight. Mr. Callaghan has said that despite current difficulties, the battle against inflation is being won, and a new economic forecast predicts a rise in real incomes this year. In Northern Ireland, the Protestant groups planning a general strike next week have hardened their attitude, and the Reverend Ian Paisley says he'll resign from political life if the strike call is not heeded. In Pakistan, the Prime Minister made a surprise tour in an open car after a demonstration by opposition supporters failed to make any headway. Football, Liverpool now have a clear lead in the First Division. Wolves have won promotion from Division 2. After the successful capping of the blown-out wellhead in the North Sea, the Texan oil experts have been telling newsmen how they stemmed the flow at their fifth attempt. Red Adair from Houston took his deputies, Boots Hansen and Richard Hatterberg, from the Bravo rig to the emergency headquarters at Stavanger. Our science correspondent, James Wilkinson, was there.
The three men landed by helicopter in Stavanger at about 7 o'clock this evening to a hero's welcome. To them, it had been just another blowout, like the other 35 or so a year which they have to deal with. They described it as a medium difficult one. It would have been 10 times worse, they said, if the blowout preventer had not been on top of the well, even though it was upside down. The extra squeeze they gave the valves moved them just 1/8 of an inch closer together, and it was that 1/8 of an inch which made all the difference between success and failure. When they arrived back on dry land, I asked Boots Hansen what conditions had been like on the platform.
It was risky, but it was worth the risk. It was loud and dirty and just, you work so much in that oil, you just had to get out of it. It just beats you up.
From the film, it looks as though it was very confined. Was it very confined?
Absolutely.
And how difficult was that to work in?
Well, that was one of the difficult parts of it, being confined, closed in, and offshore and everything like that.
How do you feel now it's finished?
Now the time is 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
We present in stereo Peter Woodthorpe as Tony Pirelli and Trevor Martin as Detective Commissioner John Kelly in Edgar Wallace's most famous play, On the Spot.
Chicago, 1929. Chicago, 1929.
Jimmy McGarth and Con O'Hara. They got me. The swine.
Take it easy. Easy. That's it. Father.
Yes, Doctor. Will you hear me if I pray?
No, Father. You can pray as loud as you like, but he can't hear you. He'll be conscious again in a little while, but not for long.
Where have you put Sean O'Donnell? They told me he was still alive in the casualty ward. That right?
Quite right, Mr. Kelly.
Where is he?
He's here. He's in the bed here.
Oh, yeah? Sean's got his by the look of him.
Have you any idea who did this, Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I have, Father. He's one of Mike Feeney's gang.
Gang shooting, eh? These crimes are terrible. Every week I read in the papers somebody kills somebody. But Sean O'Donnell here, I knew him. He was an altar boy at the Holy Name Cathedral.
Was he, Father? He was also Mike Feeney's lieutenant.
Where'd you find him, Mr. Kelly?
Find him, Doctor? Not me. One of my motorcycle patrols heard the shots. By the time they got to him, the killers had gone. It was on the outskirts of the city, corner of Atlantic and 95th. Queer place to bump him. I wonder if Mike Feeney put him on the spot.
Put him on the spot? How do you mean?
Send him to his death by his own gang.
But why?
Well, sometimes it's the price they pay for peace. Gang leaders can't always control their own men, and if one of them starts shooting up a rival gang, the leader can put him on the spot. Send it to some place where the other gang can get him.
Holy Mother, a human sacrifice.
Mr. Kelly, he's moving. You won't have much time.
Oh, Sean. You know me, boy? John Kelly, Chief of Police?
John Kelly.
Yeah. Your old Jake, boy. Now, I've been a good friend of yours, Sean.
Good friend.
Sure I have. Looked after your mother the first time you went to stir, didn't I? Now, you're gonna tell me who did this, aren't you?
My wife. Sent for her. My wife.
Sure, I've sent for your wife. I rushed my own car for her. She's Mike Feeney's sister, isn't she?
Yeah.
But Mike Feeney never gave you a chance, Sean. He put you on the spot, didn't he? Didn't he? Now come clean with it, kid.
No. Not Mike Feeney.
Oh, it wasn't Feeney.
Two men.
Two of the Pirelli gang, wasn't it, Sean? Tony Pirelli's gang got you. You're not going to God with a lie on your lips, are you, Sean? Oh, for God's sake, don't go out without telling the truth. Pirelli's gang got you. Wasn't it Con O'Hara bumped you? Con O'Hara, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I'm waiting, Sean. You won't speak? All right, Doctor. That's how they all are. True to the gang tradition. Dumb.
Father, he's going fast. I think it's time.
Requiem aeternum dona eis Domini. Et lux perpetua lucet es. Dedecet hymnos Deus in Zion. Et tibi redditor votum in Jerusalem. Exaudi orationem meam. Ad te omnis caro veniet. Requiem aeternum.
Sancta Maria, ora pro nobis. Sancta Dei Genetrix, ora pro nobis. Sancta Virgo Virgin, ora pro nobis. You like when I play the organ? You like it, little Minley?
I like it very much, Tony.
Guno. What a pity the damn fool wasn't born an Italian like Tony Pirelli, eh? But he was educated in Rome. You wouldn't think I knew that, huh?
You know everything, Tony.
Of music? Yes, my little Chinese angel. Perhaps if I'd stayed in the orchestra at Cosmolino's, I'd have been a swell musician. Antonio Pirelli, the maestro, huh? But I was ambitious. And now I live in Chicago, in the most beautiful apartment in the world. Is not this room just like the Doge's palace in Venice? Better, eh? And you, Minley, The most beautiful China lady. Yes, what is it?
Good morning, boss.
Do you want me, Angelo?
Yes, I've been out since early checking the real stuff. And there are all these papers.
Come along, Minley. Another day begins. You'll come back by and by.
Tony, you said you would come and sit in my room.
I said I will see you by and by.
Oh, but, Tony, you said you would
Damn
come and...
it, can't you hear me?
Yes.
So, well now, Angelo, what is it?
That train's through from Canada. But one boxcar was opened and half the booze was gone.
Yeah, but I know all about that. It was the police in Michigan. I told them to help themselves.
Well, they have. And here are the papers. I paid $500 to the railway clerk and $2,000 to that prohibition officer. He'd have stopped it going out of the yard.
He's worth it. We don't want no trouble.
Right. Then we'll start trucking it tomorrow. It's all the best stuff.
Yeah, but be careful, Angelo. That Judge Colson gets that good champagne. Last time, he got apple juice and he raised hell. I don't want no trouble with them Supreme Court judges.
Maybe.
Yeah, and if that's all, I'll play the organ again. Oh, yes, and Angelo.
See?
Watch out for Mike Feeney's gang.
Forget it. Mike Feeney would be like a cat on wheels now that Sean O'Donnell's got his. Sean was the brains of that outfit.
That's the worst thing that's ever been said about poor Mike Feeney.
O'Hara's a loud talker, ain't he?
O'Hara's Irish, and he's from New York, so he can't help being a loud talker.
As long as he don't talk about last night.
He won't.
He might talk to his woman, and he's got some swell woman. I'm a bonehead to talk about women. That's your trouble, boss. Why can't you keep your mind on business for a few years and then take a holiday? About this stuff for the judge.
She's really nice, eh, this O'Hara woman?
Yes, but what made me talk about her, I don't know. It is the first time since Minley has been here.
Leave her out. Tell me about this girl. Is she soignée, huh?
What the hell that is, I don't know. All that I can tell you is that she's tough, but she's classy.
Beautiful mother.
Oh, God, why did I ever bring up this subject?
But O'Hara, that pig, how could he get a fine girl?
Listen, if you start wondering what girls see in guys, your mind is going right off your business. Well, look who's here. Good morning, Con O'Hara.
Morning, Angelo. Morning, Mr. Pirelli.
Oh, no, O'Hara. Just the man I want to see.
Yeah, everyone wants to see me. They always do. And some more than others, eh?
Yeah, well, that lets me out. I've got work to do if you haven't. I'll be next door if you want me, boss.
O'Hara, have you read the papers this morning?
Well, I don't take no notice of newspapers. Full of god-awful lies.
Well, here's the Tribune on the top page. Please, look.
Well?
Read it, O'Hara. Read it if you can read it.
Sean O'Donnell, booze racketeer, dies at hands of gunmen. Dead gangster is Mike Feeney's chief aide. Put on the spot, Detective Commissioner Kelly thinks. Put on the spot? Say that'll make Mike Feeney mad.
Yeah, go on, read then.
Last night at 12, Patrolman Ryan heard shots and running in the direction found the body of Sean O'Donnell. He had been shot. Oh, hell, wasn't I there?
Yes, I believe you were there. That is why it is also very interesting for me.
The kid gave him 2 shots, and I give him 1. I don't waste no time, Tony. It was all over, and we was heading for Michigan Avenue before that bull was in sight.
That was fine. Yeah. And he was dead?
Was he dead? Listen, when I pull a rod on a guy, his front name's late.
And yet, he was alive when he was found.
How's that?
He was alive and taken to the Brothers Hospital here in Chicago and saw Mr. Kelly. Go on.
There was that college kid. I told you I didn't want to take him along. Say, that boy fell apart the minute he pulled his rod. I've never missed my man.
I see, he missed him, but you killed him, and that was why he was alive at 1 o'clock at the Brothers' Hospital with Mr. Kelly saying, come clean for your old mother's sake.
You're kidding me?
You come to me from New York, a swell killer from the Five Pointers gang. In New York, we do this. In New York, we do that. In Chicago, sweetheart, I send you out to do a little simple thing, and what do you do?
The kid got me rattled.
Sure he got you rattled. You're a swell fella, eh? All brains, eh?
Well, O'Donnell's dead now.
Sure, everybody dies sometime, but when I mark a man, he is not to die of old age. See?
Now, listen, Mr.
That is all. I'm not annoyed, but Mike Feeney will be calling. I've been expecting him all morning.
Oh, I'll answer it.
You? Oh, no, O'Hara. You're going to answer the call of one man and find yourself talking to another. Oh, well. Yes.
Is that you, Pirelli?
Mr. Pirelli is not at home.
Now listen here, Pirelli, you bloody son of a bitch, you Italian bastard, you Sicilian sod, you...
Don't use such language, Mr. Michael Feeney. I may be all these things, and yet the lady at the Center Exchange might not like to hear you saying them.
Pirelli, look...
Now listen to me, I tell you.
Yeah, you tell me what you done with Sean O'Donnell, you bastard. What has Sean O'Donnell ever done to you, you swine, that you and your mix should bump him off like that last night, you son of a bitch?
Listen, you silly Irish!
What did you call me then?
I'm trying to tell you, Mike, I don't know anything about Sean O'Donnell. In the Tribune it says, you put him on the spot.
That's a bloody damn lie, Pirelli, and you know it. Sean O'Donnell was bumped off by your two killers. And one of them I bloody know was that sod from New York, Con O'Hara. Con O'Hara, do you hear me? He was one of your killers, Con O'Hara.
Oh, my friend, you are like a German opera. I tell you, I do not know. I swear to you by my blessed Mother of God, and I cross myself with a telephone, I do not know. O'Hara, Con O'Hara, don't be silly.
Listen, Tony, tell him from me.
Shut up. Are you still there, Mike Feeney?
Yeah, I'm still here. And I'm telling you that Con O'Hara will pay for it.
Con O'Hara is too big a fool.
Hey.
I wouldn't trust him to kill a cat. He's one of those guys who shoots out his mouth, yeah. Now, listen to me, Mike. You and your bunch of micks have been muscling in on my territory. Yes, you have. Sean was the guy who shut up one of my speakeasies the other night and who hijacked a carload of liquor from the here yards.
Yeah, but Sean is dead. Look, I tell you what we do. I don't want no trouble. Let's meet and discuss our business. Meet me at the corner of Michigan and 25th.
I meet you at the corner of Michigan and 25th, and where do I go from there? To the undertaker's parlor. Say, you're not going to put me on the spot. Listen, Mike, I've an idea. Why don't you come here?
Listen, Tony, don't you trust that guy.
Shut up, O'Hara. Are you still there, Mike Feeney?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Good. So, you'll come here, but I'll meet you opposite the Tribune building and bring you back with me here.
Yeah, mind your step, Pirelli.
That's okay by me. There'll be a machine gun covering you.
Who says?
I'm saying that.
Don't you want to talk?
Sure, I want to talk, and we'll come back here, you and me, without rods.
Without rods. And the time? 11 o'clock.
Okay, 11 o'clock.
Now listen, Tony, I'm telling you something.
You want me, boss? Yeah, I do. Listen to me. Vado a incontrare Mike Feeney.
Mike Feeney, ma dove?
Da faccia al Tribune Building alle 11 stamattina. Mi copri con la machine gun, va bene?
Say, I'm in his doing. Hey, you don't either of you know when you got a good guy.
Tony, è troppo pericoloso per me. Ascolta.
Non ascolto più, io vado.
Nothing will happen today domani. I will meet him. It will be very interesting.
I'm Con O'Hara from New York, you know. Hey, Tony, you're not treating me square.
Hey, O'Hara.
Yeah, what is it, Angelo?
Want to see your woman?
Huh?
She's out in the hall here waiting for you.
Oh, I'll be right
Your
along.
woman? You have a woman, Con?
Sure. Ain't I a human being?
Nice, huh?
Ain't you never met her, Tony?
No, I have not seen her. She's pretty, eh?
She's dandy. Say, Tony, I can't understand you running around with a chink.
I don't speak that language. Chink.
Listen, I'm not saying anything against Min Lee. She's a swell-looking kid.
Sure, but not so nice as yours, huh?
Well...
Bring her in.
You mean you'd like to meet her?
Sure.
Then I'll bring her. On the level, Tony.
Sure thing.
I know what you waps are.
Nice word, that, waps. I make plenty of money for you, Con. You're a swell feller, eh? Go on, fetch her now, huh?
Okay, Tony, I fetch her.
Con O'Hara, figlia de una putana da New York.
I'll meet Mr. Pirelli, Maria.
I've heard a whole lot about you, Mr. Pirelli.
You have.
Sure. I'm always talking about him, ain't I, kid?
I'd like to know Mrs. Pirelli. She's a Chinese lady, isn't she?
Chinese lady. You hear that, Con O'Hara? She didn't say chink, she said Chinese lady. Will you remember that, please? No. Yes. Mrs. Pirelli is 50-50 Chinese-American. Now, let me take your coat.
We'll step out now, if you're ready, Maria.
You like Chicago?
Oh, it certainly is a swell place.
Better than New York, eh? We have beautiful stores, good furs, sables on chiffon, exquisite. We will go shopping someday. Perhaps we shall see some sables. Huh?
Sables?
Yeah.
Say, what are you handing me? Con, your friend Mr. Pirelli is a swell kidder. Why, I've worn this fur of mine for 2 years.
That coat set me back $2,000.
$2,000? I'd pay that for the collar.
Gee, look at the time. Come on, kid. We shan't make that appointment.
Okay.
I heard the buzzer. Did you ring, boss?
No, Angelo. You must have been the telephone.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yes.
It was for you, O'Hara.
For me?
Wanted on the wire.
Well, can't you put it through here? Who is it?
Police department.
Huh?
Well, that's what they sounded like. Maybe Kelly knows you're here.
Kelly knows everything. Go on, O'Hara. Don't keep that policeman waiting. No. You stay here, Mrs. O'Hara. You see Chicago from my balcony.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on, Angelo. Show me the phone.
What do you think of my apartment?
Gee, ain't it a swell dump? It's just like being in a church.
Does it remind you of the Doge's palace in Venice? Maria.
Hey, what? You've got a nerve. I've never seen you before.
You like this place. Where do you live?
We've got an apartment off stage.
Yeah, 4 rooms and a bath.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Nothing is good enough for you.
Oh, God, you got a nerve to kiss me like this. If Con knew what you did...
I would do it before his eyes. I would want to do nothing better.
Are you crazy? He'd kill you.
If he killed me, he would be crazy. Hey, you see this diamond on my finger, eh? Huh? Here, you have it.
Oh, I couldn't. Hey, ain't it just lovely?
Put it on, go on. Put it on, quick.
There?
Ooh.
Oh, Mama, ain't that swell?
Tonight I give a party. All of the best people will be here. You come, huh?
If Con comes.
Con? Oh, yeah, he'll come. And you'll sleep here. There are plenty of rooms, eh?
You ain't gonna talk to me like that. You've got a damn nerve.
What's the idea? Headquarters didn't want me at all. Hey, Maria, what's the matter with you?
Look what Mr. Pirelli gave me.
Oh, he gave you that, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I'd give her 2 more if I wish. She's your wife? That's why. He's a swell fellow, your husband, Maria. Yes. I'll call you Maria. And you must call me Tony, eh? And I can trust Con O'Hara. Nobody else, eh? He's a big shot, you, right?
That's all right by me, but...
Yeah?
There's a call for Mr. Pirelli.
For me, put him through.
Maria, here.
Did
Did that wop get fresh with you? Try to kiss you or anything?
Oh, I know, Con. I'd like to see him start.
Well, that guy goes plumb crazy over a skirt, if it's the right kind. Not everyone's his kind. You ain't.
I should say not.
Oh, Min Lee. He's mad about her.
That is good news.
Hey, look, she's here. Maria, meet Mrs. Pirelli.
Glad to know you, Mrs. Pirelli.
You are very pretty. Very lovely.
Why, Mrs. Pirelli, if it comes to that, I've got nothing on you. I do admire your wife, Mr. Pirelli.
Ah, pretty, eh? Madame Butterfly, eh?
Is that so? Well, then I've heard about her.
Oh, don't be dumb, kid. Madame Butterfly is a dame in a book.
Madame Butterfly was Japanese.
Yeah.
It is Italian opera. Puccini. Tony will play on organ.
Maybe tonight. Maria, what do you think of Minley? Cute, eh? Show Maria your rings, honey.
There.
$20,000, that baby, huh?
Sure. It's wonderful.
Well, Maria and I will be stepping out now.
Oh,
Tony.
come, I want you. Go and get that boy, Jimmy McGrath. Tell him I want to see him. Your wife can stay here till you come back. Minley, you show Mrs. O'Hara the winter garden. That's where we have our parties.
Through this way.
Some other time, I guess. Mrs. O'Hara's got an appointment. Maria, snap into it now.
Oh, well, goodbye for now.
Arrivederci, Maria, and you will come to my party
Oh,
tonight.
yes, I hope so, Tony.
She is lovely. Very lovely.
Hey? Yeah. She's swell.
You going to the opera tonight, Tony?
Tonight is goddamn, and I'd rather go to the zoo than hear Wagner.
Maybe you will stay with me sometime tonight.
Huh?
I never see you, and I don't know where you go.
Oh, little darling. How often have I said to you, think if you must think, speak if you must speak, but never let your thoughts and your tongue come together, silly little devil.
No, that hurt.
And that? That hurt more?
You know.
Why don't you cry when I hurt you, you heathen?
You know what I am afraid of?
What every woman is afraid of. Another woman.
There is another woman.
To me, all women is another woman.
I get a little scared sometimes about you, Tony. When you go out, I never know if you will come back.
Is it who I have?
That night they shot at you. I thought I'd die.
What is more important, I thought I would, but I didn't. And where is Camorra and Scalesi and clever Max Sweeney who shot me? All in hell. That is theologically accurate.
Tony, I have been thinking. Can't we get away from Chicago?
Sure, you can go by the 20th century. You have time to make the reservations.
I said we.
We? We is not me. You are just you, understand? Nothing but. You are like the beautiful Venetian furniture in this apartment. You are pretty, charming, and lovely to my eyes, but so are all the things in this palazzo room. They do not say, Tony Pirelli, take us back to Italy with you. Oh, lovely darling. So stupid. You damn fool.
Tony, who is coming to the party tonight?
You shall see them when they arrive. It will be a lovely party.
Will there be women?
I said it would be a lovely party.
Is she coming?
Oh,
Mrs. O'Hara.
sure.
Why can't she stay away? She has her own man.
Did you see the man?
Sure, I saw him.
Well, wouldn't you go to a party if he was your man?
Jimmy says
Jimmy? Ah, Jimmy McGrath. You like the college boy. He's nice.
that... Yes, he's nice. He is like a little baby to me.
Yeah? You take him in your arms like a little baby, like this.
Why, Tony?
And you kiss him,
No,
like this.
Tony, no.
Like a little baby, huh? Such things I have heard. Why do you look at me like that?
Listen, somebody is coming.
Huh? Why, hello, Jimmy boy.
Hello?
And O'Hara, too. So you found Jimmy boy for me, huh?
Sure, I met him on the avenue. You said you wanted to see him.
And I want to talk to you, Tony.
Ah.
Good morning, Minley.
Run away, sweetheart. Me and Jimmy's got something to say to one another.
I want to see you, Jimmy, before you go.
She wants to see you. Take a seat, will you, Jimmy?
I guess I'll walk around.
Sure, that silky carpet sent me back 10 grand, but what's the use if you don't walk on it?
The boy wants to have a little talk.
Sure, O'Hara, my ears are very good. I heard him say so quite well. Yeah, Jimmy.
I made a damn fool of myself last night.
No, that was nothing, boy. You're a swell fella, don't you worry.
You see, I knew Sean O'Donnell. I rather liked him. And when I pulled my gun on him, well, He looked at me kind of hurt, like killing a dog you're fond of.
I know just what you feel, kid. But it's nothing.
Well, if Con hadn't been there, I guess I'd have got myself bumped off rather than do it.
But I fixed Sean O'Donnell good, Chief. I see the kid was nice.
Yeah. I listened to you, Con, plenty. In a minute. Yes, Jimmy.
Well, I haven't slept. I've been seeing Sean all night. His eyes. Look,
Oh, can it, Jimmy? You ain't yellow, are you? Jeez.
O'Hara, you are dumb. Be it. You're okay with me, Jimmy. Sure, I know how you feel. You're a college boy. All that raw stuff don't look good, but we got to do it, Jimmy. I don't want no trouble. I'd work this booze racket without hurting a fly if they'd let me. There's no sense to it, Jimmy. Killing and killing. Who the hell wants to kill anybody? But they won't leave you be. You get all set and working fine and dandy and smooth and friendly and everything, and then one of them north side guys, Mike Feeney's gang, comes muscling in, and you got to tell him. You got to tell him where he gets off.
Say, that's the strength of it, Jimmy. If yous hadn't bumped him, he'd have bumped you. I wised you up to that kid.
Con, I do not like guys who talk such a hell of a lot, especially when I'm talking. Jimmy, have you seen Mr. Kelly yet?
Don't worry about the cops. They don't mean a damn thing. Let me talk to Kelly.
He'll let you talk, and very soon O'Hara listen. That's his car out there now. O'Hara, have you ever met the man?
Who, Kelly?
Uh-huh.
No, but listen, they're all alike, Chief.
Don't call me Chief, damn you, O'Hara. Listen, Jimmy, you got the brains. Get this and get it quick. Don't let this guy, Kelly, ball you up. Just say as little as you can.
He's going to ask me questions. He doesn't know it's me.
Not unless you tell him. Don't stand for his bluff.
I'll talk to him.
You will, eh? Con, you're a grand spieler. I like you. You're swell, but don't talk. And don't get fresh. This ain't New York. This is America. That's the warning. He's on his way up now. Shut it. Morning, Mr. Gay.
Morning to the three of you. Having a party?
A little early for a party, Chief.
I went to a party this morning. There was me and the coroner and Sean O'Donnell. Oh. Me and the coroner did all the talking.
Poor old Sean. When I read the papers and saw it gone, it spoiled my morning.
It spoiled his. Is this boy McGarth?
Mr. James McGarth of Harvard. A college man.
I know. Expelled in his first year for theft from another freshman. Is that right?
He seems to know it all.
He's making a fresh start, Chief.
If I ever laughed, I'd laugh. Fresh start? What's he doing? Painting lilies on bottles? That's not what you're doing as a kid.
Look.
It wasn't what you were doing last night.
I don't know what you're aiming at.
How long you been in this racket?
Which racket?
Jimmy, it's okay. The chief knows we're running booze. The state of Illinois never voted dry. He's been 3 months with me, Mr. Kelly. A nice boy.
Did you know Sean O'Donnell?
Yes, I've seen him.
Know he's dead?
Yes.
Know that he was chopped down last night by a grand American sportsman? I don't know what brothel his mother came from, but she bred an out-and-out bastard. Like mother, like son, huh?
What in hell have mothers got to do with it?
Mothers have a lot to do with it. I'd like to bet she's been through my hands. I ran the vice section for a year. Only a son of that kind of woman would shoot a man down out of
God,
it.
Jimmy, why can't you take his little joke?
Pirelli, you're a big noise in this city. You've got juries in your pockets and judges eat out of your hands. But if you interfere with me, I'll make trouble for you.
Interfere, Chief? Why, I only...
I know. You've done what you wanted to do. You've given the boy time to take hold of himself. All right, kid. You just tell me something and come clean. Where were you last night?
At the theater.
Which theater?
Why, at the Blackstone.
What was the number of your seat?
Oh, say, how in hell can
O'Hara, keep your goddamn face shut till I speak to you. Go on, boy. What was the number of your seat?
Well, I don't know. I don't keep a check on numbers.
What was the play?
Well, I guess it was the Broadway Review. Yes, that's what it was.
Is that so? That happens to be the name of a picture.
Well, yes. That's what I saw, a picture.
At the Blackstone?
Well, I don't know Chicago very well. Maybe it was another theater.
Rialto.
It was the Rialto.
Ah, almost sounds like Blackstone, doesn't it? What time would you come out, Mr. McGarth?
Oh, say, have a heart.
Oh, harder.
What time would you leave the theater?
12, I guess.
Fine. There was no performance at the Rialto last night. The projector room blew up. Don't you guys ever read anything but funeral notices?
I don't know what theater it was.
Say, Chief, the kid's a stranger to Chicago.
Oh, and you're an old-timer, huh?
Well, no, I'm new on it, too. I'm from New York.
Never heard of the place. You could find your way about Chicago, though.
Sure. I take a taxi.
Did you take a taxi to Atlantic Avenue and 95th Street last night?
Me? I was in bed at 10.
You did, though, McGarth.
No.
You did, too.
No.
Listen, I saw Sean before he died, and he blew the works. He said he was shot by you and Con O'Hara.
He died without speaking, I know.
Oh, you know, huh?
Sure, I know. Well, go on. Why don't you arrest him?
You know why, too. When I get him to the station house, I'd find your tame lawyer there with a writ of habeas corpus. That's why I don't arrest him.
Don't answer any more of his questions, kid.
Oh, you come to life, O'Hara, have you?
Sure.
How long are you going to stay that way?
A pretty long time.
We'll seem a long time to your wife.
Why, you son of a goddamn...
Get back, O'Hara.
God damn you, stick him up!
Oh, no, O'Hara, I've got you covered. Come on, give me your rod. You haven't got one, huh? Yeah, you thought you had one. But I'll keep you covered just the same. Though I think Mr. Pirelli has taken your gun in case you lost your temper.
I'm showing you the door, Mr. Kelly.
Pirelli, I hand it to you. You're clever. The day I hang you, I'm gonna get drunk. Oh, look at the time. You'll be late for your appointment, Pirelli. Don't keep Mike Feeney waiting.
Who told him that?
Angelo!
Coming, boss.
Get me Mike Feeney on the telephone, quick.
Okay, what's the number?
Loop 12754.
Number, please, caller.
Loop 12754. And make it quick, please, ma'am.
You want me, boss?
Yes, Angelo. You know I'm meeting Mike 1 block away. Did you arrange to get the place covered?
Sure, machine gun.
Hello.
Here's your call.
That's you, Mike.
You know damn well it's me. Say, what the hell you mean keeping me waiting, you son of a Sicilian...
Go steady, Mike. The wires have been tapped. Kelly's been here. That's why I'm late.
But you're meeting me like you said, and I come back to your place.
Okay, yeah. We'll come right back here. I'm bringing 5.
Yeah, me too. And no shooting, see, you bastard son of a night.
Yeah, all right, Mike. All set, huh? Got the boys outside, Angelo?
Certo.
Fine. You come along, O'Hara, too.
I'm right behind you.
No, Jimmy, you stay here, huh?
Yeah.
I'll be back in 3 minutes. Angelo.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go over the chauffeur to the funeral store, huh?
Yes, they got it already. I phoned them, and the poetry is grand.
All right. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
Why, Jim?
Hello, Minley.
What is the matter? Aren't you well?
I wish I were dead.
Oh, Jimmy. I told you to go away.
Go away. Where?
Oh,
Oh, I wish that you weren't in on this.
In what?
In this racket. Can't you get out? You've no business here.
My business is every woman's business, Jimmy. When you are in it, you're in it for life.
But doesn't it make a difference to you, these rackets and murders?
No. If Tony were a stockholder, it would be no different for me.
Minley, I wanted to ask you this. Did you go to college?
I went to Columbia.
University? Gee, how in the name of Mike did you get here?
Well, you know, love, art, not knowing what to do about it. And here I am.
I'd give anything to get you out of here.
Get yourself out.
No.
Soon.
No, I can't. I'm in this for life.
Jimmy,
Yes?
Who killed that man last night?
I don't know.
Who killed him? Oh, don't, Jimmy.
I did it, Minley.
Please.
I did it. I tried to get drunk to do it. With every drink, I got more sober. I killed him.
Oh.
I killed him in cold blood. Well, I've got to pay. I know that. But I want to pay soon. I want it to come now. I want it to come now.
It will come very soon for you. And for me.
For you? Well, nobody would hurt you.
I am being hurt all the time.
By Pirelli? By me?
Oh, no.
I love you, Emily. There's nothing worthwhile but you.
I have nothing to give you. Nothing. I am waste. No good for anybody.
Look, couldn't we go away? Leave Chicago. Get across to Canada. Nobody could trace us.
Huh. A Chinese girl and a white boy? Oh, Jimmy. No. I have nothing to give. My body belongs here. To Tony. I want no other man. I have not enough to give him. I love him so.
Finley, other women have lived in this apartment.
I know.
And they've gone. You know where?
I know.
Aren't you afraid?
No.
My God.
If you stay, Tony will be good to you, I think.
I wouldn't stay a day if you went. I love you, Minley.
And I love only Tony.
My sweet. I heard what you said.
Oh, Mr. Pirelli,
Jimmy, no, you're not to feel damn foolish. It was nice, oh, so nice. Now, run away now, you two little babies. Take him to your apartment, my pretty flower.
Tony, I'm...
Shh, go quickly. Nice. So nice.
Okay, you guys, park your guns. That's the arrangement, ain't it, Pirelli?
Sure thing, Mike Feeney. Shut the door, huh? Now, lay your gun on the table, huh? Yes.
There's mine.
And there's mine.
Where's Angelo?
I sent him down to Schoberg's, huh?
Sure. Sure, that's a grand idea. You're a wonderful guy for thinking up notions. The boys will be pleased at that. Hey, what's that?
At the drawer where I keep my cigars. Have one.
No, I don't smoke. It's bad for the eyes.
Now, see here, Mike. What I said over the wire goes. We're both making money for a few dollars, one way or the other. Why all this trouble?
Ain't that right? Yes. I've always said you have more under your hat than any college professor. But, Tony, I'm giving you this straight. I've got a pretty tough lot of hoodlums, and half the trouble is Sean O'Donnell.
Yeah, but listen.
I know. Sean didn't like you. He went after you, and I might have done the same. But I've a sister who married him. Well, you know what women are. She's out to get the birds that got her man, and my gang is with her.
Your sister is a very nice woman.
Not your kind, Pirelli. She never had no sex appeal for anybody except Sean, and that's the trouble.
What do you want me to do, huh?
We know the guys who got Sean. That kid McGarth and Con O'Hara. Now, one of my boys saw them smoking back to the city. The kid's yellow, too. I'm sorry for Con. I knew him in New York. But he's certainly a loud noise. Have you seen his woman?
Yes, I have seen his woman. What do you want me to do?
Put them both on the spot tonight. 11 o'clock at the corner of Michigan and 94th. I'll have a couple of boys there, and that'll finish it.
I wouldn't do that to a yellow
I
dog.
respect you for it, but...
Those guys are certainly a lot of trouble to me.
There's yellow guys in every outfit. You remember Vincetti?
I knew him,
He was yellow. Tried to take a powder on you, didn't he?
He was talking of quitting.
He came to this apartment, was never seen no more till they picked him up on Lake Shore.
I read about it.
Yellow guys are no good to you nor nobody.
I don't want no trouble. Okay. I'll put them both on the spot.
That's bully. Shake. What's that?
Come in. Why, look. It's Angelo, back from Schoberg's. And look what he's carrying, A beautiful, beautiful floral hat. Ain't Schoberg the swellest florist in Chicago? That is for Sean O'Donnell.
That's mighty thoughtful. Gee, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I thought you would, Phoebe. Lift the black-bordered card and read, Angelo. Angelo has a beautiful voice.
The angels heard the voice of Sean and said, another good man gone. Deepest sympathy from Antonio Pirelli. Ah, jeez, that's lovely.
Come in here a moment, Angelo. Shut the door. I'm sorry to drag you away from all the boys and girls dancing in the Wintergarten, but there's work to do.
That's all right, boss. It's quieter here in your gold parlor and in the radiance of amber lamps. Quite like Venezia.
Okay. Who's been at the hooch?
No, not too much, boss.
Good. Now, listen, Angelo. I'm sending Con O'Hara and Jimmy up on the west side.
Oh, yeah? Spotting him?
That O'Hara's shooting off his mouth.
Yeah, he's better, Dom. He's only a big noise, but the kid...
Angelo, you saw him. He fell apart. If Kelly ever gets him to headquarters...
Well, of course he fell apart. Didn't I tell you not to send him? He may have been useful, but no.
Shh. There's someone out on the balcony. See who it is.
Okay. Why, it's Min Lee. Hello, Min Lee. You've been listening, eh?
I only hear the sound of traffic from the balcony.
Go back to the dancing, Angelo. I'll call you when I want you.
Yes, boss, yes.
Minwee, where have you been all the night?
In my room.
When I have a party, you go to your room? And has Jimmy McGuff been in your room, too?
Yes.
Oh, and I suppose you locked the door, eh?
Yes.
Ain't you got the nerve?
You told me to get him away from the party. Well, I got him away from the party.
Sure, I told you. But did I tell you to stay with him in your room and lock the door? Tell Jimmy I want him.
Are you going to do anything to Jimmy? It was my fault.
No. Jimmy's a nice fella. I'm fond of Jimmy. You go and tell him I want to see him, huh?
Yes. Very well, Tony.
Oh, Minley, I want to see Con O'Hara, too. Come here.
What is it, Tony?
Don't take any notice of me. I'm worried with business. Don't be, you know.
I know.
Oh, and Minley, you look after Mrs. O'Hara, eh? She's a swell woman, but, well, she's not in your street, Minley. If Con asks anything, say you're looking after her, eh?
You can't tell him that, Tony.
Go and get those boys. Why did you lock that door?
I didn't want anyone to come in.
Oh, was Jimmy crying or something?
No, he wasn't crying.
Not crying, eh? And what? Hello?
Is that you, Pirelli?
Yes, Mike.
Look, your boys ain't appeared yet. Is there any change of plans or what? You come clean with me, Tony.
Don't
Pirelli.
start pushing me around, Mike. I said 11, it's quarter of now.
You'll never bloody make it at 10.
Yes, they can, only don't start pushing me around, that's all, when I give my word.
Your goddamn word ain't worth much, I'm telling you.
All right.
You want me, Tony?
Yes, hello, Jimmy. Sorry I'm breaking the party up for you. Jimmy boy, you know Captain Strood, huh?
No, I've never met him.
Not the police captain?
No.
That's all right. We call him Lefty, and that's the name he'll be calling himself tonight at the corner of Michigan and 94th, 11 o'clock.
You want me to find him?
He'll find you, but don't let that scare you, eh?
All ready, boss. They told me you wanted to see me.
Yes, come. Do you know Lefty Strood, the police captain?
No, I don't know any of these guys. But believe me, I won't be here in Chicago long
You
before
take this packet, Jimmy, put it in your pocket and be careful.
Okay.
There's $30,000 in that cover. I've got the cargo of liquor coming through the Erie Canal, but that's nothing to do with you, boy. You take that packet to the corner of Michigan and 94th.
Right.
Strood will drive up in his car around about 11. He'll say, Lefty, and that's all. Hand him the packet and get right back. You ought to be back here, well, 11:15.
Hey, what's the idea of sending me? You don't want two of us to carry the packet, do
Two's not too many to look after $30,000, and I'm not trusting Mike Feeney further than I can throw him, and he knows the money's going forward tonight.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to call Mrs. O'Hara and drop her at my apartment on the way.
Drop Mrs. O'Hara at your apartment? What's the big idea? She's staying the night here, and you also. Hello, here she is now, Maria. This husband of yours wants to spoil your party.
I'm taking you home now. I'm picking you up on my way back.
Hey, wait a minute. What the hell am I? Something you bought at Marshall Fields? Where are you going anyway, Con?
That's one question you must never ask.
Hey, is Jimmy going with him? It ain't one of those stick-up jobs, is it?
No, don't talk such things.
I'll go alone. I guess I can look after myself.
Yeah, sure you can.
What's all this, huh? Did I ask you to pick and choose what you shall do and what you shall not do? Con, are you so yellow that you're afraid to go with this boy, Jimmy? If there was any danger, should I send Jimmy, who is like my own brother?
All right. I'll get my coat. Come on, Jimmy. Now listen, Maria. Mrs. Pirelli is looking after you, kid. Understand?
Say, who's been telling you I want a chaperone?
You've said it so long, Jimmy. Come back soon.
I'll do my best.
Oh, Jimmy, come here.
Yes, Tony.
What you got there, huh? What? In the left-hand pocket of your waist.
This is a silver cigarette case, my love. Oh, well, somebody gave it to me.
Somebody nice, eh? You wear it over your heart.
Well, it happened to be there.
Don't wear it there, Jimmy. It don't look good. Put it on your head.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, why, of course. It'll be in the way, won't it?
Shake it, Jimmy. We ain't got all that time.
Yes. Yes, coming.
Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy! Oh, you were going without saying goodbye, Jimmy.
I'll never say goodbye to you.
Oh, think well of me.
Yeah.
Are you happy?
By God, I am. You don't know how happy.
Well, I'll be damned.
Hey, what's this?
He's gone. Goodbye, Jimmy.
Hey, Minley, do you hear me? Huh?
Yes, I hear you.
Huh?
You come up and dance with me, Tony. I will be the prettiest woman in the room. Jimmy told me so.
She locked the door, for God's sake.
She's got a sweetie.
Yeah.
I like that kid. Hey, where have those two men gone? Con and Jimmy McGarth. Mr. Tony Pirelli, are you dumb?
She'd be the prettiest woman in the room. Jimmy said so.
Are you going to dance or just talk to yourself all evening?
Huh?
How long will Con be away?
What's that? How long will... Just long enough, eh?
Oh, you're damn sure, aren't you? Oh, come and shake a leg.
Don't go up there with all them bones.
You've got mean ideas about yourself, haven't you? Suppose somebody comes in, your wife. Come on and dance before I get another part.
Maria! Okay, boss, I see who it is. Always set the alarm going at this time of night, for goodness sakes. Oh, it's you, Inspector Kelly.
Yeah, it's me. Where's Pirelli?
He just stepped out to see a friend.
He doesn't step out to see anybody without his armored car, and that hasn't left the garage.
You must know he's gone up to the Winter Garden with a dame, and that's the truth. You know what Tony is with a skirt. Help yourself to a drink, Chief. As you see, plenty of champagne. I'll get him down.
Mike Feeney was around here today.
Yeah, Mike and us is like brothers.
Where's that boy McGarth?
He's around. Nice kid, that, Chief.
Find Pirelli. I want him.
Sure. I'll get him.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Kelly. I didn't know.
Oh, that's all right, Minley. Go on, fetch Pirelli, Angelo.
You'll find him dancing with Mrs. O'Hara.
That will be interesting.
All dressed up for the party, Minley?
Yes. Is it pretty?
It's grand. And I've never seen you looking so cheerful. Say, I dreamed about you the other night.
Oh, Mr. Kelly, I thought you dreamt only of presents and ropes and gunmen.
Well, you're on my mind, young woman. When are you leaving here?
Who told you I was leaving?
You're about due for a move. I've seen 3 girls sitting in this apartment and looking like $1 million, and I've seen them go.
I know. Poor girls.
Perhaps you know how your man got the money for all this.
Well, booze.
Yeah, and something else.
Yes, I know. I am not a child.
He's got 3 houses in Cicero and 2 at Burnham. 40 girls in each house. $2,000 profit every night. $2,000 a night out of women.
But I know this. Why do you tell me?
The head girl at the swell house is in bad with Pirelli. She's been snitching money. Somebody's going to take her place.
That doesn't mean anything to me now. You should have told me yesterday. Then I would have been sad. Today nothing will hurt me, nothing. What time is it?
11. Why?
11. Oh, that's nice.
What the mischief's wrong with you? Have you been drinking?
Yes. Don't talk for a little moment. Yes.
Why, Min Lee, you look like the Queen of China.
Kiss my hand. I am a queen this minute. For the first time in my life, queen of myself.
This is a grand ring you're wearing. I've seen it before. Every girl who has lived here has worn it.
Yes, I suppose so.
One day Pirelli will tell you that he wants it back, and you'll give it to him, and you'll never see it again.
I don't want it. What is it? It means nothing to me.
Someday he'll send you out to Cicero.
No.
To take charge of the big house where the swell fellas go.
No.
And then, after a year, you'll go down to the second house where they drink beer and bad hooch. And then by and by, you'll have a room in the third house where there's no color bar.
No.
That's the road they went, Min Lee. All of them. But I can see a way out for you, kid.
Yes. So can I.
There's $100,000 unclaimed reward for the Vincetti murder. The money's deposited at the Union Bank. Tony Pirelli did that solo. You know it.
I thought you were going to be so interesting. But you aren't. You're just being a policeman. And I like you so much better when you're human.
You've nothing to be afraid of. None of the gangs would touch you. The only thing we hang them for in Chicago is killing a woman. Our juries may be yellow, but by God, they're sentimental. Look, I'll guarantee your safety if you'll tell me.
My friend Angelo's told me you want to see me, Chief.
That's right. And in the meantime, Min Lee has been entertaining me.
A runaway little Chinese sweetheart, huh? I'll see you presently.
Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Kelly. Shake hands.
Goodbye, Min Lee.
Hey, that's the first time I see you shake hands, Mr. Kelly, huh?
Maybe it's the first time I've met anybody in your apartment that I wanted to shake hands with. You're poison, all right, Pirelli. I've thought it for a long time, and now I know. Sit down.
Sit down in my own apartment?
My apartment at police headquarters is not so comfortable. The last 8 gangsters who sat down in my office are dead.
They should have stood up, huh? Oh, Mr. Kelly, you have a bad view of me, eh? If anything is wrong, find Tony Pirelli. If the mayor makes a bum speech, go find Tony. Vincetti disappears. Search the apartment of poor Mr. Pirelli.
Vincetti, huh? He drew $300,000 from his bank. He came here and was never seen again.
Yeah, and you trailed him all day. He was with you all morning at headquarters, squawking about his friends, the great big 100% squealer.
He came into this apartment.
And I kicked him out, huh? I don't want no trouble with them kind of yellow guys.
He came into this apartment and never left alive.
Say, Chief, that's all wrong. You was here 10 minutes after. Was there blood on the floor? Was there a body? Did anybody hear shooting?
Nobody would hear that. I know all about that silent pistol of yours. Grand for close quarter work.
I kill everybody. Tony Pirelli. If it wasn't for me, there'd be no newspapers. And if there was no Tony Pirelli, they'd invent one.
Well, Tony, what's the news tonight?
Nothing. Everything is quiet on the Western Front.
I thought you looked happy. You and Mike Feeney are old buddies now, huh?
Sure. We've had our little misunderstandings.
Was Sean O'Donnell one of them?
I know nothing except that everything is fine now.
And what price are you going to pay for everything being fine now?
Mr. Kelly, you talk sometimes like a piece of German music which I cannot read or play.
Is somebody going to be put on the spot?
Good God, no. I wouldn't do that to a yellow dog. You believe me?
No, you goddamn bit of yellow dirt. I don't believe you. Answer it, Pirelli. I told them I'd be here. Or would you rather I picked it up?
I heard the telephone.
All right, I'll answer it. Yes.
Is that Mr. Pirelli?
Yes.
Police headquarters here.
Police headquarters.
Is Mr. Kelly there?
Yes, the chief is here.
Hello?
Is that Mr. Gully?
Yeah, Kelly speaking.
There's been a gang shooting.
When did it happen?
11 o'clock. One man dead.
Uh-huh. Know who he is?
Yeah, Jimmy McGarth.
The boy McGarth. Dead, is he?
Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy!
Where did it happen?
Corner of Michigan and 94th.
Anybody else killed?
Nobody.
Only McGarth. You sure O'Hara wasn't with him?
No.
I've got a squad car downstairs. Don't touch the body till I get there. Pirelli, report at police headquarters at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You heard the way he spoke to me, Tony Pirelli, as if I were a dog, huh?
I knew. As soon as I heard the phone. Jimmy, oh, Jimmy.
He's in hell.
He was in heaven tonight.
You're fancy, man. You're a lover, eh?
I love you, Tony. I didn't love him, but I gave him everything he wanted. Everything. He knew he was going to his death, and he was glad.
You? Who told him that, eh?
I told him. He was glad. After he loved me, we prayed together.
He loved you, my woman.
His woman.
You. Ah, that's you.
Where is Con O'Hara?
Yeah, where is Con O'Hara?
I'm going to my room.
Go to hell, you damn chink woman, go to hell. Angelo Verona, where is he? You should be here. And Kelly, did he speak to you, huh?
Yes.
And you spoke to him. You told him something, eh? 2 faces, you have 6. You locked the door, eh? And you told Kelly.
No.
You're a liar, you small, dirty little beast. You know a hell of a lot, don't you, eh?
I know you killed Vanzetti.
Oh, yes. You know.
You talked in your sleep.
I'll kill you.
You don't kill me. I'm not afraid. But Kelly said they hang you if you kill a woman in Chicago.
Yeah.
He wanted me to tell him the truth about Vanzetti and take the reward. But I told him I loved you.
Oh, Angelo, is that you, huh?
Yes, boss, you rang?
You're swell, Mindy. All right, you can go.
I'll go and join the others. Are they dancing still?
Hey, what's wrong?
Send them women away, the whole party. They can go down the north elevator. Is Tomasino up there, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Who else?
Tony Romano, Jake French, Almarlo.
Send them right away. They're to take machines and scorch the town and get Con O'Hara.
But...
he turned yellow and let the kid go by himself. They got Jimmy all right. Now listen, Angelo. Tell the men, no shooting around this block. You get that? Put a man downstairs to watch for Con and give me the signal if he comes here. I'll fix him.
Okay, and you want all the women to go?
Yeah, oh no. O'Hara's woman stays here.
Do I go with the boys?
No, you stay also. When you got rid of the others, I shall want the couch in here. You understand, Angelo?
I understand.
Yeah, and tell the boys there's a grand for the man who gets O'Hara, huh? We can do with a little less light, I think. Now, my gun. Silencer. Nice, quiet Italian moon in the sky outside.
Everybody's going home. This is certainly a party.
Ah, my dear Maria, you see, we are business people.
I'd like to meet a few drinking people. Why are they going home?
They are going home, but I want you to wait.
How long?
All night.
Without Con? Nothing else you'd like. I mean, don't miss something because you're too bashful to ask.
I want you to stay.
Well, something slipped. What is it?
Yes. There's been a terrible thing happen. Jimmy is killed. Oh, I love that boy.
Jimmy McGarth?
Yes.
Yeah, but he went out with Con. They went together. Did somebody bump him?
Yeah, some of Mike Feeney's gang.
Well, then what's happened to Con? Ain't you got a tongue? I'm going to find out.
No, you're not.
Let me go, you dirty wop.
He's all right, I tell you. Con got away. Kelly was here and got it from headquarters on the wire.
But where is Con? Don't keep hold of me.
You want him back right now, do you? Huh. You wasn't feeling like that an hour ago, eh?
Oh.
He'll be out all night, I tell you. He's dodging the police. They think he killed Jimmy.
I'm going back home to wait.
You stay here.
Like hell I will.
Yes.
No, Con will kill you.
Are you staying, huh?
No. Yes. Till Con comes back.
You know your own. I showed it to you. Con's over the Indiana line by now. He'll not come back tonight, huh?
Tony, nothing's happened to him.
Not a damn thing.
You sure? You've got a mean opinion of me, but I'm not so easy.
Sure you're not married yet.
I'll be in my room when you want me.
Yeah. Angelo.
Okay, Tony, I've got the couch out here. Give me a hand and we'll get it in.
Yes. Does this couch remind you of someone, huh?
Vincent, you mean?
Yeah, that squeal the last time we used it, eh?
But Con won't come back here. Romana will get him anyway.
You fixed the alarm?
Yeah, the alarm's okay, but I'll just go check it once. But he won't come back. Who tipped him off?
The kid.
How come? Why, the kid was bumped. He didn't know or he wouldn't have been.
He knew.
Knew he was being put on the spot and went to it?
Yeah. Don't ask me any more questions, Angelo.
Is that so? I'm not in on this. Who told this kid that he was being put on the spot?
Min Lee.
For the love of Mike!
She took him in a room, Angelo, you understand? While we were all here, she took him in a room and locked the door. By God, she should know something about this.
I guess she knows enough to keep her mind occupied. He's been sighted outside. Gee, I didn't think he'd come back. They ought to get him in the hall.
This block belongs to me. I built it. I want no scandal here.
He's inside.
You clear, Angelo.
Okay.
If I miss him, you'll get him through that door, huh?
Through this door?
Yes, but I want everything quiet.
Feeney.
Clear. But hold the door just a little open. Like that.
Come out of those shadows, Tony Pirelli. I got you covered.
Hello, Con, you're back. All the party's gone home.
One of the party's gonna stay right here, and that one is you double-crossing strup.
You drunk or something? Did Jimmy give the copper my letter?
Yeah, and he's dead. I watched it. I didn't believe that crazy kid that you was putting us on the spot, so I watched. And a car drove up, and they poked a machine gun on him. Then they waited a while, looking around for somebody else. Me.
I don't understand. I'm bewildered. You think I, Antonio Pirelli, put you on the spot?
Yeah.
My best man? And Jimmy, my best friend?
Where's my wife?
She has gone home.
Yeah? I think she's still here.
What, over there, you mean?
Where?
There. Don't soil my carpet, you bastard. Quickly, Angelo, quickly.
The couch is open, Tony.
In with you. Just once more to make sure that you're quite dead. Close the lid, Angelo. You know where to take that couch.
Yeah, okay.
Hello?
Can I speak to Mr. Pirelli?
No, Mr. Pirelli's not in.
Well, I must speak to Mr. Tony Pirelli.
Who's that speaking?
I'm from the Chicago Daily News.
Well, get the hell out of this.
Oh, look, my editor
We've
said
got nothing to tell newspapers. We don't know nothing, see? He ain't in. Now, who the hell's that at this time of the afternoon? Oh, it's you, Maria. I thought we'd lost you. Come on in.
Was that Con on the phone just now?
Not unless he's joined the staff of the Chicago Daily News.
He hasn't been back?
No. Now, let me get on with these papers.
I've been sitting waiting at home for him since 9 o'clock this morning.
I guess he took the limited last night. He was talking about going up to Detroit.
Oh, he didn't talk to me about Detroit. No message.
No. Oh, yes, they phoned up for you from police headquarters.
For me? What did they want?
They just said, is she there? And I said, what a question. And they didn't ask no more.
Oh, I wish I'd heard from Con.
Now, listen, Mrs. O'Hara, I'm going to tell you something. Con came back here in the middle of the night.
What? You saw him?
Uh-huh. And it was very, very awkward.
He came here? Did he ask where I was? Had he been home?
Well, no. I told him you were sleeping with Min Lee. And that Tony was out looking for him. See?
He didn't want to come upstairs or anything?
I wouldn't have let him do that.
Oh, gee, Angelo, that's mighty swell of you.
Not at all.
I would have died.
Somebody would have died. But you don't look at that to me.
Now, Angelo, on the level, where has he gone?
Where I said Detroit. The Bulls was after him for a racket that happened in New York, see? They saw him on the street and he just ducked in time. Tell me, Maria, did you have a marvelous time last night, baby?
Oh, keep your paws to yourself, will you? Where is Mr. Pirelli?
We call him Tony around here. He's at police headquarters, been there all day, him and his lawyer. You'll like living here. It's the swellest apartment in Chicago. More like Italy, really.
Oh, why, Mr. Pirelli, I haven't seen you since last
I've had
night.
one hell of a time at police headquarters since 9 till an hour ago.
Oh, poor boy, are you tired?
Tired.
Did Chief Kelly do the entertaining?
I'll tell you how that pig entertained me.
Shall I get the mayor on the line?
No, Angelo, get Supreme Court Judge Raminsky and get him right away.
Okay.
I'm gonna make that
Get
damn
him up,
complete out of my hand.
Supreme Court Judge Rominsky, my.
He's the great white chief of Chicago politics.
Yes, he is, and I'm all in. They drove me here and they drove me there till I was dizzy. Police headquarters to City Hall, from the City Hall to police headquarters, from police headquarters to the morgue, then to the place where poor little Jimmy was found.
Tony, your call.
Is that Supreme Court Judge Raminsky?
Yes, Raminsky speaking.
This is Antonio Pirelli here.
Why, hello, Mr. Pirelli.
Say, what the hell do you mean letting Kelly push me all over the place? You're supposed to have a pull, ain't you, eh?
Quite sure, Mr. Pirelli.
Maybe I didn't give you 50 grand for the election fund day.
You did, Mr. Pirelli. You did, I know.
I know you know. I know you'll talk to Kelly. You'll just talk to him.
I am always talking to Kelly about
You're supposed to be the big noise at the City Hall. You're a grand fella. You'll be, senator someday, you will. Yeah, you will, by God, you see, huh? You get Kelly fired first, though. That's what you do. I'll fix that guy, that damn cop.
Say, talking to a judge like that.
You ought to hear him talk to the president.
Don't be smart, Angelo. Get me a drink quickly.
As quick as I can, boss. You must be thirsty.
My beautiful girl. You miss me all the day, huh?
Do you still love me?
I thought of you all the time. All our happiness.
Oh, leave me be. I don't want that stuff now. I'm all nerves. Where's Con?
Con? Didn't Angelo tell you?
Yeah, he told me, but you didn't.
Could I know till I saw Angelo?
On the square?
Oh, I crossed my heart there. Maria, honey, listen. I've just remembered, Kelly maybe wanted to see you.
Kelly, the cop?
Yeah.
What does he want with me? I don't know a thing about your racket.
It's nothing, honey. Maybe he wants to talk to you about Jimmy. I mean, you met him.
I met a whole lot of people.
Or maybe he'll talk to you about Con. But anyway, let him do the talking.
Why, if he thinks he can make me look foolish,
Don't get mad at him. That's his speciality, making people mad. Oh, good, how he makes them mad. And that's when they talk.
Well, he'll be in jam before I'm through.
And don't get Con O'Hara's complex for the love of Mike,
How's
huh?
that?
Boss, here, quick.
What is it, Angelo? Not Kelly.
No. Mike Feeney's outside. Can you see him?
Mike Feeney?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Right here.
With his gang?
No. I guess he left him outside.
Sean O'Donnell wouldn't have let him do that.
Sean had brains, not much, but some. What's he come here for?
Maria, I want to see a gentleman, huh?
Shooing me off. Oh, it's all right. I'm a businesswoman. Where'll I go?
Through there, in the salon, huh? Now, Angelo, cover all ways out in case of accidents. I've got to settle Mike Feeney sooner or later. Did you fix he got Bellinis for his birthday party? Huh?
Sure, he fell for the menu. There was Irish stew in it.
Grand. I've got a gun, yeah. Bring him in, Angelo.
This way, Mr. Feeney.
You can call me Mike.
How are you, Mike?
Fine.
Have you got the Bible, Angelo?
Here it is, boss.
Open it on the table.
Ecco.
There's my gun, Mike, on the holy book. Now yours.
Hey, wait a minute. Is this Bible Italian or Irish?
100% American.
Last time I done this, I didn't get a square deal. The crooks who provided it left out the 10 Commandments.
They are all there. I paid $100 for this Bible at Leithby and Gothenstein.
Well, them guys are square dealers. They get me shirts there. There's me gun.
Okay. I'll be seeing you soon, Angelo.
Sure thing, boss.
Been to headquarters, haven't you, Pirelli?
Yeah, putting up a squawk on the high price of alcohol.
You mind if I look around your room just a little bit? What have you got behind this door?
Nobody that'll do you any harm.
And beyond out there?
Mostly women at the moment.
That's all. Nothing hidden in this organ?
Music, Mike, but you can't get at that. Oh, it's terrible to be so suspicious.
Well, I'm throwing a birthday party next week, and I'd like to be there.
Many happy returns.
Thanks, but I don't want no presents from you. Say, listen, Tony. You ducked one last night.
Not on your life. Con O'Hara did all the ducking.
My boys are sore about it. They say you tipped him off.
Wouldn't they say that? Why should I? Put him on the spot and tip him off, eh?
Now, what about Con O'Hara? Now, come clean, boy.
You needn't think about Con O'Hara. I took care of him.
You took... So?
That's all. I don't allow no guys to do me dirt, and he did me dirt.
You took him for a ride. What the hell's that? Stick him up.
Mike, put your gun back on the Bible. Don't get excited.
Yeah, but what was that?
That is Mr. Kelly. The janitor sent me a signal, that's all.
Why is Kelly coming here?
To see Mrs. O'Hara. Why is Mrs. O'Hara here? Because she's my woman. Why is she my woman? Mind your own damn business.
Yeah, well, I am sorry.
You don't trust me, Mike. That's what hurts me.
Look, I don't want to see this guy Kelly.
Do you suppose he don't know you're here? Go into the salon.
We're through here?
That's it. Mrs. O'Hara is the lady in there. Don't flirt, huh? Oh, and Mike.
Yeah?
You'll never know how you hurt my feelings.
Gee, don't take it to heart, Tony. I got a birthday next week.
Okay, Angelo. The chief can come in now.
The chief, Tony.
Come right in, chief.
I've seen you before today, haven't I?
We have met.
Oh, a Bible, eh? Have I interrupted family prayers?
No, we have just finished.
Why, Angelo, you're all spruced up.
Jeez, I hate to see you looking happy, Chief. That's bad for somebody.
Is it, Angelo? Now, where's the beautiful lady?
She's in my salon.
Salon, winter garden. You guys certainly know how to live while you're living. Would you be kind enough to ask Mrs. O'Hara to see me?
There's a friend of mine in there with her.
I know, Mr. Michael Feeney. I'd love to meet him, too.
You want anything from him?
Yeah, his autograph. I'm collecting him. Fetch Mrs. O'Hara, Angelo.
Gosh, I hate you cheerful, Mr. Kelly. I'd rather you'd come and push everybody around.
I'll push you around, all right. Now, Mr. Pirelli, we didn't tire you this morning at my headquarters or say anything to hurt your feelings or make you look undignified or anything. I'd have had some flowers on my table if I'd only thought of it.
That is very amusing.
It seems I've got to be polite to you, Mr. Antonio Pirelli. That's what he called you, my friend, Mr. Antonio Pirelli.
My friend? Who are you speaking about?
Supreme Court Judge Raminsky came on the wire. He thought we hadn't treated you right.
I don't complain of nothing.
It sounded that way. We will get some cushions in for you the next time you come.
Here they are, Chief.
Why, look who's here. The lovely Mrs. O'Hara and the not quite so lovely Mike Feeney. Hello, Mike.
Good day, Mr. Kelly.
Oh, don't mister to me, Mike. I'm just a copper who's due for a jolt. May I be permitted to ask why you're endangering your life in this ecclesiastical brothel?
Tony and me is just good friends.
Oh, that's why the flags are flying on Michigan Boulevard.
Do you want me, Chief?
Oh, I want you like hell, but I can't get you, Mike. Tony Pirelli here will get you. But by then you'll be no good to me. So you've lost poor Sean, eh?
Yeah.
Too bad. There's another bastard that'll never hang. And you've bumped off one of the men who did it, and Tony bumped the other.
How's that?
No, Maria, don't take no notice of the chief. He's always pulling things like that.
You, Mike, got Jimmy McGarth, and Tony got Con O'Hara,
Well, that's a damn lie. Tony didn't go out all night.
You're in a position to certify that?
Yes, I am, Mr. Smarty. And if you want to know where my husband is, you better ask the New York Bulls that chased him out of Chicago.
The New York police chased him? Why?
You know.
No detective from the New York Police Department is in this city. Besides, he wasn't wanted by the New York police. Who told you he was?
That's all.
I know who told you. The man who bumped him off.
It's a damn lie. Con O'Hara is in Detroit.
He's here in Chicago, in the Lakeside Marjorie. What? He was dumped on the beach sometime in the night. They found him 10 minutes before I left my room.
No. Oh, no, it's not true.
Angelo,
it's not true.
take Mrs. O'Hara into the other room.
Come on, Maria.
Oh, leave me alone. I can go by myself.
So that's how it was. Well, that's...
All square, eh? All right, Mike Feeney, you can go.
Say, I know nothing about it, Chief.
Oh, you wouldn't. You know all about Jimmy McGarth, though.
I never met the man.
Never met him, eh? Oh, you're a big shot now. You got somebody else to do your killing. You better go, Mike, while the going's good.
Yeah, perhaps I will. I say, Chief, you wouldn't like to come to my birthday party, would you, at the Bellini restaurant? There'd be a swell crowd there. Judge Gridson, Judge Lazenhance, Supreme Court Judge Atchison.
No, thanks. I'm not studying law.
Yeah, well, I say goodbye to you.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah?
I wouldn't have my birthday party at Bellini's if I were you.
Hey?
Well, that's all. Try some place uptown, and then maybe you'll have another birthday.
Thank you, Chief.
Oh, don't thank me. I want to see you croaked lawful. Got a big interest in that restaurant, haven't you, Tony?
I may be dumb, but I ain't above learning.
Well, Tony, it's a waste of time asking you about Conahara, I suppose. So I'll see his woman again.
Oh, Mr. Kelly.
Why, if it isn't little Minley. I was just saying I want to see Mrs. O'Hara again.
You can't see her, Mr. Kelly. She's like someone insane.
Oh, well.
Like someone insane and you left her. Did you leave her there just by herself? Get a nurse from the hospital, a doctor or something. I'll go to her. Maria,
That's the trouble with Tony Pirelli. He's got the heart of a child.
To you, Mr. Kelly, he can do nothing right. And to me, he can do nothing wrong.
If there's one thing he doesn't deserve, it's that. And you're still here, Minley, I see.
Yes.
I don't know whether I'm glad or sorry.
Be sorry today and glad tomorrow.
Come here, Minley. Now listen. When the patrolman got to Jimmy, he was just going, and Jimmy said 2 words. Minley.
Lee!
I thought I'd like to tell you that. And now I'll be on my way.
Oh, Mr. Kelly. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
You mustn't kiss my hand like that, kid.
An old Chinese custom.
Is it? Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Kelly.
Ti amo, non piaci. Oh, my darling sweet. Oh, is that you, Minley, huh? Go quickly, get my poor Maria some wine, and tell Angelo to come here quickly, eh?
Yes, Tony. I fetch the wine, and I tell Angelo to come.
Oh, my dear. So sorrowful and so lovely.
Goddamn hoodlums to kill my Kana.
He shall have a swell funeral, Maria. I'll show Mike Feeney and his bums what a funeral is like. 20 grand. I don't care how much I spend, Maria, and I play the organ myself. That's his funeral, huh?
You got the dirty rat who bumped him, Tony.
Sure, there won't be no Mike Feeney in the next phone book.
Here is the wine for Maria.
Give it here. There, Maria, there. Drink that, huh?
Oh, this ain't champagne. It's Dago Red, ain't
You
it?
drink it, it'll do you good.
You want me, Tony?
Yes, Angelo. You fix poor Conahara the swellest funeral ever. Spend money. Roses, lilies, orchids, everything.
He would pay us to grow our own flowers.
And the silver casket. Get it from Philadelphia. Better than Sean's. Much better.
He had angels on these.
Get better.
What the hell's better than angels?
Archangels. Do it at once.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Minley.
Yes, I know, Tony.
Yeah?
You must take her back to her room.
Come with me, Maria, darling.
You get that feller, Tony. You get him good.
Sure.
You get the yeller dog who done it.
Sure, I'll get him. Don't worry, baby. You leave that guy to me, honey.
I look like hell in black. Oh.
The way she's been missing Con since last night is something awful.
Oh, you don't know, Angelo. She may love him.
No, loving men is foolish, Minley, and she's anything but. It's a grand life.
What will you do? Where will you end, Angelo?
Me? I never think about it. I may be heading this gang one of these days if somebody don't bump me off. As it is, Minley, Tony was saying yesterday there's likely to be some changes at Cicero. There is a new manageress, a madam, going in.
Is there?
I hope he don't think up somebody I know for the job.
He'll find another woman.
I surely hope he picks the right woman.
He won't pick me.
I surely hope he won't, for everybody's sake.
Angelo, you wouldn't do anything if he...
I shouldn't do anything I was sorry for. We got a grand business, Minley. Well, we turn over millions of dollars, but there's too much skirt in it. And Tony is getting careless. Look, he's even left his gun here on the table. And the Bible.
But you like Tony.
Sure. He's a swell fella. But he's got all wrong with Kelly. Kelly ain't so hard to get on with either.
You must trust me a lot to tell me this.
Yeah.
If Tony knew how you felt...
Tony would be dead before he could pull a rod.
Oh, poor Maria, poor Maria.
Mother and child doing fine.
That is too fresh for me, Angelo. You're a swell fella, but there's a place for everybody in this outfit, yes? Why didn't Maria drink this wine? Well, I needed that.
What will Maria do?
She will stay here.
Well, hasn't she any friends?
Yes, me. She stays here. Angelo, I want to talk to Minley, if you don't mind.
But of course, Tony, I go.
And Angelo, I want Minley's car in front at 6.
I mean it.
He's too fresh, that fellow, one of these days. Come here, little Minley. I've just remembered something. Give me your hand, huh?
There you are, Tony.
Swell ring, that, Minley, but it ain't up to the minute. I will get it reset for you. I know a guy at Tiffany's who would do it swell. You give it to me. I'll have it done right now.
Yes, Tony. There they are. All my rings.
You'll get them back, Minley, don't you worry. I will make them sparklers look like $1 million while you're away.
While I am away?
Yes, for a little time. This has upset me, you know, but mostly what you told me about Jimmy. I love you too much. Huh? When you come back, I will forget.
Where am I going?
I will tell you. You want to help, Tony, don't you, my pretty? I have had a lot of trouble at Cicero. Those damn girls have been robbing me, so I've hired the girl at the big house, eh? She was no good.
You want me to go there and take her place? No.
For a little while, you're a swell manager, Minley. You would put everything Jake for me. You should have a grand suite, better than the Blackstone. Servants, car, have your friends.
No.
Minley, I've been very good to you.
Yes. Yes, Tony. Dear Tony, I am here, beside you.
Do you think you'd better pack your